The serpent said, "Kid Xiangnan, you can't let this old thing refine the pill. When the pill is completed, it will be your death." Xiangnan sighed in his heart. "I don't know, but I don't know how to stop him. Damn it, what he stole was definitely Old Man Mo Ling's manuscript." Every step he took to refine this spiritual void pill was correct. Pill refining was definitely not that simple. It was not something that could be refined by taking away the formula and refining it completely according to the formula. There were also various complicated problems involved. None of them would be written in the north. Only the alchemist could grasp the details of the changes. However, when Wang Chongfeng refined pills, he controlled every detail perfectly. He even knew when to increase the temperature, when to decrease the temperature, and when to evaporate a portion of the medicinal properties of a grade 9 spirit herb. There was no way a problem with this technique could arise in the formula of the pill. Therefore, Xiangnan had reason to believe that Wang Chongfeng had not only stolen the formula, he had also stolen the manuscript of Old Man Mo Ling when he created the spirit void pill, which contained Old Man Mo Ling's own experience and knowledge of this pill, as well as the specific refining process of this pill. If this continued, Wang Chongfeng would really succeed in 2 to 3 hours. The snake said, "I have an idea. Come, let me tell you." The big snake muttered in Xiangnan's heart for a while. Xiangnan couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're still bad." The plan given to Xiangnan by the big snake was divided into several steps. This first step was called restoring thunder power. Xiangnan's true body lay on the ground and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover the lightning energy in his body. This second step was called buying time and disturbing the mind. Xiangnan allowed his true body to continue breathing and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he also fell asleep at the same time. In his dream, Xiangnan slowly floated into the pill furnace. He saw a series of changes in the semi-finished pill, the 9th grade spirit herb, the dragon eye, and the ancient era's ice-kissed fish. In the dream world, Xiangnan reached out to grab a handful of 9th grade spirit herbs and directly grabbed the dream body of the 9th grade spirit herbs. This was one of Xiangnan's Tao of dreams. It was a very clever trick. It could capture identical dream bodies from real objects, but this type of dream body could only exist for 10 minutes. However, it had to be said that even if a dream body could only exist for 10 minutes, it was exactly the same as its original body, and even possessed the same attributes. The dream body of the spirit herb was captured, and Xiangnan threw it into the pill furnace. He directly threw the dream body of the spirit herb into the pill furnace of the real world. This time, the pill furnace was equivalent to having 2 identical 9th grade spiritual herbs. Almost at the same time, the old Immortal instantly stopped refining pills. It only allowed the furnace to maintain a relatively low temperature, stopping the refining process but not going backwards. This old fellow was extremely intelligent and cautious. The instant he discovered that the spirit within the pill furnace had increased, he responded decisively. At the same time, Xiangnan grabbed the dream body of the 9th grade spirit herb back into his dreams. "What?" Wang Chongfeng frowned and looked suspiciously into the pill furnace. He muttered to himself, "Is it an illusion? Why does it feel like the spirituality in the pill furnace suddenly exploded in that instant, as if there were 2 9th grade spirit herbs coexisting?" However, when he carefully sensed it, he discovered that the pill furnace was still at normal spiritual strength, and there was no such thing as a double spiritual existence. He wasn't in a hurry to continue refining the pill. Instead, he paused for a moment and carefully sensed the changes in the pill furnace to see if there would be any more abnormal phenomena. This was not a joke. He had searched for more than 100 years before gathering all 3 main ingredients. Once he failed to refine the pill, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He didn't dare to be reckless. He didn't dare to be reckless in the slightest. On the other hand, Xiangnan took the opportunity to quickly leave the dream Tao and return to his true body, still lying on the ground. This was done to save time for the use of the dream Tao. A few minutes later, Wang Chongfeng continued to refine pills. As for Xiangnan, he fell asleep again, following his previous practice. When Wang Chongfeng felt the existence of double spirituality, he decisively stopped and was puzzled. Xianxia, on the other hand, quickly shed his dreams. After doing this 7 or 8 times in a row, Xianxia did exactly as he had done before, causing Wang Chongfeng to feel distracted and annoyed. It was not easy to gather all the ingredients to refine the pill. Seeing that victory was right in front of him, he was still unable to refine this pill. It was as if a person who had been hungry for 5 or 6 days had finally seen a big meal. When he was about to eat it up, he could not eat it no matter what. This was the most torturous state of mind, causing Wang Chongfeng to walk around anxiously. He even lay on the outer wall of the pill furnace and personally observed the pill furnace for a while from the entrance to see if there was a second so-called 9th-grade spirit herb. This idea was ridiculous, and there was clearly nothing unnecessary in the pill furnace. As such, he continued to refine the pill suspiciously. Xianxia, on the other hand, gave him a little more time to increase the progress of the pills. Gradually, the dragon eye, spirit grass, and ice-kissed fish were completely burned, and the medicinal properties began to condense onto the damaged pills. This was the most crucial step. If anything went wrong, the pill would be destroyed. At this point, Xianxia did not dare to act recklessly, nor did he dare to throw his spiritual herb dream body into it. Firstly, Xianxia wanted the pill himself. If the pill was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to obtain it himself. Secondly, if the furnace explosion were to occur, it would be dangerous. That Wang Chongfeng had a very high cultivation level, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the furnace explosion. However, Xianxia was still unable to withstand the explosion of a grade 9 medicinal pill. If he were to be killed by the explosion of the furnace, it would truly be too unjust. Thus, Xianxia arrived at the next step that Big Snake had planned for him. This step was called diverting attention. Wang Chongfeng concentrated, gathered 12 points of concentration, and carefully refined pills. His eyes shone as if victory was right in front of him. However, Xianxia suddenly said, "Senior, do you know that I was the one who destroyed the world-saving sect?" Wang Chongfeng's eyes moved and he did not answer. "You don't know," Xianxia said. "I am Xianxia." Wang Chongfeng's mind was in a state of chaos as he roared, "What nonsense!" Xianxia smiled and said, "Although you haven't seen me before, you should have already heard of Beihuang Baihe announcing my situation to the entire 6 Emperors world. You should also know that I am a rare martial artist with lightning vein talent. You may not believe it, but what do you think of this?" Xianxia took a deep breath and spat out a thunderball into the sky. Wang Chongfeng's expression darkened. "Is it really you?" "Of course it's me," Xianxia said. Wang Chongfeng sneered. "Good boy. You actually dare to admit your identity at this time. Are you afraid that you won't die miserably enough? Don't be anxious. When my pill is refined, I will fulfill your wish. I won't kill you in one strike. I will slowly torture you for 3 days and 3 nights, and let you die in pain." Xianxia said, "Speaking of pain, before those little bastards of the world-saving sect died, it was indeed quite painful." Wang Chongfeng's attention was originally focused on the inside of the pill furnace. The Big Snake's plan was to have Xianxia do his best to get Wang Chongfeng's attention to Xianxia. When Wang Chongfeng heard Xianxia's words, he did not reply, but continued to concentrate on refining pills. Xianxia clicked his tongue and said, "You have never seen how miserable the world-saving sect you created was when I destroyed it." That vice sect master looked up to the sky and cried bitterly, "My sect master, I'm sorry for your cultivation. I let the world-saving sect be destroyed by me. I'm ashamed of you." Wang Chongfeng's expression changed. Xianxia continued, "The elders also wept bitterly. They said that they had failed the sect master's high hopes. They originally wanted to make the relief sect stronger and stronger. One day, they would be qualified to sit on equal footing with the 4 emperors. Let their old sect master become the 5th emperor, and for the sake of the sect master, they are willing to sacrifice their lives for this goal." Wang Chongfeng's expression became even more ruthless as he shouted, "Shut up! Stop spouting nonsense! Do you really think that this old man has lived for nothing for the past 1,000 years?" Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, "Believe it or not, I saw it with my own eyes anyway. If you think that I'm making things up, how can your mind be messed up? Especially those disciples of the world-saving sect. They cried and said that they came to join the world-saving sect because of the prestige of the old sect master. They didn't expect that they would not be able to see the old sect master before they died. Wang Chongfeng said angrily, I told you to shut up. Xianxia said, Tsk. Your sect disciples were very tragic before they died. All of them stood together hand in hand, shouting loudly, vowing to live and die together with the world-saving sect. That kind of tragic feeling of looking at death as if he were returning to his home is truly unbearable. Even I am beginning to feel a little sympathy for him and am reluctant to make a move. Wang Chongfeng's eyes turned red, but he shouted angrily, Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Xianxia sighed and said, They are all like your children, right? Although those people are only disciples who entered the world-saving sect, the world-saving sect was personally founded by you. If you say that you have no feelings for the sect, do you believe it yourself? Don't you feel sad that those children who sacrificed their youth and lives to your sect died just like that? Wang Chongfeng's arms began to tremble. However, this old fellow's calmness was extremely strong. Even so, he was still perfectly pushing the progress of the pill. 2/3 of the spirit void pill had been completed, and the last third was completely formed. Xianxia said, So many experts have died just like that. What a pity. What's even more ridiculous is that a dignified world-saving sect actually has nothing to do with a divine martial realm junior like me, and was actually annihilated by me. Senior, did you know that the world-saving sect has become the laughingstock of the entire Six Emperors world? Everyone is laughing at you. Then the Southern Emperor told me personally. He said, I didn't expect Elder Wang to be such a soft persimmon. He was actually born after the little divine martial realm, and he didn't even have a single ruin left. I thought that Wang Chongfeng was such an amazing person, but now it seems like he is nothing more than that. Wang Chongfeng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. However, anger appeared on his face and he couldn't suppress it. This is true. Xianxia said, Don't you believe what the Southern Emperor said? Then you should know that the first time I declared war on the nature sect was through the Southern Emperor's mouth, right? Then you should know very well that I do have a good relationship with the Southern Emperor. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The world-saving sect has been destroyed. However, there are still a large number of world-saving sect disciples who are still cultivating outside and are not buried with them in the sect. But these people are having a hard time. When I annihilated the world-saving sect, many of the higher-ups of the nature sect were in your sect. You see, even at that time, your disciples and grandchildren were still hoping to be able to walk together with the nature sect and help the relief sect rise to a higher level. But now, in the entire Six Emperors world, the people of the nature sect are still chasing after the fleeing disciples of the world-saving sect every day. Wang Chongfeng's expression was cold as he said, Nonsense! That's impossible. How could those idiots from the nature sect have the ability to chase after my sect disciples? Xianxia was surprised. Oh? Don't you know? The actual backer of the nature sect is actually Beihuang Baihe. Do you think they are weak? Think about it, recall the actions of the nature sect over the years. Think about it carefully, and see if you can slowly connect with the Bai clan. Wang Chongfeng stopped talking. Xianxia said, Then I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Actually, I'm from the Bai clan. You already know that. Even my actions were instructed by White River. It was White River who wanted to destroy your relief sect. Wang Chongfeng roared, Bullshit! Bai he hates you to the bone. You can't sow discord. If not, why would he declare your weakness to the world? Xianxia said, Tsk. The more you live, the more confused you are. Can't you see this little trick? Then Bai he wants to use this method to make people all over the world mistakenly think that I and he are irreconcilable. In this way, no matter what I do, no one will vent their anger on him, Bai he. If you don't believe me, I will only ask you one question. With my ability, how did I annihilate the world-saving sect? Wang Chongfeng's expression became even colder as he turned from anger to coldness. Xiangnan said, "Why is it that all the experts of the nature sect were in the relief sect that day? Why can I destroy the relief sect with my strength? Actually, the nature sect is helping me. If it weren't for them, do you think that a divine martial stage kid like me would be able to kill so many heavenly tribulation stage elders of the world-saving sect? Senior, even if I'm willing to brag about this, would you believe me? If I could destroy so many heavenly tribulation realm experts in one fell swoop, I would still be able to be taken care of by you at will? Don't you think about it? Is this reasonable? Bastard!" Wang Chongfeng roared. Xiangnan said, "Bai he told me. He said that the Jishir sect is getting bigger and bigger now. It's Wolf's ambition. It needs to be suppressed. And I say, what can we do if we suppress him? Why don't we just kill him without stopping? Let that old man Wang Chongfeng be homeless." Wang Chongfeng said angrily, "White River, you despicable little man. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill all of you. I won't let a single one of you go." Wang Chongfeng suddenly turned his head and stared at Xiangnan with a pair of bloody eyes. Xiangnan sneered, "With just you? Not to mention that you are only at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. Even if you have truly reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, you are no match for Bai He. It's better to stop daydreaming. Hurry up and wake up." Wang Chongfeng sneered, "Wait, this day will definitely come. When I step into the spirit void realm, the entire Bai clan will be annihilated." Xiangnan smiled and said, "Are you stupid? Do you know that I am one of the culprits who destroyed the world-saving sect? But I actually appeared here. Do you think it's a coincidence that I met you before you were about to cultivate into the spirit void pill? I'm old man Mo Ling's disciple. Don't tell me I didn't know that you stole the formula for his spirit void pill? Do you think it's a coincidence that I'm here again? If Bai He had planned to destroy the world-saving sect, he would still let you live until now? Leave behind a big trouble in your heart? And yet, I have appeared here again. Is that a coincidence?" Wang Chongfeng roared, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Xiangnan shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's all arranged. I'm Mo Ling's disciple, and Mo Ling has always been refining pills for the Bai clan. You know that, right? So, Bai He knew that you wanted to refine the spirit void pill. He deliberately wanted you to continue living. When you refine the pill, he would snatch your pill away and kill you. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? You've been a slave to Bai He for over 100 years. Wang Chongfeng rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. "Little bastard, what you said before, you really almost lied to me. But there is a loophole in your speech, the most fatal loophole. You are too complacent. You have neglected this crucial issue. If Bai He really wants my spirit void pill, then he should personally come and fight for it, but he will send a small divine martial stage martial artist like you to steal it? What qualifications do you have to steal my pill? You don't believe me?" Xiangnan asked with a smile. Wang Chongfeng took a deep breath and said, "Put away your lies. It's impossible for you to deceive me again." Xiangnan shook his head. "So, the truth is in front of you, and you refuse to believe it. No wonder you were played around by White River. Do you really think I'm talking nonsense? I don't have the ability to steal your pills? Haha. Since Bai He let me come over, he has already taught me a set of treasures so that I can steal your pills. I know you don't believe me, but now, what else do you have to say?" Xiangnan controlled the timing very precisely. When he said those last words, the pill furnace finally exploded and the pill was refined. At the same time, Xiangnan also entered the dream world. He grabbed the dream body of a spirit void pill from the complete spirit void pill and quickly left it. "I know you don't believe me. So what else do you have to say now?" Xiangnan opened his mouth. There was a spirit void pill in his mouth. Wang Chongfeng's entire attention was focused on Xiangnan. When he saw the spirit void pill in Xiangnan's mouth, his brain exploded. Could it be that everything this kid said was true? Damn it, how did he steal the spirit void pill? The real spirit void pill was still lying in the pill furnace. However, when the pill had just taken shape, the large amount of spiritual energy that had erupted was also in the pill furnace. Wang Chongfeng could sense that there was a huge amount of spiritual energy in the pill furnace, but when he saw the pill in Xiangnan's mouth, he thought that the spiritual energy in the pill furnace was the spiritual residue that erupted from the moment the pill took shape. How did you do it? Wang Chongfeng's pupils contracted as he looked at Xiangnan in disbelief. Hurry, 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 the big snake hurriedly urged. The spiritual energy in the pill furnace is decreasing sharply. Wang Chongfeng can immediately feel that there is actually another spirit void pill in the pill furnace. Quickly, Xiangnan sneered. Old bastard, you lost. Wang Chongfeng was so furious that he roared. Don't think that you've succeeded. Don't think that that lowly person from White River can be counted down step by step. So what if you stole my pill? I can kill you and get it now. Don't even think of threatening me with this pill. Even if you swallow it now, you don't have enough time to refine it. I can cut open your stomach and take out the pills. Xiangnan pretended to be righteous and said, By he and I are grateful. In order to repay him, I can sacrifice everything, even my life. Senior, previously, there were a large number of by-clan martial artists moving in the West. You should have sensed it, right? Haha. Do you think my mission is to bring this pill back? You're wrong, my mission is only to obtain the pill and then be killed by you. But I don't deserve to die. Because before I die, I will give this pill to the people in the West who are waiting to receive me. With that, the lightning energy in Xiangnanku condensed and spat out the pill at full speed of light with a pu sound towards the west. Wang Chongfeng reacted extremely quickly, but he did not expect that Xiangnan was here to die. Xiangnan did not intend to leave this place alive. His mission was to send the pills away. Thus, no matter how fast Wang Chongfeng reacted, he was still half a beat slower. As for pills flying at full speed of light, they only needed to be 1/100th of a second slower to receive them. The pill transformed into a beam of light and flew westward at the speed of light from Wang Chongfeng's fingertips. This time, Xiangnan spat out a lightning bolt that forcefully pushed the medicinal pill's dream body to the speed of light and did not condense an acceleration array. Because of this, Xiangnan was unable to remove the reaction force caused by the full-speed jet of light. His entire mouth exploded, his teeth collapsed, and large amounts of blood gushed out of his mouth. Wang Chongfeng glanced at Xiangnan sinisterly. He didn't even have time to kill Xiangnan, and immediately chased after him frantically towards the west. The pill flew at the speed of light, and every second it was delayed, it could fly another 600,000 miles. The most troublesome thing was that this was the Little Mystery Realm. Once the pill flew out of the limits of the Little Mystery Realm, it would pass through the spherical mirror and reach the Eternal Mystery Realm. Wang Chongfeng had reason to believe that in the Eternal Secret Realm, there were already experts from the Bai clan waiting to receive the pills. Bastard! Damn bastard! Wang Chongfeng roared, increasing his speed to its limit, but he still couldn't catch up to the speed of light pill. Shrink to an inch! Wang Chongfeng roared angrily. However, shrinking the ground to an inch was a spatial movement martial skill, and it wouldn't work here. Oh! Bastards of the Bai clan! Wang Chongfeng was so furious that his liver and gallbladder were about to split apart. He desperately chased after the dream body of the medicinal pill, desperately chasing after it. Along the way, every single Heavenly Word Junior he met from the Bai clan waved his hand, blasting them into powder. He was venting his anger. He had schemed against him for more than 100 years. The most ironic thing was that the experts of the Bai clan clasped their fists and smiled as soon as they sensed Wang Chongfeng's presence. However, what welcomed them was Wang Chongfeng's boundless rage. Not good. Many of the Bai clan's younger generations fled to the left and right. They saw Wang Chongfeng waving his palm at them as he flew at top speed. However, it was impossible for them to dodge the attacks of experts at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. At the same time, on the ice sheet, Xiangnan was still nailed by the 2 silver needles, unable to move. He immediately separated out 2 avatars, and the 2 avatars flew out to pick up the furnace and throw it into Xiangnan's storage ring. At the same time, Xiangnan immediately fell into a dream and used the divine traveling technique to exchange positions between his dream body and his true body. His true body quickly hid in the dream world. Boo! Xianxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. In his dream, he glanced at the pill furnace in front of him. Indeed, there was a true spiritual void pill in the pill furnace. This old bastard actually wants to kill me. Now let's see who is the winner. Xianxia viciously let out a mouthful of anger. In the distance, the spiritual void pill that flew at the speed of light finally flew out of the small secret realm and entered the eternal secret realm. Wang Chongfeng followed closely behind and similarly left the small secret realm. The dream body of the spirit void pill was spat out by Xianxia towards the west. It was exactly the opposite direction from Xianxia. In doing so, on the one hand, he prevented Wang Chongfeng from chasing after the pill and hitting Xianxia. On the other hand, he also allowed Wang Chongfeng to leave the small secret realm and chase after the demon race territory. At that time, there should be people from the demons to deal with him. In the dream world, Xianxia took out the spiritual void pill and discovered that it was a bright golden pill with terrifying super spirituality. Xianxia held onto the spirit void pill and said, "After consuming this pill, you will be able to reach the great perfection realm? Each realm has 10 small levels." The serpent smiled and said, "This can be considered to have fulfilled your wish, and also fulfilled Old Man Mo Ling's wish." In the end, the two divine pills he created were both personally acknowledged by his disciple, that is, you. If you can give them to him, then it can be said that there is no outsider who can benefit from them. Speaking of Old Man Mo Ling, Xianxia felt a little sad. The most regrettable thing was that he was unable to truly join Old Man Mo Ling's sect when he was alive. He actually let the old man die with a heart full of regret. Xianxia took a deep breath and calmed himself down. If this pill really has such an effect, then I have to let my dream body eat it once. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Oh, right, there's one thing I've neglected. Since the Holy Spirit Stone can increase my cultivation realm, then wouldn't I be able to absorb the Holy Spirit Stone into my dream realm infinitely, causing my dream realm to increase dramatically? The serpent said, "This idea is still feasible. I wonder if this sacred spirit stone is the same as a medicinal pill. If you swallow it multiple times, you will develop resistance. There are no two identical sacred spirit stones in this world. Perhaps absorbing the same sacred spirit stones for the second time after absorbing them will really have a miraculous effect. However, you can try." Xianxia first let the dream body eat the spirit void pill in his dream. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as Wang Chongfeng's words. Xianxia felt that his dream body had suddenly increased by a small realm. Body tempering 10th layer, innate 10th layer, origin returning 10th layer, heaven origin 10th heaven scryer, good fortune, and divine martial arts had all reached the 10th level. However, at the same time, the 7th level of the dream body divine martial arts also began to fall back rapidly, directly falling to the first level of the divine martial arts, falling by as many as 7 small realms. But then, an exceptionally large aura suddenly spread out from the dream body. Great perfection of the 10th realm. The dream body had undergone a complete qualitative change. A wisp of light flashed through the dream body's eyes, and its bones, muscles, meridians, and skin all underwent qualitative changes. It became glossy and lustrous, becoming incomparably tough. Xianxia paled in shock as he touched the dream body's skin and said, "My God! This dream body's strength has already reached the strength of the dragon race, even though it has only increased by 1 level per major realm." The serpent was also shocked. Dragons are the spirits of heaven and earth. Could it be that the reason why the dragons are able to surpass all living beings and become absolute overlords is because they possess the 10th level of perfection? But regardless of whether it's like this or not, your current body is really on par with an orthodox dragon race. Xianxia was extremely pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the benefits of the spirit void pill would be so great. Previously, he had a 3-part dragon body, but now, he could already be said to have a 10-part dragon body. This was a qualitative change. Even a 9th grade dragon body was completely different from a 10th grade dragon body. My dream body is no different from the dragons at this moment. Xianxia rubbed his cheek forcefully. Until now, he still couldn't believe this terrifying reality. The serpent said, "Yes, that's true. But you're not a real dragon. You're still a pure human. However, you're a step higher than a normal human. If a dragon is the king of all beasts, then you should be the king of all humans? This kind of statement is a bit strange. Then, human immortals? Human gods? There has never been a human like you in history. I don't know what to call it. Xianxia shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter what my name is. What's important is that my physical fitness is the same as that of the dragon race, and I'm also the same as that of a ferocious beast. Legend has it that eternal fierce beasts are existences that can fight against the dragons without losing ground. From the looks of it, it should be referring to the golden blood vicious beasts, not those ordinary vicious beasts." That was equivalent to Xiangnan's current physique being equivalent to a golden blood human? What a formidable existence the golden blood vicious beast was. With his cultivation at the second level of the Martial Saint realm, he was able to annihilate more than 150 Martial Saint 5th level experts with just a single move. Too shocking. Xianxia took 3 deep breaths in a row. He originally thought that after consuming the Spirit Void Pill, he would only be able to complete his cultivation realm and increase his martial Tao base by a little. However, he did not expect that the Spirit Void Pill would be able to fundamentally improve his human physique. A person amongst men. But there's one thing I don't understand. Xianxia looked at his dream body and said, "How did you lose so many realms?" Every major realm had reached the 10th level of perfection, and it was only a small deficit in every major realm. From the body-tempering realm to the divine martial realm, even if Xianxia had to use the divine martial realm to fill the gap, logically speaking, even the half-level divine martial realm wouldn't be enough to fall. This was because a 7th-level divine martial artist was equivalent to 5 6th-level divine martial artists. However, the truth was that he had truly fallen to the first level of the divine martial arts. "Try the Holy Spirit Stones." The serpent said, "Apart from high-grade sacred spirit stones, don't you still have 10 low-grade sacred spirit stones? Let the dream body eat it and see if it can be swallowed indefinitely." Xianxia immediately took out a low-grade Holy Spirit stone. The first level of the divine martial technique required only one to reach the second level of the divine martial technique. After absorbing the low-grade sacred spirit stones, the dream body's realm had indeed increased rapidly from the first level of divine martial arts to the second level. Xianxia came out of his dream and entered it again, using the same sacred spirit stone from before to allow the dream body to eat it. The result was unexpected. The dream body did not increase its cultivation realm, but its spiritual energy increased by a large margin, filling it up directly, and even more spiritual energy leaked out. The serpent frowned and said, "Looks like my guess is correct." After absorbing the same sacred spirit stone once, absorbing it again is useless to the realm. It can only be used as an ordinary spirit stone and can only replenish the spirit qi. Xianxia was also thoughtful. It was very difficult to guess the origin of such a thing as the Holy Spirit Stone. But it's okay. He still had 5 high-grade sacred spirit stones. It would be very easy for him to return his dream body to the 7th level of the divine martial arts. Next, Xianxia fed the remaining 9 inferior grade sacred spirit stones to the dream body to absorb. Xianxia only had 10 inferior grade sacred spirit stones. Adding on the fragments he had collected from the tree demon's body, he only had a total of 11. To level up to the second level of the divine martial arts, 1 was needed, 2 were needed from the second level to the third level, 4 were needed from the third level to the fourth level, and 8 were needed from the fourth level to the fifth level. Xianxia's inferior grade sacred spirit stones were only enough to raise the dream body to the fourth level of the divine martial arts. As for the rest, consuming high-grade saint spirit stones was too wasteful. After leaving the eternal secret realm, he would have to exchange them for low-grade saint spirit stones and absorb them. After a while, Wang Chongfeng did not return. It was unknown if he had been killed by the demons, or if he was on his way to chase after the Spirit Void Pill. The limit of 10 minutes for the Spirit Void Pill had expired and he had disappeared on his own, causing Wang Chongfeng to start searching aimlessly in the eternal secret realm. No matter what, it was a good thing that he didn't come back. Xianxia had escaped from the dream world, and his true body was still nailed by the 2 silver needles, unable to move on the ice cap. With a thought, Xianxia asked the little bug to pull out the silver needle for him. As a result, with the strength of the little bug Golden Blood Vicious Beast and Martial Sage Level 2, they were unable to shake the silver needle at all. "This is terrible," Xianxia said helplessly. "The silver needle that the 8th level Heavenly Tribulation expert nailed to me can't be pulled out at all. If we wait for the aura in the silver needle to slowly dissipate, we don't know how long we'll have to wait." The big snake said, "You stupid brat. Shouldn't you just break the ice?" Xianxia was stunned and said, Well, I was stupid." He had the little bug shatter the ice, and he had successfully stood up. The silver needle was inserted into the ice, which was easy to do. However, after the ice cap shattered, the 2 silver needles were still inserted into Xianxia's arm and could not be pulled out. Now, it was really troublesome. His legs had been bitten off by the ice-kissed fish, and his arms had been nailed down by silver needles. It was equivalent to not being able to use all his limbs. Xianxia immediately asked the little bug to carry him up and run towards the north. On the other hand, he ate the spiritual void pill on the bug's back. Refining the spirit void pill was also a relatively long process. The spirituality of this kind of pill was too great. Fortunately, in the following period of time, Xianxia did not encounter any other enemies, and the spirit void pill was finally refined clean. At that moment, Xianxia's body underwent the same transformation as his dream body. He felt that his body had risen to an incomprehensible and unprecedented height. This was not the kind of physical fitness a human should possess. Although he had seen it once, Xianxia still looked at his hands and arms in disbelief. He tried to pinch the little bug's arm with his hand and found that it could be pinched. This meant that Xianxia's physique was already neck and neck with the little bug, although his arms were pinned down, preventing the thunder energy from circulating smoothly. His fingers and palms were still able to move. The 2 silver needles only pinned down Xianxia's meridians. At the same time, Xianxia's realm had also fallen back to the 1st level of the divine martial arts, just like the dream body. His arms were nailed, so it was impossible for him to absorb the Holy Spirit stone with his hands. He directly ate the Holy Spirit stone into his mouth and swallowed it down to absorb it. Similarly, after absorbing 7 inferior grade sacred spirit stones, his realm returned to the 4th level of divine martial arts. At this moment, he couldn't wait to leave this place and exchange for 5 high-grade Holy Spirit stones to restore his cultivation to its peak state. 5 high-grade sacred spirit stones was equivalent to 500 low-grade sacred spirit stones. To upgrade from the 4th level of the divine realm to the 1st level of the martial saint realm, a total of 504 sacred spirit stones were required. Coincidentally, he had absorbed 7 of the 11 inferior grade sacred spirit stones, leaving 4 remaining, a total of 504. As long as he left this place, he would be able to enter the realm of martial sage. However, this was only an ideal situation because there was a fee to be charged for exchanging for Holy Spirit stones in the outside world. The silver needles are slowly weakening. "The cold is gone," Xianxia said. He felt that the 2 silver needles that had been sturdy earlier had actually accelerated the consumption of astral chi after possessing a body similar to that of a dragon. At this rate, 2 silver needles will fall off in 3 to 4 days. Xianxia said in surprise. The serpent said, "It must be because your body has become stronger, causing the extreme cold here to no longer be so severe for you." The little bug was running like flying on the ice. He was not affected by the extreme cold. At the very least, the impact was very small. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have wasted any effort walking by myself and just let the little bug carry me on its back." Xianxia shook his head. However, this was still useless. If Wang Chongfeng discovered Xianxia and wanted to capture him, he wouldn't be able to escape Wang Chongfeng's pursuit at the speed of a bug. Even if he could escape, Xianxia would not be able to obtain the spirit void pill. Could only be said that everything was fate. 2 days later, a strange movement appeared in Xianxia's arms. "Little sparrow?" He hurriedly opened his clothes and found that the small eggshell in his arms had cracked. The little bird was stretching out its arms to breathe heavily. However, This little fellow's body was covered in a layer of snow-white skin, and there were golden patterns on it. "Did you really turn into a little golden-blooded bird?" Xianxia said. The most unbelievable thing was that little sparrow, who had drunk the blood of the golden-blood vicious beast, had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already leapt from the 3rd level of the divine martial arts to the martial sage realm. "This span, isn't it a bit too big?" Xianxia was shocked. The serpent said, It should be the little sparrow transformation which provided a portion of his cultivation level increase, and the golden blood also increased his cultivation level by a portion, causing him to directly advance to martial sage." Xianxia suddenly nodded. He remembered that if the little bird swallowed the fierce beast, it would be able to raise its cultivation level by itself. Previously, drinking the blood of the golden-blooded fierce beast had increased even more shockingly. "Damn it! I'm the only one with the lowest cultivation." Xianxia shook his head speechlessly. Big Snake was at Martial Saint level 1, Little Bug was at Martial Saint level 2, and even Little Sparrow was now at Martial Saint level 1. Only he was still struggling in the goddamn divine martial realm. "Is this your skin, or is it a real shell? Can you take it off?" Curiously, Xianxia knocked on the little bird's helmet twice, making a dull sound. The little bird scratched its head and waited for its big round eyes to look at Xianxia. The little fellow scratched his head, but the helmet creaked. "Can you take it off?" Xianxia hugged Little Sparrow's helmet and lifted it up. As a result, there was no movement. "What skin?" Xianxia said. This layer of snow-white armor had already become a part of the little bird's body. The little bird tilted its head to look at Xianxia and said, "What knock? Fight." "Knock what? Hit you." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I only hope that you won't be like a ferocious beast that can't leave the secret realm." "Kid Xianxia, there's an extremely strong earth elemental fluctuation ahead," the big snake suddenly said. Xianxia immediately ordered the little bug to stop. He carefully looked into the distance and said, "Dragon scale." Right in front of him was an incomparably large barrier. The barrier could not be seen to the left or right, nor could it be seen to the top, giving people the feeling that they had reached the end of the world. However, upon closer inspection, one could tell that it was actually a huge iceberg. Due to the continuous snowstorms, Xianxia could not see the iceberg clearly in the distance. As a result, he suddenly discovered that the iceberg was so huge that he lost the visual process of the iceberg becoming bigger and bigger halfway through. "I finally found it." Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. After returning to the human world, he would use the Holy Spirit Stone to advance to the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm, and the Fallen Heavenly Lightning to the 3rd or 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. Perfect. The harvest of this trip was not small. The big snake said, "Be careful. The things in this mountain have taken away the dragon scales. They should be quite powerful. After all, you can't use your limbs now. It's better to be careful." Xianxia nodded. He patted Little Sparrow's head and said, "Little fellow, let Little Bug take charge of the battle. How about you take charge of protecting me?" The little bird raised its chest high and stretched out a hand towards Xianxia. Xianxia helplessly flicked his brain and said, "Wealthy." After saying that, he took out a gem from his storage ring and placed it in the little bird's palm. The little bird immediately drooled and said, "You are not in danger. Protect me and you. Right? Since you are already stronger than me, do you have to use a good weapon?" Xianxia pondered and took out a dagger from his storage ring. Although the dagger was small, the little bird was even smaller. The dagger was wide and short, and in the little bird's hand, it was like a big thick sword. Unexpectedly, Little Bird Clang snapped the dagger and threw it on the ground. Xianxia took out another small dagger and gave it to him, but it was still broken and thrown away by him. The big snake said, "The little bird was a bird before it transformed. Why don't you give him a pickaxe?" Xianxia's words made sense. So he separated a small piece of nether silver from his giant saber and made a small pickaxe about 30 centimeters long that was the same height as a little bird. In order to take care of the little bird, the whole part of the pickaxe was really made like the beak of a bird. It was divided into two parts. It could pierce through the armor of a ferocious beast very sharply. At the same time, there was a small rotary shaft on the handle of the pickaxe. With a twist of his hand, the upper and lower mouths of the pickaxe would be separated, and it could even engage. Xianxia gave this to Little Sparrow. Sure enough, Little Sparrow had a lot of fun. He turned into a shadow and disappeared. In just a few seconds, Little Sparrow ran back with a pickaxe and happily showed off to Xianxia. The pickaxe was biting a big fat bug that was twisting and twisting. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He glanced at the bug's height again and felt that he should also get a weapon for it. If he fought with his bare hands, of course, the bug's combat strength would still be very strong. However, since he had a weapon in his hand, he would be more efficient in battle. Given the bug's height of 5 meters, combined with his huge saber, all Xianxia could think of was a long spear. He turned the saber into a liquid and condensed it into a 7-meter silver spear. He casually tossed it to Little Bug. "When I don't fight, this spear belongs to you. When I fight, I take it back and turn it back into a giant saber," Xianxia said to Little Bug. Although he knew that the little bug had no vitality and no ability to think, Xianxia still habitually treated the little bug as one of his teammates. "Everything is ready. Let's head towards the iceberg." The little bug carried Xianxia on its back and directly crashed into a hole in the outer wall of the iceberg, entering the interior of the mountain. Xianxia had already seen this enormous iceberg with his lightning photoelectric eye when he was outside. It was hollow and there was still a vast space inside. After entering, he saw that there was indeed something else. There was actually an ice crystal forest inside the mountain, and the temperature inside was several thousand degrees colder than outside. "It's in here, about 100 miles ahead." The serpent carefully sensed the earth elemental fluctuations and accurately determined the location of the dragon scale. As for Xianxia, he looked into the ice crystal forest and saw dense specks of light coming into his eyes. Each of these spots represented a living creature. Xianxia frowned and said, "In that ice crystal forest, many ice crystals and trees are hiding fierce beasts. Should we kill them all along the way? Or should we lure them all together and kill them at the same time?" The big snake said, "Kill your way over. It's not easy for you to move, so it's not easy for the little bug to protect you." "All right, let's go." Xianxia let go of the bug and let the bug fight. The big snake flew out and transformed into a flying snake about 10 meters long, letting Xianxia lie on his back, while the little bird stood beside Xianxia with a pickaxe, playing with the bug I just caught. The little bug held the silver spear and walked in front of him majestically. He lowered his head, his eyes were gray and silver, and his aura was very restrained. Right in front of him, 2 ice crystal trees suddenly exploded, and 2 ordinary beasts jumped out of them. These 2 beasts were both species that Xianxia had never seen before. They were things with enormous ice crystal wings that resembled standing birds. As for these 2 beasts, they were both at the Martial Saint first layer. The little bug rushed forward, holding a spear in its right hand, stabbing a ferocious beast's chest. Its left hand grabbed the other ferocious beast's face, fiercely throwing its body onto the spear head. One shot and 2 Martial Saint beasts jumped, leaving the 2 beasts with no time to react. Following that, the little bug picked up both of the beasts and threw them towards Xianxia. Xianxia placed a ferocious beast on the back of the serpent. His right hand pressed down on the other ferocious beast's body and began to release his dream body to absorb the ferocious beast's cultivation. Dream Dao still had a few minutes left to absorb a vicious beast. "Little Sparrow, cut open their bodies and see if there are any Holy Spirit stones." The little bird walked over crooked and used a pickaxe to split the 2 beasts apart, but in the end, it found nothing. Continuing forward, ice crystals and trees exploded on both sides, and Martial Saint ferocious beasts jumped out one after another. There were a total of 8 ordinary beasts, and there were quite a few of them. However, ordinary beasts weren't worth mentioning in front of the golden blood vicious beast. The little bug held the silver spear in its hand and its body turned into a snow-white light beam. The light beam drew a huge arc, passing through all the ferocious beasts. At the same time, all the ferocious beasts disappeared. When the little bug returned to its original position, the murderers were all stabbed onto the silver spears and thrown back onto the back of the big snake. Little Sparrow was responsible for examining them one by one. The little bug tossed over a few ferocious beasts, and he quickly used a pickaxe to cut open the ferocious beast's body, groping inside for a while. Ah! Little Sparrow's eyes lit up as he used his pickaxe to bite the 3 medial-grade sacred spirit stones and placed them in front of Xianxia. Not bad. Xianxia smiled and said, "The harvest is very big. I didn't expect that I would obtain 3 medial-grade Saint Spirit stones in a row. As for the remaining corpses of the beasts, it's better to throw them away." Xianxia kicked down the corpses of those ferocious beasts one after another and abandoned them without any heartache. The small secret realm disappeared in a few days. After Xianxia returned to the eternal secret realm, he would not stay there for too long and would return to the human world. There was no way to bring back the corpses of these ferocious beasts. No matter how much he took, it was useless. Just the corpses of those martial saint beetles were enough for him to absorb. The nether ghost cultivation technique had to be absorbed by the dream body, and within the time limit of the dream Tao, only one beast could be absorbed every day. The small group continued forward, killing along the way. The interior of this iceberg was truly a huge treasury. There were so many fierce beasts inside, although most of them weren't of high rank. However, this was already quite good. It was not easy to find an ordinary beast in the eternal secret realm. The crux of the matter was that this extremely cold north belonged to the heavenly tribulation realm, according to Wang Chongfeng. Martial artists of other realms were too restricted here. Heavenly tribulation experts were disdainful of taking the time to kill these ordinary ferocious beasts. Then this place would become Xianxia's exclusive treasure land. So far, the number of ordinary ferocious beasts that the little bug had killed had already reached over 100. However, Xianxia's harvest wasn't very impressive, as if his luck had been used up. Apart from the 3 intermediate-grade Saint Spirit stones that the little bird dug out just now, there were only 7 inferior-grade Saint Spirit stones in total. Looks like my appetite has been raised. Xianxia shook his head and threw the 7 inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones into his storage ring. This was not easy. The martial artists of other guilds would often gather in groups. 40 to 50 people would enter the eternal secret realm together. After going back and forth a few times, they might not be able to obtain 7 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. As for those divine martial realm martial artists who were responsible for delivering water, they were even more miserable. They could only get 1 after half a year of hard work. Xianxia's previous harvests were too abundant, causing his appetite to grow. After seeing the low-grade sacred spirit stones, it was difficult for him to cause any emotions to fluctuate in his heart. At this moment, there were still more than 30 miles to go before the dragon scale. The road behind him was filled with the corpses of ordinary beasts. Right at this place, Xianxia felt that the aura around him had changed. A streak of lightning flashed through his pupils. After observing it with his lightning-like eyes, he discovered that the light in the surrounding ice crystals and trees had increased by a notch. "Silver blood vicious beast," Xianxia said silently. Sure enough, 3 nearby trees exploded. 3 silver blood vicious beasts dressed in black shells with silver lines on them jumped out. These 3 silver blood vicious beasts were all at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, and they were a small realm higher than even the little bugs. The 3 silver blood vicious beasts couldn't help but say something and immediately rushed towards the little bug from 3 different directions. The little bug held the silver spear in its hand and bent its body into the shape of a large bow. Its eyes became even colder and more ruthless. When the 3 silver blood fierce beasts arrived, the little bug moved. He moved like lightning, and the body of the bow let out a loud crash, causing his entire body to eject into a trail of light. Chong! The sharp spear tip of the silver spear hit the chest of a silver-blooded vicious beast. The spear tip swept past, creating a long string of sparks. After the little bug finished its attack, it shot towards the 2nd ferocious beast without turning its head. At this moment, The shell on the chest of the first silver blood vicious beast split open with a cracking sound, and its entire body split into two with a rumbling sound, falling to the ground. When the first fierce beast fell, the back of the second fierce beast was sliced open by the spear, and its body split apart, falling to the ground. The third silver blood vicious beast's eyes moved, and it actually directly attacked Xianxia. He came very suddenly. The little bug was chasing after him, but it was already too late. Unexpectedly, when the three ferocious beasts charged forward, their division of labor had already been completed. The third ferocious beast was not heading towards the little bug at all. It was clearly heading towards Xianxia. Not good. Xianxia's eyes moved. The silver blood vicious beast of the third martial saint stage had already arrived in front of him, and the sharp claw of its right hand was about to pierce towards Xianxia's head. At this moment, the little bird rushed out with a weird cry. With a pickaxe, it pierced through the head of the silver blood vicious beast. The silver blood fierce beast froze in midair, and then its chest bulged high. With a pew sound, a silver spear tip pierced out. It was the little bug that rushed back. Xianxia stroked the little bird's head in surprise and said, "Amazing! A silver blood vicious beast at the third level of the martial saint stage. You killed it with a hoe." The little sparrow raised its chest high and walked over with the general. It tore a piece of the silver blood vicious beast's corpse and put it into its mouth to chew. This behavior had never happened before. The little bird hadn't eaten any of the ordinary murderers that Little Charge had killed earlier. But now, the silver blood vicious beast, he began to swallow it again. Moreover, the little sparrow's realm had clearly loosened, starting from the first level of the martial saint realm to the middle level of the first level. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, "I thought that after the little bird became the little golden-blooded bird, the ferocious beasts below the golden-blooded level wouldn't have improved. So it turns out that it's okay to devour the silver-blooded ferocious beasts. Bug. Bring back the other two corpses and let the little bird eat them." The little bug returned and placed the corpses of the silver blood vicious beast on the back of the big snake. The little bird crossed its legs, grabbed the flesh and blood of the beast with its left hand, and used its pickaxe to bite off the flesh and blood of the other beast with its right hand. Xianxia discovered that although the little sparrow's realm had also increased, the increase was very small. First, little sparrow was already at the martial saint first layer. The beast he ate was at the martial saint third layer. The difference was not too great. Second, little sparrow's own level was equivalent to golden blood. It was much better than drinking blood. In this way, the increase in cultivation realm brought about by devouring a ferocious beast would not be so obvious. However, the early stage was fine. After eating all three beasts, little sparrow's realm had also risen to the middle stage of the martial saint first layer. Kabang! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound in the little bird's mouth. With a sad face, he reached out his hand and dug into his mouth. He dug around and took out a high-grade sacred spirit stone. Aha! Xianxia snatched it over and hugged the little bird and kissed it. Great! There are another 100 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. Including this one, there were already 6 high-grade sacred spirit stones. Peek and turn. Xianxia's luck increased again. They had killed 33 silver blood vicious beasts all the way to the location of the dragon scale. The total harvest was actually as much as 4 high-grade Holy Spirit stones. Together with the previous one, it was a total of 10 yuan. It's rich. This time it's really rich. Xianxia laughed heartily. Kid Xianxia, the dragon scale is already in front of us. Be careful. I have an ominous premonition. The snake's deep voice came. Xianxia followed the big snake's gaze and saw a huge ice crystal tree right in front of him. The diameter of the ice tree had already reached 7 meters. Not even a dozen grown men could carry him. Such thick ice trees were very rare. They were 2 to 3 times thicker than those ice trees from before. On the surface of the ice tree, there was a strange layer of golden veins slowly stirring. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. As soon as he finished speaking, the metal shattered with a boom. A golden-blooded fierce beast with a perfect figure jumped out of the metal. Holy shit! Xiangnan's pupils shrank as he scolded. There is actually a second golden blood vicious beast in this small secret realm. The little bug was 5 meters tall, and its body was very well proportioned and handsome. However, the golden blood vicious beast in front of him could only be described as a heroic beast. He was a male vicious beast. Although this thing was only 2 heads taller than the little bug, its limbs were nearly twice as thick as the little bug's. His entire body was filled with explosive muscle lines. These so-called muscles were the tall, snow-white shell. The most troublesome thing was that this male golden blood vicious beast possessed the realm of martial sage level 3. He was 1 level taller than a bug. Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, "It's troublesome," the serpent said. "It seems that we have no choice but to fight. With our cultivation and physique, there is probably no chance of escaping from the golden blood vicious beast at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm." Xiangnan quietly threw a drop of blue water onto the ground, allowing the incarnation to enter the blue water to circulate the Tai divine art. The serpent said, "You know it's useless to do this, right? The avatar has to walk for at least 3 days and 3 nights to condense the saber light to the 4th level of the martial saint realm. This is simply not enough to deal with the golden blood vicious beast. Not to mention, this small secret realm will disappear again in that long." "I know," Xiangnan said, "but this is the only thing I can do now." A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. The big snake immediately brought Xiangnan back a distance and looked at the battlefield from afar. The little bug and the golden blood vicious beast both bent down at the same time and bent their bodies. Half a breath later, the two of them bounced towards each other at the same time. The 2 arcs met in midair, but the arc behind the male ferocious beast was longer, indicating that he was faster. At the same time, he jumped farther than the bug. Boom! A huge circular shockwave spread out. At the core of the shockwave, the bug was blasted backwards like a beam of light. The male ferocious beast froze in midair for a moment before launching a second charge at the little bug. Speed, strength, reaction, battle awareness, and all other qualities are inferior to those of the male beast. Xiangnan frowned. Judging from the current situation, the situation was greatly disadvantageous to him. The male ferocious beast's speed was extremely fast. As it charged forward, it raised its right arm high up. The little bug stopped abruptly as it flew backwards. Then, it bent its bow and charged towards the male ferocious beast. The male ferocious beast tilted its head, dodging the spearhead stabbed by the little bug, and used its right hand to cover the little bug's entire face. Boom! Another big explosion occurred. The ferocious beast pressed down a broken line in the air against the little bug and instantly slanted towards the ground, knocking the ice cover out of a huge crater. The little bug's entire face was covered by a ferocious beast. Her legs and feet kicked the ferocious beast into the air. She held a gun in both hands and wanted to jump up to launch a counterattack, but the murderer had already rushed back at an even faster speed. He knelt on the little bug's legs. His left hand grabbed the little bug's face. His right hand turned into a fist and aimed at the little bug's stomach with a fierce hammer. Boom! This punch caused the bug's stomach to sink, and it rebounded back from touching the bottom. Immediately after, the fierce beast's right fist was like a shadow. In an instant, it had already punched the little bug's stomach more than 700 times. Rumbling sounds could be heard endlessly, causing the little bug to be powerless to resist. The enormous ice sheet was struck by this shocking force, causing the ice layer to collapse and explode continuously. Large pieces of floating ice were squeezed into the sky by the force. The huge iceberg was on the verge of collapse, and huge cracks had already appeared on the mountain. The most dangerous thing was that even the little bug's stomach had a tiny crack. That was the outer shell of the golden blood vicious beast. It possessed incomparable defensive power. However, in just an instant it was cracked by the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast did not stop. He raised his right arm high and quickly descended, then raised it high and then descended. The super high-speed attack and the super intense explosive force caused the air cannon to explode before his fist could hit the bug's body. The storm-like attack instantly struck the bug's stomach with 700 or 800 punches. A second crack had appeared on the insect's belly. The little bug struggled to resist, but her strength was no match for the ferocious beast. If this continues, she will be beaten to death, the big snake said. Xiangnan's heart was heavy. With a thought, the spear formed from the dead blade immediately turned into a liquid and covered the worm's entire body, forming a layer of nether silver armor. I have almost no strength to fight back. Xiangnan's expression was extremely solemn. He had already seen clearly the class gap between the ferocious beasts. Amongst human martial artists, the reason why there was a situation of leapfrogging and killing was because of the difference in individual physical fitness, cultivation techniques, martial skills, talent, and battle consciousness. However, there wasn't such a gap between the beasts. They didn't have any martial skills, and the little bug was also a golden blood beast of the same level as the beast. Therefore, in a battle between two vicious beasts like this, the victor and the loser depended entirely on whose realm was higher. Once the male ferocious beast's combat strength surpassed that of the little bug would have almost no chance of turning the tables. What was equally terrible was that the superiority of one's cultivation realm brought about not only an increase in one's combat strength, but also an increase in one's ability to react. The little bug's previous shot was definitely accurate and fast, but the male ferocious beast's reaction speed was even faster. He perfectly dodged the little bug's spear stab. At this moment, the situation of the little bug was still not optimistic. Although it was wrapped in nether silver armor, when the fierce beast's fist landed on the nether silver armor, the vibrating power of its fist was similarly transmitted through the nether silver armor to the bug's own shell, and then through the shell to her body. This could only delay the time it took for the beasts to kill the insects, and could not play a crucial role. Xiangnan raised his fingers, causing the nether silver armor to float up a bit, creating a gap of about 3 inches between the armor and the bug's body. In this way, after the fierce beast's fist hit the armor, it would no longer be able to transmit the vibrating power into the little bug's body. However, Xiangnan's move was only a perfect ideal state. In reality, it wasn't that perfect. The reason for that was because when the fierce beast's fist landed again, it smashed the floating armor back onto the little bug's body, keeping the armor and the little bug in close proximity. However, the time he had gained gave the little bug an opportunity to react. She rolled over from the ground and dodged the next few hundred punches. She grabbed the beast's neck with her left hand and stabbed the beast's face with a gun in her right hand. The speed and strength of this spear could be said to be perfect. It forcefully pierced the spear into a short beam of light at such a short distance. However, that ferocious beast's reaction speed was too fast. It was perfect for suppressing small insects. He dodged the barb with an almost perfect deflection of his head. At the same time, the ferocious beast's waist twisted and its body rolled around. With the help of the rolling force, it used its elbows to heavily hit the bug's chest. Before the little bug could escape from the increasingly large crater, it was smashed to the ground by him again. Looks like there's no hope. The serpent shook its head and said, "These two people are not on the same level." Xiangnan took a deep breath. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the ferocious beast. Following that, a 7-star finger shot out. Boom! The 7-star finger force accurately hit the temple of the ferocious beast. However, as the flames soared into the sky, the ferocious beast slowly turned its head and looked at Xiangnan with cold eyes. Xiangnan's realm was too low. The 7-star finger he released at the 4th level of the divine martial stage was not only unable to injure the ferocious beast in the slightest, it was even unable to slant the head of the ferocious beast even slightly. "You've caused trouble." The big snake sucked in a breath of cold air. "The monster noticed you." The ferocious beast immediately turned around and pointed its face in the direction of Xiangnan. With a bow, it exploded and shot towards Xiangnan. "Move!" the serpent roared. Xiangnan did not move. He knew that even if he moved, there was no possibility of avoiding the beast's attack. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. At this moment, a pair of snow-white palms suddenly grabbed the beast's ankle and pulled it back. The little bug jumped up from the ground. She grabbed the beast's ankle with her right hand and swung it round, fiercely throwing it onto the ground. However, when the ferocious beast was thrown 1 inch away from the ground, he had already forcefully twisted his body. His legs clamped onto the worm's neck at the same time, causing the worm to directly fall to the ground. Following him, he knelt down on one knee on the insect's ferocious beast, and his hands pulled the insect's back head, forcefully pulling her head backwards. "Not good. He wants to break the worm's neck," the big snake said. "Kaka, kaka." The shell on the back of the insect's neck began to crack due to the tremendous pulling force. As the ferocious beast's strength continued to increase, the cracks on the back of the bug's neck grew larger and larger, and along with it, tiny shell fragments were shot out. In another 3 seconds, the ferocious beast's strength would be maximized, directly tearing apart the worm's neck. Without saying a word, Xianxia condensed the annihilation shield and flew towards the ferocious beast, smashing the black annihilation shield onto the ferocious beast's body. However, the flexibility of the annihilation shield was too weak. The ferocious beast instantly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Xianxia. He turned around and waved his leg. His long leg swept across Xianxia's waist, sending him flying. "Kid Xianxia!" The big snake paled in fright. Xianxia was swept into a beam of light and flew a long distance, directly hitting the iceberg wall. After a brutal explosion, Xianxia's shadow fell from the mountain wall. But after a while, Xianxia struggled to get up again. The big snake heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, it's fine. Fortunately, your physical fitness is already comparable to that of a golden blood vicious beast. Otherwise, this kick will directly cut your waist." In the distance, after Xianxia got up, he immediately sat down cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed. "Bug, let me take over your body," Xianxia said silently. At the same time, the silver spear emitted a faint light, while the worm's silver eyes turned black. The big snake quickly looked at the little bug and said, "Little brat Xianxia, is that you?" The little bug took advantage of the gap after the ferocious beast attacked Xianxia and immediately flipped out from the ground. Her right hand trembled and her spear turned into a giant saber. "Hiss! Who?" The little bug raised its face high and took a deep breath. "This is what Martial Saint Level 2 feels like. This is the golden blood vicious beast's physical fitness. Indeed, it is very strong." The big snake laughed and said, "This brat seems to be very dissatisfied with the little bug's fighting spirit. He is ready to go on his own." The ferocious beast turned around and launched a fierce charge at the little bug. At this moment, Xianxia accurately saw the movements of the ferocious beast. After he controlled the little bug's body, he had all the abilities of the little bug. In his eyes, the ferocious beast rushed over and became much slower, as if it had been slowed down by 10 times. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. It was even more satisfying than when Xianxia fought with his own body. With a shocking battle consciousness, Xianxia dodged the charge of the ferocious beast with a light sideways flash. However, the magnitude of the side flash this time was slightly larger. Originally, Xianxia only needed to dodge 64 centimeters to dodge the vicious beast's charge. However, he had just taken control of the little bug's body and wasn't quite used to this new body. This time, a flash of 64.001 centimeters appeared on his side. Perhaps the dodging range deviation was already very, very accurate for other martial artists, even to the point of being terrifyingly accurate. The error of 0.01 centimeters was completely negligible. However, in the martial saint realm, especially in the face of a monster like the golden blood vicious beast whose reaction was heaven-defying, such a small error was fatal. It was precisely because Xianxia had dodged so little that he had wasted an extra flash of time. It was also in this flash that the ferocious beast had enough time. After the charge missed, it quickly turned around and grabbed onto Xianxia's shoulder, throwing Xianxia in front of it. Then, it collided with Xianxia's chest with a shoulder collision, hitting Xianxia's chest. Xianxia was smashed into a beam of light. Before this beam of light could burst out, it was once again grabbed by the ferocious beast's shoulder. Then, he pulled Xiang Nan from the front to the back of his body, and then another shoulder collision. Boom! A third tiny crack appeared on Xiang Nan's chest. The three cracks gathered together, and their junction point shattered, causing fine particles to fall. This is equivalent to opening a small gap. This is like shelling an egg. A complete eggshell makes it impossible for you to do anything, but as long as there is a small hole in the eggshell, it will be much easier. The ferocious beast grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder for the third time and threw him to the left. Then, it collided with Xiang Nan's shoulder and hit the same spot. When Xiang Nan was knocked into a beam of light and was about to fly backwards, he grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder and hit him for the fourth time. This scene was extremely shocking. The ferocious beast's attacks were as dense as a storm. It didn't give Xiang Nan any chance to retaliate. He was like a giant planet that pulled his satellite, making it impossible for it to escape his gravity forever. When he returned to Xiang Nan for the 16th time and hit Xiang Nan in the same position for the 16th time, a large piece of snow-white armor suddenly fell off Xiang Nan's chest. It directly revealed the flesh and blood inside. A cold light flashed through the ferocious beast's eyes. He went to capture Xiang Nan for the 17th time, preparing to give him a final fatal blow. At this moment, Xiang Nan was completely familiar with this new body and the unfamiliar martial saint realm. In an instant, his shoulder shook rapidly. This time, the shaking caused the ferocious beast to miss. Xiang Nan's right foot fell to the ground, and he used his own methods to treat his opponent's body. It was also a shoulder collision that knocked the ferocious beast back. Who? Xiang Nan took a deep breath and smiled. He waved his arm and slammed the huge saber heavily into the air. Zhang! The giant saber emitted a series of vibrations and rumbles. Zhang! The second time Xiang Nan swung his saber, the giant saber let out another rumble. He smiled faintly and walked towards the ferocious beast step by step. With a single step, he swung his giant saber. Clang! 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 This is the sound of battle. Xiang Nan tilted his face and listened to the sound of the saber. This kind of voice, this kind of feeling was extremely familiar. It made Xiang Nan feel as if he was controlling his body. A feeling rose within the iceberg. It felt like the waves of the tide hitting the reef. But it was invisible, colorless, and soundless. This was a type of battle intent. The battle intent was like a tornado rising from the ground, roaring crazily and tearing everything to shreds with all its might. As for Xiang Nan, he was the person standing at the center of the tornado's eyes. What a terrifying aura! The serpent was speechless. It's been a long time since I've seen Xiang Nan, and he burst out with such high fighting spirit. The enemies that Xiang Nan had encountered before were either completely stronger than him or much weaker than him. Only when Xiang Nan met an expert who was equally skilled in combat would he be so excited. The golden blood vicious beast tilted its head. He could also feel Xiang Nan's strong fighting spirit and was similarly stimulated by Xiang Nan's bloodthirsty excitement. The ferocious beast bent its body like a leopard about to pounce on its prey. Half a breath later, he moved. The ferocious beast turned into an arc of light and soared into the sky. It fiercely suppressed its flight trajectory from the sky and shot down towards Xiang Nan. Perfect, divine arc appeared. The accuracy of the arc was as if it had been intercepted from an absolute circle. There was not the slightest deviation, nor was there the slightest misjudgment. It was so perfect, perfect and flawless. Circle, the most standard circle in the world. Xiang Nan smiled faintly. He stabbed the huge saber into the ground and tightly pulled the hilt of the saber with both of his hands. The moment the ferocious beast shot down, Xiang Nan let go. The giant saber was pulled into the shape of a bow and quickly rebounded. The ferocious beast's charge towards Xiang Nan collided with the rebounding saber. Boom! The giant saber was knocked out of the ground and shot out. At the same time, the speed of the ferocious beast's sprint was slowed down by 1/1000th of a second. Xiang Nan jumped up. His left hand grabbed the hilt of the flying saber, and his right hand pressed down on the back of the beast's head. He flipped over the back of the beast 3 times in a row. The saber in his hand swung 3 times in a row. Chong! 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 All 3 slashes accurately hit the back of the ferocious beast, leaving behind 3 deep saber wounds. Nether Silver possessed tremendous restraint against fierce beasts. The ferocious beast had already turned around at the same time it landed on the ground. Just as his feet landed with a trembling sound, he had already rushed back in the opposite direction, launching a second charge towards Xianxia. Xianxia held the knife in his right hand and stretched out his left hand. When the ferocious beast rushed forward and his shoulder had already pressed against Xianxia's left hand, Xianxia suddenly pulled his left hand back. With the ferocious beast's charge, his body suddenly rotated once. When the ferocious beast missed Xianxia, it stretched out its right hand to grab Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia took half a step back. He moved his left shoulder backwards, avoiding being caught by the ferocious beast. At the same time, his right hand held a saber and he sliced down heavily. Chong! The giant saber cut open a large wound on the fierce beast's arm. The ferocious beast once again landed on the ground and rushed backwards, charging once again. Xianxia still stretched out his left hand. The instant his fingertips touched the ferocious beast's body, he pulled it back abruptly. He let the ferocious beast's charging power be applied to his left arm. Then, his body rotated once more according to the force from the collision of his left arm. Following which, a knife slashed down, leaving behind another wound on the ferocious beast's body. What, unable to heal? Xianxia licked the blade. Above the blade was the golden blood left behind by the golden blood vicious beast. The golden blood vicious beast was enraged. He roared and ran towards Xianxia quickly. This time, he was no longer prepared to use a fast charge with only one strike. He was prepared to fight Xianxia in close combat. The ferocious beast rushed forward and threw 3 punches at Xianxia's face. The 3 fists were as swift as the wind, and they really brought out circles of arcuate winds to disturb Xianxia's body. These 3 circles of strong winds rotated counterclockwise. If Xianxia dodged his fist, he would be caught by the fierce wind, causing his dodging movements to deviate. In the end, he would still be hit by his fist. If he dodged the wind, his fist would still hit Xianxia in the gap between the strong winds. As for Xianxia, he did something that the golden blood vicious beast had never expected. He did not dodge his fists, nor did he dodge the spirit wind. Instead, he went towards the spirit wind. He inserted his left hand into the spirit wind, and according to the counterclockwise rotation of the spirit wind, the punch was twisted into an arc fist. The fist landed perfectly on the beast's wrist. At the same time, Xianxia held the saber in his right hand and smashed the hilt of the saber onto the beast's elbow, causing the beast to move half a minute to the left. This distance was enough to attack with the blade of a giant saber. Xianxia did not hesitate to turn his saber around. The saber approached the hilt of the saber and hit the ferocious beast's shoulder. The ferocious beast took half a step back and wanted to retaliate, but Xianxia also caught up half a step, drawing his saber and clashing his knees. He nailed his knee to the beast's stomach and pushed it back half a step. Xianxia slashed out again, hitting the beast's shoulder as well. The ferocious beast did not retreat any further and instead crashed into Xianxia's embrace. Xianxia grabbed the beast's shoulder with his left hand and used his strength to spin around. Then he slashed the beast's shoulder from behind. When the ferocious beast turned around, Xianxia had already leapt up and once again struck the ferocious beast's shoulder. The ferocious beast raised its hands high to grab Xianxia. Xianxia's legs grabbed the ferocious beast's left arm and swung down. In the process, it still struck the ferocious beast's shoulder with a knife. After several consecutive slashes, the entire right arm of the ferocious beast was finally cut off by Qi Zhen. Xianxia was like a snake. He wrapped his body around the beast's left arm and swam between its legs, from behind to its predecessor. One saber, right on the beast's left shoulder. He grabbed the beast's shoulder and flipped over its head. One saber, and hit the beast's left shoulder. The ferocious beast retracted its left arm and flipped backwards. Its legs swept towards Xianxia, and its entire body turned into a head and feet. Xianxia let go of the giant saber and raised his arms high up, making a big rock spread its wings. The fierce beast's legs swept through the gap between the giant saber and Xianxia, and a strong wind blew Xianxia down. Xianxia hooked the blade light with one foot and supported the ground with his left hand. Raise your leg, hook your saber, elbow the back of the beast, receive the saber with your right hand, and chop the beast's left shoulder with the saber. Swoosh! That ferocious beast's left arm was also cut off by Qi Zhen. Xianxia swam past the beast's crotch and struck it in the stomach. He grabbed the knee of the beast and swam himself back from the beast's crotch to the back of the beast. Then he struck the back of the beast with a backhand saber. This saber strike coincided with the strike on the stomach of the ferocious beast and was in a straight line. The ferocious beast turned around and stepped on Xianxia. Xianxia wrapped his legs around the ferocious beast's right leg, and his body curled up like a snake. Following the retracted right leg of the ferocious beast, he swung down again, hitting the back of the ferocious beast with a knife. The ferocious beast jumped like thunder, its feet exploding like a storm towards the ground, trying to crush Xianxia. Xianxia's saber extended both of his arms forward, and then his arms arched in the shape of a crescent moon, pushing the fierce beast's legs into an arc. In the next moment, Xianxia waved his arms and drew a large gossip map. His arms rotated, turning the ferocious beast into the air, and his body was also spinning rapidly. When Xianxia received the saber shadow flashed 4 times into the golden-blooded fierce beast that flew in midair, instantly split into 2. Zhang! Xianxia stood still and fiercely swung his huge saber. He looked down at the fierce beasts on the ground and said, "You don't know anything about martial arts." The people and beasts that had been cut by the blade of the deceased were unable to heal in a short period of time. Originally, for ferocious beasts, waist slashes weren't fatal injuries at all. Unless they were shattered, as long as they still had a portion of their bodies that could move, they would still be able to continue fighting. But now, everything is different. After struggling for a while, the broken body of the ferocious beast finally began to gush out golden blood. After an instant, the golden blood vicious beast finally stopped moving. Who? Xianxia rubbed his aching body and used his giant saber to twist the golden blood vicious beast's body for a while before flipping out 2 high-grade Holy Spirit stones. The harvest is not small. The snake smiled and said, "Killing such a golden blood vicious beast was indeed a waste of effort." Before the word husband could be spoken, the serpent stopped. His eyes stared behind Xianxia with fear in them. Xianxia also stopped moving. He could feel that the golden blood vicious beast stood up again behind him. How is this possible? Xianxia's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and saw the golden blood vicious beast's face. At this moment, it was as if the air had solidified. Isn't this thing afraid of the blade of the dead? He can't die? However, a moment later, the golden blood vicious beast did not make any movements. Instead, it stood in front of Xianxia in a daze. "Kid Xianxia's saber. Look at your saber," the big snake exclaimed. Xianxia already understood what had happened. His eyes were filled with joy. He lowered his head and saw that the giant saber was shining slightly. "Controlled," Xianxia said happily. "This male ferocious beast is also under control. But how is this possible?" Xianxia looked at the serpent in confusion and said, "Didn't you say that with my vitality? I can only control a 2nd-level martial saint beast at this stage? Furthermore, when you said this, I was at the 7th level of the divine martial arts. Now, I am only at the 4th level of the divine martial arts. Logically speaking, the number and realm of ferocious beasts that I can control will decrease. Why did it increase instead?" After thinking for a while, the big snake's eyes lit up and said, "I know. Because you ate the spirit void pill, your vitality has increased by a few levels." "Oh, I see." Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. This thought really made sense. Right now, his physical fitness was already comparable to that of an authentic dragon race. This kind of improvement should not only be in terms of physical fitness, but also in terms of vitality. Obviously, the dragon race's vitality was definitely stronger than humans. And now, Xiangnan was the strongest human that could compare to the dragon race. The serpent said, "Feel that the blade of the dead is a threat to your life. Is it reaching its limit?" Xiangnan closed his eyes and said after a while, "No, I can still use the death blade to control some more beasts. However, it's not enough to control a golden blood vicious beast at the martial saint realm. There's no need to be busy." According to Xiangnan's own feeling, he could probably control another 2 martial saint level 1 silver blood vicious beasts before he reached his limit. However, the silver blood vicious beast was useless to him now, so there was no need to do such superfluous things. Xiangnan escaped from the control of the little bug's body and returned to his true body. Then, he gave an order to the male ferocious beast. This order was to retrieve the dragon scale. Xiangnan could directly occupy the right to use the body of a ferocious beast, just like how he used his own body. However, he could not inherit the memory of the ferocious beast, so he could not find where the dragon scale was. At the same time, he could also give a direct order to the beasts to move on their own, such as battle orders. At this time, Xiangnan did not have control over the body of the beasts, so he could only order the beasts. The good thing was that their bodies were still ferocious beasts, and they knew what they had done. Sure enough, the male ferocious beast flew up, and with a whoosh, it turned into a beam of light that pierced through the ice. Not long after, the male ferocious beast flew back. At the same time, he held a huge monster in his hands. It was an earthen yellow scale. The size of the dragon scale caught Xiangnan off guard. A dragon scale could actually be as big as a town in the human world. It was like a small island. This is too big. Xiangnan was both surprised and surprised. The serpent smiled and said, "Look at the size of the Dragon Valley. This isn't surprising." "That's true," Xiangnan said. Afterwards, Xiangnan made a huge black robe and threw it at the male ferocious beast. He looked at his 2 golden blood fierce beasts with satisfaction and said, "What should I name this male fierce beast?" The little bird hugged the pickaxe and chewed on a green worm, muttering, "Maggots. Little maggot?" Xiangnan shook his head helplessly. "No, this is too abnormal. Forget about having a little bug, and adding a little maggot, I really can't stand it." Xiangnan rubbed his chin and sized up the male ferocious beast for a while before saying, "It's so strong. Why don't you just call it De Zhuang?" The serpent almost spat out a mouthful of blood and scolded, "Is this a much better name than the little bird? Why don't you just call him Erniu?" Xiangnan rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "Forget it. I'm really not good at naming names." "Then it's called Dali. Little bug is called Xiang Xiaochong. His name is Xiang Dali, so it's settled. Little bug, great strength, little sparrow, big snake. Let's go." The scene was very quiet. The little bird concentrated on eating the bugs. The big snake was speechless. As for the little bugs and Dali, they didn't have the ability to express their opinions at all. He was too lazy to comment on these 4 names. The 4 of them could only accept their fate and fly out. Xiangnan watched as they flew farther and farther away and cursed loudly, "Fuck you! Come back and give me a hand. Beasts! I can't move my legs. Do you want me to crawl back?" The little bird stood on top of the big snake's head, turned around, and pointed at Xiangnan with a majestic pickaxe, saying, "Waste." The serpent said, "It's trash, not trash. The word object can't be dismantled like this." Xiangnan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He endured the humiliation first. According to Wang Chongfeng, the small secret realm was about to disappear. It would suddenly disappear and go to another unfamiliar area in the eternal secret realm. Before that, Xiangnan only had one last day to leave the small secret realm. Wang Chongfeng didn't say much about this. Xiangnan only knew that when the small secret realm disappeared, he would be thrown out. However, he had no choice but to know exactly where he would be thrown and remain where he was. The eternal secret realm was so vast, if it was really thrown into an unfamiliar realm, without the guidance of a teleportation array, it was unknown if it would be able to return to the human world. Fortunately, Little Bug and Great Strength were both flying extremely fast. The two of them dragged Xiang Nan along and rushed out of the small secret realm. Just as Wang Chongfeng said, what Xiang Nan saw along the way was indeed like this. There were no human martial artists anymore in the place he passed by. It seemed that the Bai clan had already left early. At this moment, in the small secret realm, only Xiang Nan was left empty. But now, when Xiang Nan left the small secret realm, he was much more prestigious than when he came. Two rare golden blood vicious beasts led the way. Along the way, all the demons and devils didn't dare to come out to cause trouble. Wherever they passed, plants and monsters were all trembling on the ground. About 18 hours later, the environment inside the small secret realm began to become dazed. The mountains, trees, deserts, and icy plains became unreal. It looked like a reflection on the surface of the water, but it was even more absent-minded. Furthermore, the trance became even more intense. Later on, Xiang Nan even had a feeling that his vision had become blurry and he was unable to see the world clearly. He guessed that this was the sign before the small secret realm disappeared. Fortunately, at the 21st hour, the small secret realm was already a muddled expanse, completely unable to distinguish the outline and color of the scenery. Xiang Nan finally arrived at the edge of the spherical mirror and rushed out. With a flash, the world in front of him became clear again. Xiang Nan immediately went to observe the little bug and dolly, only to find that the two golden-blooded beasts were still alive and had not been detained by the little secret realm. So he heaved a sigh of relief. Count it as a harvest. Xiang Nan revealed everything he had obtained. 1 desert heart, 1 prism heart, 11 low-grade Holy Spirit stones, 3 intermediate-grade Holy Spirit stones, and 12 high-grade Holy Spirit stones. All right, Xiang Nan smiled and said, if we convert all of them into low-grade Holy Spirit stones, these will be considered 1,241 yuan. A big harvest. Yes, laughed the serpent. In addition to that, there is also the fallen heavenly lightning. At that time, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Then, which one should I absorb first? Xiang Nan muttered. The serpent said, absorb the sacred spirit stones first. Right now, the amount of sacred spirit stones you need to upgrade your cultivation is not large. Use the sacred spirit stones to upgrade your cultivation first, then absorb the divine lightning, and then upgrade your cultivation by about 3 levels. This is more economical. Yes, that makes sense. Xiang Nan nodded and said, it's time to go. Let's go to Dragon Valley. He raised his head to look at the enormous dragon scale and thought to himself, this time, the Dark North monstrous clan has been saved. So Meng Dai, that girl, can be at ease. Little bug, do your best to conceal your aura. Don't let anyone discover your identities. Let's go, let's go. The golden blood fierce beast had this ability. The silver blood fierce beast that Xiang Nan had seen for the first time deliberately concealed its aura, making it impossible for Xiang Nan to see through it even with his lightning vision. As for the golden blood vicious beast's ability to conceal its aura, it could only be even more outstanding. After the two of them concealed their auras, they were practically invisible in front of Xiang Nan. If he hadn't seen the two of them with his own eyes, Xiang Nan would have thought that little bug and great strength were just illusions. This kind of innate skill is truly heaven-defying. Xiang Nan said enviously, if I also have this ability, wouldn't I be able to become the #1 killer in the world? Bang bang. The little bird knocked on Xiang Nan's shoulder twice with a pickaxe and said, you can also do it for me. Xiang Nan lowered his head and looked at the 2 bloody holes in his shoulder. He shouted, little bastard, don't forget your current strength. Are you trying to chisel me to death? The little bird tilted its head and handed over a big green insect. Bug system, eat it. Get lost. Xiang Nan scolded. Can you apologize now? Little sparrow thought for a moment, then took out another one and said, eat too. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, forget it, let's not talk. Xiang Nan quickly returned to the teleportation portal that he had left on the road. 2 days later, he returned to Dragon Valley. Looking from afar, the Dragon Valley appeared on the horizon, covered in large areas of forest. Could be considered to be relatively secret. Wrapping around the entire Dragon Valley was an incomparably gigantic spherical demonic chi shield. This was left behind by the Demon Emperor to protect the Dragon Valley. Xianxia sighed with emotion. Right now, my physique and the Demon Emperor are on par. I really can't believe it. The last time I saw the Demon Emperor, it didn't seem long ago. It really seemed like another world. After bidding farewell to the Demon Emperor, Xianxia went to the Nether Realm, went to various small planes, and arrived at the Saint Realm. In a blink of an eye, he also possessed such a powerful body and 2 heaven-defying golden blood vicious beasts. Life is like a dream. There's only 3 months left before Bai Wudao and Shen Qingzhu get married. I've been in the secret realm for too long this time. I need to hurry back. I'm afraid we're running out of 1,000 messengers left for Li Huan and the others. As long as the signaling wasn't damaged, it could be used indefinitely. However, only Xianxia was able to put a water bag in the blue water, and no one else could do it. Thinking about it, the business of delivering water should be getting hotter and hotter. I wonder if the 1,000 signaling orders are enough or not. Perhaps they have already been used up. Xianxia quietly floated outside the barrier. Finally, someone from the demon race flew over and opened the demon chi shield for Xianxia. He's back. It's boiling. Within the Dragon Valley, all the demons raised their heads to look at Xianxia. Those eyes were filled with surprise and reverence. Xianxia lifted the enormous dragon scale and flew through the air. Countless demon races crawled on the ground and knelt down devoutly to the precious dragon scales of the mountain range Dragon King. I'm back. The old Dragon King's dragon scales are back. The demons who were crawling on the ground couldn't help but choke. I thought we'd lost our dragon scales forever. An old demon cried excitedly. Following that, countless demon races flew into the sky and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia flew forward, while they followed him. At this moment, Xianxia, the human who had retrieved the dragon scale for Dragon Valley, had already become the warrior in their hearts. The deeper Xianxia flew into the Dragon Valley, the more he began to enter the demon territories of higher classes. At this time, large groups of demons rose from the ground, and all of them flew in front of Xianxia. An enormous tribe held onto Xianxia's path. One of the old men floated out and placed his right hand on Xianxia's chest. He bowed slightly. On behalf of the Red Snake tribe, I express my sincerest gratitude to you, my warrior. After saying that, the Red Snake clan all made way. Xianxia flew forward, and the Red Snake clan followed behind him devoutly. However, their devotion came from their devotion to the dragon scale, not to Xianxia. Another group flew up and said, on behalf of the fire apes, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to my beloved human friends. The next group flew up and said, good man, we, the South Sea Tiger Shark race, respect you. A group of female demons flew up and saluted. Thank you, human warrior. Thank you for bringing back the dragon scale for us, so that our Dragon Valley can see the dawn of tomorrow again. You will be our friend forever. As Xianxia flew all the way, he was greeted by various ethnic groups to express his gratitude. After thanking them, that ethnic group followed behind Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. The last time he left Dragon Valley, he had lost his beloved woman. He brought along the mockery of Dragon Valley, along with the almost impossible task, and left with a lonely heart. The only thing he left behind for Dragon Valley was a desolate back, and the only thing accompanying him was a saber. When he returned to Dragon Valley, he was greeted by a beautiful flower, a kind smile, and thunderous applause. In this world, was it true that only the wicked could take advantage of it? Is it true that people with good intentions can only live lowly and can only be sad birds that can never eat worms? Honest people deserve to be bullied? Beauty, wealth, and power were destined to belong to bad people? Am I going to fuck you? I don't believe in this evil. Xianxia scolded. The Dark North monstrous clan had received the news long ago and had rushed over in large numbers. When they saw the dragon scale, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. Dream Butterfly, the beautiful man, and Feng Yun rushed to Xianxia immediately. The beautiful man grabbed Xianxia's hands and said excitedly, little brother, You really brought back the dragon scale for us? Our Dark North monster race is saved. Xianxia smiled. Meng Dai clasped her fists and said, Great kindness. I don't know how to repay you. You're welcome, Xianxia said. You should. The words ought to be startled Meng Dai. She could not understand Xianxia's motives for saying those words. You are truly a hero of our Dragon Valley, said Fengyun. If all humans are as friendly to us as you are, then we should be able to live together peacefully. Xianxia nodded and said, That has always been my dream. If possible, I am willing to work hard for this matter. In fact, Xianxia had already done so. Ever since his first visit to the Black Sharp Demon Cave and the Demon Emperor, he had strengthened this confidence. However, the problem between the two races did not only exist in the Six Emperors world, it also existed in the Sacred Domain. It existed in multiple small planes at the same time. The demons could tolerate humans. For example, in those planes where the demons were respected, the demons were the dominant group. The humans were just subordinates of the demons, but the demons were willing to bring the humans to the Sacred Domain. However, in a world where humans were respected, humans never treated the demons as true friends. They only treated the demons as tools to be used or even slaves. Just by looking at the human region of the Sacred Domain, one could see that there wasn't even a single demon race, and one could see where the problem lay. In the end, this was still because of the natural sense of superiority that humans felt. Finally, Xianxia added another sentence. He looked at Fengyun, then turned his gaze to Meng Dai and said, Please let me know when the two of you get married in the future. I will definitely do my best to participate. As soon as these words were spoken, Meng Dai and Fengyun exchanged glances, and both of them started laughing. Let's go. The handsome man patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, The tribes on the first staircase are already waiting at the venue. This is the place where our Dark North monster tribe was judged. More and more demons joined in. Whenever the demons came to welcome Xianxia cupped his fists and said a few words. At that day's meeting, these people called out the loudest, Kill that human. But now their styles have changed drastically. Xianxia was not interested in hitting them in the face, nor did he feel the need to do so. Just like the day of the Judgment Assembly, all the ethnic groups in the entire Dragon Valley had arrived, and there were even more people than on the day of the Judgment Assembly. That day, only a group of representatives from the various races had been sent to participate in the conference. But today, not only were they representatives, but even the ordinary demon crowd from each race had come to observe the lost dragon scales. At this moment, it could be said that a group of demons were dancing wildly. Heaven, earth, air, and earth were all demons. Looking around, the number of demons was as large as an endless ocean. Extremely shocking. Young human, you have done everything you promised. The great elder of the volcano dragon walked over. Under everyone's gaze, the great elder bowed deeply to Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly helped the great elder up. To be fair, Xianxia had a good impression of this old man. Back then, he was also the great elder of the volcanic Yalong clan at the trial assembly. He had obtained an opportunity for himself. Senior, I absolutely dare not. Xianxia hurriedly said, I have said that I will definitely do it, let alone bring back the dragon scale. I did not do it for nothing. This junior cannot afford such a big gift. Xianxia did not feel that he was that great. What he was thinking was very simple. It was clearly just taking people's money and eliminating calamities. He brought back the Dragon Scale and Dragon Valley to forgive the Dark North Demon Clan and gave it to Xianxia for the fallen Heavenly Lightning. This was a deal. In Xianxia's eyes, he had only completed his mission. Too much flattery made Xianxia feel uncomfortable. If this continued, he would be embarrassed to take the fallen Heavenly Lightning. On the contrary, Xianxia's humble behavior immediately attracted the admiration of all the demons. The group of demons nodded their heads and wore friendly smiles. The Grand Elder was also extremely surprised. He looked deeply at Xianxia and said, I thought that you would definitely bring back the Dragon Scale and report the hatred of the Judgment Assembly that day. At the very least, you should ruthlessly ridicule us. I'm even prepared to be ridiculed by you. Xianxia shook his head and said, Then why bother? We were born in chaotic times, and we were all miserable people. The great elder sighed and said, "You don't understand what bringing back the dragon scale for us means to our Dragon Valley. It's not as simple as protecting the Dragon Valley. At the same time, it also allows us, who have been together for thousands of years, to continue living together." All right, I won't say anything more. That's not the style of our demon race. I hereby declare that this human youth brought back by the Dark North monster race has retrieved the dragon scale for us. As a result, the Dark North monster race will be pardoned. Agreed. The elders of the volcanic Yalong clan nodded their heads in succession. Agreed. The elders of the Iron Blood arachnid race also agreed. Agreed. The towering giants of the Universe C race let out earth-shattering noises. Agreed. The entire Dragon Valley's demon race let out a heaven-shaking roar. At that moment, tears flowed down the faces of the Dark North demons. It was an incomprehensible feeling for an ethnic group to receive forgiveness and redemption. Xianxia waved his right hand and a huge dragon scale descended from the sky. At this moment, all of the demons crawled on the ground and bowed towards the dragon scale. The 4 elders of the First Staircase clan, along with the elders of the Dark North Demon clan, returned the dragon scale back to its original position and returned it to Dragon Valley. After the return ceremony was completed, the 4 elders arrived in front of Xianxia at the same time. The great elder of the volcano dragon said to Xianxia with a guilty expression, "Thank you very much, but I'm also very sorry that I made you suffer, my child." From a young man to a child, Xianxia's status in Dragon Valley had completely changed. However, Xianxia did not understand this sentence very well. He asked curiously, "Suffering?" The Grand Elder exchanged glances with the elders of the other 3 races, and the 4 of them all sighed. The Great Elder grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "When you left, you were still at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts, but when you returned, you were only at the 4th level of the Divine Martial Arts. You must have suffered a lot in the little secret realm that we can't imagine. We really don't know how to repay you for making such sacrifices for our Dragon Valley." Xianxia was dumbfounded. He was so excited because his cultivation base had dropped. No wonder they were so touched. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could they know that his cultivation had dropped? It was actually the result of eating the Spirit Void pill. This was a good thing. However, Xianxia naturally wouldn't say such words openly. The demons expressed their eager hope that they could give Xianxia some Holy Spirit stones so that he could rise back to his cultivation realm. However, Xianxia waited over and over again and chose to decline. The fallen heavenly lightning was the reward for this mission. Of course, Xianxia had to obtain it, but the Holy Spirit stones were not among the rewards. If he took it, it would mean that he owed Dragon Valley a big favor. Xianxia did not want to owe anyone else a favor. His usual style was to try his best to help people who were in trouble, but once he took someone else's Holy Spirit stones, he would be bound. With Xianxia's Tao heart, he would pay attention to the Dragon Valley at all times in the future. If the Dragon Valley encountered any problems, he would not be able to persuade his conscience and would rush over thousands of miles to help again. It would be better if he didn't want their Holy Spirit stones. He had also landed lightly. Moreover, with his strength and worms, would he worry about not obtaining more Holy Spirit stones? Xianxia's rejection of the Holy Spirit stone had once again shocked the hearts of the demons in Dragon Valley. What kind of human was this? What kind of noble human was this? What kind of great human was this? Xianxia had no idea what he had become after being deified by the demon race. It was precisely because of selfishness that he didn't want the Holy Spirit stones. "Come on, my child. I'll take you to get the fallen thunder." The great elder waved his right hand and brought Xianxia back to the volcanic abyss of the volcanic Yalong group. It was a lie for Xianxia to say that he wasn't excited. What the fallen heavenly lightning could bring him was not only the realm he had obtained after absorbing the divine lightning, but also his high explosive combat strength. The fallen heavenly lightning was the first and only world-exterminating divine lightning that Xianxia had encountered since his rebirth. This divine lightning's super-explosive attribute was something that Xianxia had been thinking about for days and nights. Xianxia finally saw the pure golden fallen heavenly lightning again. This world-exterminating divine lightning was the purest golden color. The lightning arcs that flickered continuously on its surface emitted crackling explosions, containing a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying explosive attribute. "My child, how are you going to take it?" the great elder asked with concern. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Senior, don't worry. I will handle it myself." The great elder had lived for many years and knew what to do when he heard what Xianxia said. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, the great elder tactfully left. He knew that Xianxia's next actions were likely related to a secret of Xianxia's. After the great elder left, the great snake smiled and said, "Seal it up and take away the 7th-ranked fallen heavenly lightning." Xianxia drew a lightning talisman formation on the dead blade. Following that, he circulated the 9 transformations of thunder, sucking the powerful fallen heavenly lightning over and sealing it in the blade of the dead blade. "I finally got it." Xianxia let out a long breath and felt extremely relaxed. And now, it's time to go back to the human world and see how Li Huan and the others are doing. At the same time, we need to exchange the mid-grade and high-grade Holy Spirit stones. Although the Dragon Valley was trying its best to keep Xianxia was determined to return to his heart. It was only then that he was released by the Dragon Valley. However, the Dragon Valley still sent 50 top experts to escort Xianxia. They could not tolerate Xianxia's inexplicable death in the Eternal Secret Realm after making such a great contribution to the Dragon Valley. These 50 people were all Martial Saint 8th and 9th level experts, and all of them were demons from the first staircase. Dream Butterfly, the Beautiful Man, Feng Yun, and the others came to see them off, and nearly a third of the Dark North monster race had also come out. The Dark North Elder expressed his gratitude to Xianxia for a long time, saying that he was sincere. He wished that he could force Xianxia to stay and let him live in the Dark North Elf's territory forever. The Beautiful Man was also very reluctant to part. He liked Xianxia very much. He liked the kind of chivalrous style that Xianxia had on him that he longed for. However, Xianxia smiled. He claimed that he was not a hero and that he was not that clean. Meng Dai's expression was a little confused. She asked another question. "Have we really seen each other somewhere?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Live well for yourself and for the people who care about you. Big brother Feng Yun, take good care of Dream Butterfly. We'll see you in the future if Qingshan doesn't change." With that, Xianxia left valiantly. In the Eternal Secret Realm, the teleportation formations that Xianxia had left behind to serve as coordinates were too close to the safety city of humans, but there were still 50 experts from the demon race beside him. Thus, he could only change his path and use Dragon Valley's own time coordinates to reach the edge of the human world. After bidding farewell to the 50 experts, Xianxia officially stepped out of the Eternal Secret Realm. Behind him came the voices of the 50 people. They shouted loudly, "Little brother, the Dragon Valley is always open to you. If you have time, come back often and take a look." Xianxia waved his back at them and left. Xianxia actually came out. He looked at the power and bugs in the secret realm and thought to himself. It seemed that in the battle for power, the Blade of the Dead had taken away the bugs and the power to use from the Eternal Secret Realm. The first step to leaving the Eternal Secret Realm, Xianxia burned a handful of flames and completely recovered his body. The broken leg was reconnected, and the 2 silver needles finally reached their deadline and fell off. These 2 silver needles are not bad treasures. Xianxia weighed the 2 silver needles in his hand and said, "Although it is only an elementary Dao weapon, it has been tempered to a very powerful offensive power. Although the astral chi used to lock me down has disappeared, there is still a large portion of the astral chi stored inside the silver needles." The serpent said, "Of course. This is a silver needle personally refined by an expert at the 8th level of heavenly tribulation. If it is thrown out, it will be easy to assassinate 2 early heavenly tribulation martial artists. But don't randomly use it. After all, the dipper chi in the silver needle will be used up. Wang Chongfeng won't help you replenish it with good intentions. Xianxia wrapped the 2 silver needles around his arm with lightning power so that he could release them at any time. He breathed in a mouthful of fresh air, and the first step was to exchange for his Holy Spirit stones impatiently. The worst choice was to go to the Great Fire Guild because he was a member of the Great Fire Guild. Everyone there knew him. Once he took out a large amount of high-grade Holy Spirit stones, he would definitely set himself on fire. Therefore, finding a more remote and unfamiliar guild to exchange for Holy Spirit stones was the best choice. Xianxia did not travel far. He found a regular guild near the entrance to the Eternal Secret Realm. This was a branch of the Southern Emperor Guild. In fact, all the 4 Emperor Guilds in Moon City were branch guilds and were not here. The advantage of choosing a regular guild was that Xianxia didn't have to worry that someone would catch up to him and snatch away the Holy Spirit stones after he exchanged them. When Xianxia stood at the window of the South Emperor Guild's exchange hall and looked at the list in his hand, he felt helpless and distressed. 3 intermediate-grade Holy Spirit stones and 12 high-grade Holy Spirit stones were exchanged for a total of 1,230 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. The next line was the fee for exchanging Holy Spirit stones. 123. Every 10 Holy Spirit stones he exchanged for, he would charge a fee of 1. This was simply too much of a headache. Intermediate Holy Spirit stones could be absorbed as 10 low-grade Holy Spirit stones without being exchanged. However, high-grade Holy Spirit stones had to be exchanged. Otherwise, the losses would definitely be much higher than the exchange costs. Xianxia thought of a sliver of luck and said to the staff member, "Look, I want to exchange for 12 high-grade Holy Spirit stones this time. The exchange amount is so large. Can you give me a discount?" The staff member frowned and said, "You know we offer exchange services. This is not an empty-gloved white wolf business. How much manpower and material resources did we expend? How many lives did we sacrifice to obtain this large amount of inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones to exchange for them to save you from that many losses? Could it be that our lives are not lives? Friend, I can tell at a glance that with your cultivation, how could you obtain so many high-grade Saint Spirit stones? You must have been sent by a small guild, right? Your guild stock of low-grade Saint Spirit stones has been emptied, right? You see, I know very well that you came to our place to move goods to save the emergency, but we don't make things difficult for you. Isn't this a kind of cooperation? We're doing business, not charity." Xianxia could understand the staff member's words, but at the same time, he understood another phenomenon. The little guild's abilities were limited, and they might not have enough low-grade Saint Spirit stones to exchange for. There was really no way they would come to the big guild with high-grade Saint Spirit stones to exchange for large amounts of low-grade Saint Spirit stones. To do so would mean that the small guild would also lose a portion of its income from exchanging for remuneration. However, in order to maintain the reputation of the small guild, they must do so. All right. Xianxia shook his head and exchanged the 12 high-grade Holy Spirit stones for 1,080 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. Fortunately, he didn't attract too much attention, because there were quite a lot of people like him. There really were quite a few people from small guilds who quietly came here to exchange. Others had even more money, and they could exchange for tens of thousands of dollars at a time. And this kind of person will definitely not be robbed, because robbing this kind of person is equivalent to robbing an entire guild, and they will fight to the death with you. On the way back to the Great Fire Guild, Xianxia encountered a battle. Easily, this battle had nothing to do with Xianxia. He was also a rare spectator who came to watch other people's battles without worrying about his own dangers. That was a young man who was surrounded by 36 martial Saint Fourth Layer experts. There was a terrifying black birthmark on the young man's face. This birthmark occupied half of his face and divided his face into half black and half white. It was a typical yin-yang face. He left a deep impression on Xianxia. What was even more profound was that this young man with a yin-yang face seemed to be young, but he possessed the realm of martial sage level 1. "I don't want to fight you." The young man looked a little sad. Xianxia noticed that the young man was carrying a large bag behind him. The bag was very long and was wrapped tightly around him. "Kid Xianxia, the one on his back is a dead man," the big snake said. Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat as he focused on the young man's baggage. 36 martial saints surrounded the young man. One of them, a gloomy-looking middle-aged man, sneered, "Ha! Don't you want to fight us? Then you stole 3 of our inferior-grade sacred spirit stones. Could it be that we made it up randomly?" The young man lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I have no other choice." Originally, people still sympathized with the young man, but this time they all shook their heads. Turned out to be a thief. Such a person really did not deserve sympathy. Someone even said coldly, "A good martial sage is unfair to earn money, but choosing to steal it is truly self-depravity." However, Xianxia felt that something was amiss. He could feel that this young man was very strong, a type that was somewhat unusually strong. He was even slightly higher than the average by heavenly clan expert. There was no reason for such a person to steal 3 low-grade sacred spirit stones. This did not make sense at all. "Hand over our holy spirit stones. Damn it, if you steal 3 of our stones, you'll have to repay us 30. The gloomy middle-aged man shouted. Xianxia was even stranger. This middle-aged man only shouted, but did not make a move. He was clearly afraid of that young man with a face full of yin and yang. He thought that they had already fought before. 3 low-grade Holy Spirit stones were useless to these silent people, but it was a matter of dignity for someone to steal something from them. The young man lowered his head and laughed miserably. "Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will take the initiative to seek your death. I only need 3 days. Bullshit." The group of martial sages cursed and shouted, "What the hell are you going to do if you run away? Are you trying to fool a fool?" The young man smiled miserably. "I'm not running. Attack," the middle-aged man ordered. 36 people immediately attacked. At this moment, the young man sighed, but he suddenly stretched out his right hand and swiftly stabbed at an enemy charging towards him. 3 waves of divine astral chi wrapped around his palm, and this seemingly ordinary palm strike actually sent that martial saint 4th stage expert flying. The crowd cried out in alarm. The 1st level of the martial saint realm, and the 4th level of the martial saint realm. The other 35 people had already arrived in front of him. The saber radiance and sword radiance were mixed together, and they were chopping at the young man randomly. They were bound to chop him into meat paste. "I don't want to fight you." The young man lowered his head all the time with a sad look on his face. "You cannot fight, but you must die." The enemy roared. The young man sighed again. His body suddenly dispersed into countless tiny droplets of water. The saber and sword chopped down and were perfectly dodged by the water droplets. Shortly after, the droplets of water condensed into the appearance of a young man behind an enemy. He only saw his left hand pressing down on the shoulder of one of the enemies. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene appeared. The enemy suddenly froze, and the water elementium in his body poured out. In the blink of an eye, all the water elements in the enemy's body were immediately emptied and turned into a sand sculpture. His Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of martial skill was unheard of. Water laws? However, the laws of water had never been used in such a way. Others had turned water elements into sharp icicles, ice spears, and so on. However, this young man actually directly emptied the water elemental energy from the enemy's body. A person's flesh and bones were made up of various elements. Once all the water elements were extracted, the other elements would collapse due to the unstable structure. This caused the martial saint 4th layer expert to be directly extracted into a sand sculpture. Amazing! Xianxia nodded silently. No wonder the 30 martial saints didn't want to make a move at first. In the blink of an eye, the young man had already killed another martial saint level 4 martial artist. However, the reaction of the passers-by was not too great. Logically speaking, the death of 2 martial saint Dang Street was a big sensation. However, for Saint Realm martial artists who were accustomed to seeing life and death were too ordinary. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't need to continue observing. He knew that the man with the face of yin and yang would definitely win. Not to mention 36 4th level martial saint martial artists, even 40 of them were helpless against that young man. As such, the situation was slightly awkward. The young man didn't want to kill anyone. He also knew that he had stolen something from someone else. This was very wrong. The remaining 34 martial saints also didn't want to attack. They knew that rushing forward was death, but they didn't have a choice. Everyone else had stolen their things. Could it be that they had to admit defeat like this? Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock, Xianxia casually threw the 3 intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones into an arc and landed on the ground. Everyone on both sides looked towards the 3 holy spirit stones. Xianxia said to the 34 martial saints, "Isn't it just 30 low-grade sacred spirit stones? I will return the money for him." The young man with the yin-yang face was stunned and looked at Xianxia blankly. Xianxia said, "You don't have to thank me. I'm not helping you. I don't understand you, nor do I want to judge your character. I just don't want your brilliant water martial skill to be lost." The 30 martial saints were right the moment they saw someone stand out. The middle-aged man shouted, $30 is enough? I can compensate you for $30 just now, but now that 2 of our brothers have been killed, aren't you looking down on us by giving us 30 inferior-grade sacred spirit stones? Xianxia smiled and said, "If you want it, then continue fighting with him. This has nothing to do with me. You guys continue to play. I won't accompany you anymore." Who was right and who was wrong? Xianxia didn't want to interfere at all. After saying those words, Xianxia left, leaving only the crowd of pedestrians on the streets in an uproar. 3 intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones. He threw it out with a flick of his hand. The middle-aged martial sage originally wanted to make a mistake with Xianxia, but he discovered that Xianxia didn't dump him at all. He resentfully picked up the Holy Spirit stone from the ground and said to the young man with the face of yin and yang, "This matter isn't over yet. Wait for me." After saying that, the 30-plus people also ran away dejectedly. The young man with the face of yin and yang glanced in the direction where Xianxia left. Xianxia had disappeared, but he remained silent for a moment before bowing in the direction where Xianxia left. The Fire Guild. What? He's gone. Xianxia slapped the table and shouted, "How did he disappear? My 300 brothers are not children. If they say no, then they are gone." Behind the table sat a lazy old man. The old man dug his ears and said, "Ask me, how the hell would I know? You've only joined the Great Fire Guild, not sold yourself to the guild. Do I have to watch over them day and night?" Xianxia's expression was very gloomy. As soon as he returned, he realized that he couldn't find Li Huan and the others. He thought that Li Huan and the others were probably sent to deliver water by the guild. After a careful inquiry, he realized that Li Huan and his group of 300-plus people hadn't shown up for nearly 10 days. Could it be that the enemy has come looking for us? Xianxia gritted his teeth and silently speculated in his heart. There were quite a few people who had enmity with him, and it was unknown who did it. The most likely person was the Bai clan. However, when he was causing trouble in the Little Mystery Realm, all those who knew of his identity were killed. Could it be Wang Chongfeng? But how would Wang Chongfeng know that Li Huan and the others were related to him? No matter what, Xianxia couldn't think of who was behind this. The serpent said, "I guess it's most likely related to blue water. Li Huan and the others have such an important way of delivering water, so it will inevitably attract the coveting of other guilds." Xianxia nodded. "I also thought of this point, but who exactly kidnapped Li Huan and the others? I really don't have the slightest idea. There were at least hundreds of large and small guilds in the enormous Moon City, so they couldn't ask them one by one. Let's take a look at the residents first. Perhaps they left a message," the big snake said. Xianxia immediately returned to his room in the guild and found that there was a message on his desk. Xianxia frowned. He picked up the message and opened it. Inside, a strange man's words floated out. "Is that so, Xiangbei? We are from the Black Rock Guild. Come to Black Rock after you come back. I have something to discuss with you. Remember, come alone. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." At this point in time, his voice was interrupted. Xianxia narrowed his eyes with a cold expression. Sure enough, they were moved by the people from other guilds. Sending a message to the moon spring was too outstanding, and it was too easy to make people jealous. Before you go, it's best to raise your cultivation level. Big Snake knew that Xiangnan's temper was impulsive, so he tried to persuade him in advance. Xiangnan did not say anything. He silently went to a secret room. After making all the preparations, he began to absorb the Holy Spirit stones. His true body and dream body were both at the 4th level of divine martial arts. From the 4th level of the divine martial arts to the 5th level, he needed to consume 8 Holy Spirit stones. Xiangnan took out all the Holy Spirit stones, opened the Dream Dao, threw the 8 Holy Spirit stones into the dream world, and then closed the Dream Dao to save time, allowing the dream body to absorb the 8 Holy Spirit stones in the dream world. When the dream body was done absorbing the 8 pieces, Xiangnan's true body would absorb the 8 used by the dream body. At the same time, he would throw the 16 Holy Spirit stones into the dream world and let the dream body absorb them. In this way, not only could the dream body absorb all the Holy Spirit stones, but even the true body could absorb the same amount of Holy Spirit stones without wasting anything. As he absorbed it, Xiangnan's realm began to grow. From the 4th level of the divine martial arts to the 5th level, and then to the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, absorbing sacred spirit stones was a relatively slow process, but absorbing so many sacred spirit stones was even slower. However, Xiangnan's talent was exceptionally high. His divine talent and the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians guaranteed that he could absorb saint spiritual stones at a much faster rate than ordinary martial artists. After midnight, Xiangnan had absorbed a total of 248 lower Holy Spirit stones, and had just advanced to the 9th level of the divine realm. Finally, the most crucial step had been taken. The martial saint realm was right in front of him. Xiangnan rested for a while, drank 2 large mouthfuls of strong liquor, and then continued to absorb it. His realm was soaring. By noon, a new realm had finally arrived. However, Xiangnan was surprised to discover that he hadn't advanced to martial saint level 1. Rather, it ushered in a completely new and unfamiliar realm. Divine martial 10th layer. Xiangnan suddenly opened his eyes. A strong light flashed in his eyes. He asked curiously, 10th level. I just thought that after consuming the spirit void pill, my previous realm would only reach the 10th level. I didn't expect that I would have to reach the 10th level in the future before I could enter the next realm. The serpent said, "It is indeed very wonderful. However, it seems like you need to reach the 10th level of the divine martial realm, the martial saint realm, and the heavenly tribulation realm as well." Xiangnan looked at the Holy Spirit stones on the ground. He had risen from the 8th level of the divine martial arts to the 9th level of the divine martial arts. At this small level, he had consumed 128 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. From the 9th level of the divine martial arts to the 10th level of the divine martial arts, it also consumed 128 Holy Spirit stones. In other words, this newly added realm had not doubled in consumption. In this way, it was equivalent to upgrading from the 4th level of the divine martial arts to the 10th level of the divine martial arts, absorbing a total of 376 Holy Spirit stones. Then, what about going from the 10th level of the divine realm to the 1st level of the martial sage realm? Xiangnan calculated that he still had 704 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. From the 8th level to the 9th level of the divine martial technique, and from the 9th level to the 10th level, the amount of Holy Spirit stones consumed was the same as 128. Xiangnan muttered, "Since the amount of Saint Spirit stones consumed for advancing to the 10th level hasn't changed, then it's very likely that 256 Saint Spirit stones will be needed for advancing from the 10th level of the divine martial saint realm to the 1st level of the martial saint realm. Try it." He closed his eyes and began to absorb it again. After his cultivation level increased, the speed at which he absorbed the Holy Spirit stones increased. When you were in the divine martial realm, killing people across 3 or 4 small realms was no longer a problem, the serpent said. But the 3 or 4 small realms of the divine martial realm are different from the 3 or 4 small realms of the martial saint realm. In other words, once you reach the martial saint realm, it's already barely enough for you to defeat your enemies by crossing 1 or 2 small realms. However, previously, a martial saint level 2 bug could instantly kill a martial saint level 5 heavenly word realm expert. We can understand it this way. The golden blood vicious beast's physique can kill humans in the martial saint realm, crossing 3 to 4 small realms. And you have the same physique as the golden blood vicious beast. It can also be considered that you can cross up to 4 small realms, right? With your own advantages, crossing 5 small realms is barely possible. If you absorb the fallen heavenly lightning and obtain the attributes of the heavenly lightning, then you should be able to barely surpass another small realm. That is the 6th level of the minor realm. Big Snake had calculated for Xianxia in advance. The comparison of his strength with that of a human martial artist was a good comparison for Xianxia's future battles. It could be said that the predictive calculation given by the Big Snake was already a very optimistic situation. In other words, if Xianxia could only advance to Martial Saint level 1, then he could at most defeat a Martial Saint level 7 human martial artist. This was a very, very exaggerated, almost deified battle record. Almost no one dared to believe what he said. The gap between the martial arts realm and the heavenly tribulation realm increased. If Xianxia was able to kill people in the heavenly viewing realm by 8 small realms, then when he was in the divine martial realm, he could only cross 4 small realms. When he was a martial sage, it would be very difficult to cross 2 small realms. When he reached the heavenly tribulation realm, he could only cross 1 small realm at most. However, Xianxia was able to defeat a 7th level martial saint martial artist with the 1st level martial saint. This terrifying difference in strength originated from Xianxia's various qualities, including his divine talent, spiritual void pill, the attributes of the fallen heavenly thunder, and so on. The reason why Xianxia was able to maintain a strength that far surpassed that of a martial artist of the same realm in all realms was because of his unremitting efforts and countless adventures that had escaped death. Half a day passed in a flash, and it turned dark again. At this moment, Xianxia had already absorbed another 255 low-grade Holy Spirit stones, but his realm had already reached the late stage of the 10th Great Divine Martial Stage. He was just 1 step away from becoming a martial saint. Sure enough, only 255 sacred spirit stones are needed for the final advancement, the serpent said excitedly. At this moment, Xianxia was speechless. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of light. This was an abnormal fluctuation of strength caused by the alternation of the 2 great realms. Martial sage, the meaning represented by these 2 words is extraordinary. It is the 2nd largest realm of the martial arts realm known to mankind. Amongst the countless humans and martial artists in the numerous planes, only a few were able to enter the martial saint realm. If 1 out of every 100 million people could become a martial saint, that would be considered an extremely optimistic guess. In fact, the difficulty was much more exaggerated than this 100 million to 1 ratio. 100 million to 1 looked shocking, but to say nothing else, there were tens of billions of humans on the Blue Tide continent alone. But were there hundreds of martial saints on the Blue Tide continent? This was really not the case. It was already quite good to have dozens of them. However, in the saint realm, martial saints were not that valuable. This was because this was a place where a large number of planar martial artists were gathered. It was the most dangerous and highest-end place in the world of martial arts. At this moment, Xianxia was already absorbing the 256th inferior grade sacred spirit stone. As for his physical condition, it was no longer wrapped in a layer of light, but his entire body, turning into a ball of light. He was a human-shaped light sitting on the ground. The secret room began to shake, and even the entire location of the Great Fire Guild started to shake. At this time, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the sky. Firstly, above Xianxia's head, a circling azure dragon appeared. After circling around the secret chamber for a few times, the azure dragon's phantom suddenly exploded and rushed out of the secret chamber, arriving directly above the entire guild. This caused many martial artists to raise their heads and look up. Someone pointed at the azure dragon and shouted, "My God! Look, it's the dragon soul." Someone said, "Bullshit. That's not a dragon soul. That's obviously a dragon formed from astral chi." However, more people shook their heads in disbelief. No matter what, it was impossible for the shadow to be a soul, let alone something condensed from the Dipper chi. If that was the case, then what was a dragon? How did it appear? At this time, the female guild leader of the Great Fire Guild had also returned from outside. She happened to see the azure dragon in front of her guild's door. Guild leader, what do you think that is? Everyone cried out in alarm and asked. The female president frowned slightly and said, "That's an anomaly." Ah! Many martial artists were stunned. Someone said, "This is impossible. When we advance to the great realm, there will also be phenomena of heaven and earth. However, there has never been such a powerful dragon phantom before. Could it be that the dragons have advanced nearby? Heavens! Could it be the demon emperor of the Six Emperors world?" Someone scolded, "Bullshit! That demon emperor is already at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. What level is he still at?" The female guild leader remained silent as she silently looked at the azure dragon phantom with a thoughtful expression. But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Above the azure dragon phantom, a second dragon phantom appeared. It was a pure black dragon shadow that looked like a ghost. If anyone had seen this dragon before, then he should have recognized it at first glance. This second dragon shadow was not a dragon at all. That was the nether dragon of the nether realm. That's right, this was precisely the phenomenon that Xiangnan's dream body had created when he entered the martial saint realm. Two phenomena of heaven and earth appeared at the same time. This was unprecedented in the famous sacred domain. In the secret room, the serpent exclaimed, "Little brat Xiangnan, your foundation in martial Tao is really too solid. When you advanced to martial sage, the phenomena of heaven and earth that you created were already a little too exaggerated. This might cause complications." Although that was the case, Xiangnan was not in control of the heaven and earth phenomenon. However, this was not the end. Apart from the azure dragon and nether dragon, more worldly phenomena followed. It's getting dark. It was evening, but it wasn't so dark. This scene of darkness also belonged to the phenomenon of heaven and earth. The entire moon city was shrouded in an inexplicable darkness. The darkness was like a black curtain descending from the sky, enveloping the moon city. Xiangnan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He had already arrived at the most critical moment of advancing to martial sage. At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. In the dark night sky, two dragon shadows circled around. Slowly, a red sun rose from the horizon. The sun released a dazzling light, expelling the darkness. The entire moon city was once again shrouded in warm and brilliant sunlight, as if it was a summer sun in the sky. This scene of the blazing sun expelling darkness was not an empty rumor. It symbolized Xiangnan's Tao heart. Countless people stared at the blazing sun in the sky with their mouths agape. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Someone cried out in surprise, "Oh my God! Is there someone who has advanced to the heavenly tribulation realm with such a powerful phenomenon?" At this moment, Xiangnan's spiritual sea began to change. After a martial artist reached the heavenly Yuan realm, the embryonic form of the spirit sea was completed. It was something similar to a miniature universe. Countless dots of light circled around the core of a spirit sea and slowly rotated in a clockwise direction. However, the spirit sea of a martial saint expert had changed. It was still countless dots of light, revolving around the core of the spirit sea. However, the core of the spirit sea had changed from a ball of light to a tiny person of light. That person sat cross-legged at the center of the spiritual sea. His expression exactly the same as Xiangnan's. Martial Sage Level 1. Boom! Xiangnan's body suddenly erupted with a pillar of light that was 10 meters tall. The pillar of light shot into the sky. It pierced through the roof, pierced through the clouds, and ascended to the heavens. When everyone was shocked by the terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon, Xiangnan's successful advancement to martial saint also brought about the last heaven and earth phenomenon. This phenomenon was enough to scare people. The boundless sky slowly opened its eyes. These two eyes seemed to be spying on the human world from the shadows. It spanned the entire sky. Outside the limits of a martial artist's eyesight, it was still those two shocking eyes. This pair of eyes, with a calm expression, stared at the lowly beings in the lower realms. What the hell is that? The big snake was also shocked. He roared, "Look! Look at the sky!" Xiangnan's eyes were still wrapped in light. He looked up and saw the eyes in the sky. At this moment, his eyes also seemed to be looking at Xiangnan, and the two of them had their gazes connected together. Xiangnan's body trembled and he muttered, "That is my eyes." Xiangnan recognized the look in his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, it was indeed his own. But why did his eyes appear in the sky? What did this mean? When Xiangnan exchanged glances with that huge eye, the calm gaze in his eyes began to show even more willful colors. Some of them were compassionate, some were indifferent to life and death, some were reluctant to part with the sadness of life, and some were sad to lose their loved ones. At the same time, his eyes were filled with sharpness and unyielding sharpness. It was impossible for a pair of eyes to show so many completely different emotions at the same time. However, everyone who looked at the pair of eyes did feel such a change. At that moment, it was as if all of Xiangnan's mental processes had entered the depths of every martial artist's heart through a pair of heavenly eyes. They seemed to have experienced Xiangnan's twists and turns and tribulations again, but they were unable to accurately see all the real scenes that Xiangnan had experienced. Only emotions were poured into their hearts. "Why? I'm crying." A martial artist touched his face blankly. On his finger, there were sparkling tears. The coldness and ruthlessness of the martial world had already given these martial artists an iron heart. But now, their hearts had become soft and affectionate. Xiangnan hated this world, but because of his hatred, he loved this world even more. He cherished everything he cherished and wanted to protect everything he cared about. It was as if, in the eternal darkness, a displaced child had discovered a small flower that could shine. He carefully nurtured the flower and carefully protected it from being broken by the wind and rain. It was precisely Xiangnan's complex feelings towards this world that affected everyone who saw those eyes. That feeling did not come from themselves, but from the eyes that had forced Xiangnan's feelings on them. Finally, the serpent came to an enlightenment. He said in shock, "Those eyes are not phenomena of heaven and earth. They are your Tao." Xiangnan muttered, "The eye of all lives." This was Xiangnan's Tao luck. When he was already at the divine martial realm, his Tao luck, which had been stirring for so long, had finally awakened on the day he arrived at the martial saint realm. His Tao was the eye of all lives. He had seen too many emotional eyes. He had seen lovers' eyes of admiration. He had seen enemies' eyes of rage. He had seen lovers' eyes of coldness when they turned against each other. He had seen his parents' loving eyes, his master's sunny eyes, and his brother's eyes of trust. He had seen the child running and howling in the flames, his panicked and helpless eyes. He had seen the old man's eyes full of reluctance and nostalgia when he was dying. He had seen the unrepentant eyes of the wicked, filled with resentment. He had also seen the eyes of experts who ignored the world and had no humanity. It wasn't until now that Xiangnan realized that he had never truly understood this world. He didn't have that much time to experience the lives of ordinary people. He didn't have that much time to go sightseeing and see great rivers and mountains. He had never entered an official sect to experience official battles, nor had he truly fought in a sect for decades in order to build a sect. He had always been on the road, never stopping, so he did not have time to look at the scenery, nor did he have time to experience the customs. The only way he could understand this world was through the looks in everyone's eyes that he had seen before. Love, hate, adventure, warmth, all came from the eyes of everyone he had ever seen. Xiangnan himself shed tears, but these tears did not come from sadness or touching, but from a baptism. Tears weren't just flowing from emotions, it was even more primitive in meaning. It was actually washing the eyes so that it could see more clearly. Xiangnan's eye of all lives was filled with eyes filled with different emotions, and from these eyes, he could sense a completely different power. Kill! Xiangnan's eyes turned cold. In the sky, the pair of enormous eyes of all living beings suddenly changed. Their eyes narrowed slightly, revealing killing intent that devoured everything. At this moment, Every martial artist shrouded in the eyes of all living beings felt a stinging pain all over their bodies, as if countless steel needles had pierced through their bodies. On the other hand, Xianxia's entire body became bleak and cold, and his aura completely changed. This eye of slaughter caused Xianxia's strength to soar. He narrowed his eyes and looked at a table. The table was immediately destroyed by an invisible force at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was shredded into countless pieces. The eye of slaughter made Xianxia's strength as cold as a knife. More importantly, it could greatly weaken the enemy, making their defenses extremely fragile. Anger! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. The eye of all creatures changed again, turning into the eye of anger. Anger made people fearless and powerful. Xianxia's aura changed again, and he actually increased by 3 levels. This was the high explosive power of anger. "Mo," Xianxia said indifferently. His expression changed. The eye of all creatures had also turned into the eye of disdain. These eyes were filled with contempt and ridicule towards everything. It was as if any power was just a joke in front of these eyes. At the same time, Xianxia's surging third-level cultivation realm suddenly disappeared, and he fell to the first level of the martial saint realm. However, a layer of light appeared on his body. Buzz, buzz. The light was so intense that it even emitted an astonishing tremor, like a golden bell covering Xianxia inside. The eye of disdain allowed Xianxia to possess an inconceivable defensive ability. Its contempt also represented Xianxia's unshakable power. However, the eye of disdain had brought with it a 5th level of defense that allowed Xianxia, who was at the first level of the martial saint stage, to directly possess the defensive power of the 5th level of the martial saint said. Xianxia said, "The eye of all creatures changed once again, and the pair of eyes became lowered and disappointed. However, at this moment, all the martial artists shrouded in sadness began to bleed. Their bodies were intact, but traces of hot blood flowed out from their bodies. The eye of sadness could dig into the deepest weaknesses and darkness of the enemy's heart, causing them to lose control of their emotions, causing their battles to become unorderly and chaotic. Xianxia could feel that his Tao luck and the eyes of all living beings were still hiding one last look. This kind of gaze was called the eye of death. However, he didn't dare to release it anymore. He knew very well that things like Tao luck couldn't be used easily, and its backlash on him was also very serious. Back in the eastern region, there was a high-ranking monk who used the Tao of Samsara to send the serpent to hell. At that time, the backlash that the senior monk had suffered had brought him extremely serious injuries. At this moment, Xianxia could clearly feel that his last gaze was also the strongest. This eye of fall could bring him a devastating backlash. At the same time, the power of this gaze was too terrifying. Xianxia even thought that if he really opened the eye of death here, he would probably not be able to grow a single blade of grass below the heavenly tribulation realm in Moon City. Even if a heavenly tribulation realm expert could barely survive, he would still suffer the same blow as Xianxia. In other words, the eye of fall was a life-for-life method. If Xianxia was blown into a half-dead state by his fallen eye, then all of his enemies would enter this state as well. If Xianxia was ruthless and directly used the eye of death to destroy him, then all the people shrouded in the eye of death would also perish together. This was the Tao. Those who died in the moment of death would not be able to use any Tao luck to resurrect themselves, including Xianxia's own rebirth by bathing in flames. However, this was the first time Xianxia had used his Eye of All Lives. This was the first day of awakening the Eye of All Lives, and it was also the first time. If it was used again in the future, it would usher in a true backlash. Xianxia slowly closed his eyes. In the sky, the pair of eyes that were spying on all living beings gradually closed together. The sky once again returned to its normal evening color. A slanted sun hung in the west, as if the scenes that had just appeared were all illusions like dreams. What do you think if I used the Eye of Death to perish with White River? Xianxia lowered his head and said indifferently. The snake fell silent. After a long time, he said, "Don't do this." "Why?" Xianxia laughed miserably and asked, "Isn't this my goal? Now, I finally have the ability to die with the Bai clan. Perhaps I should do this." The serpent was silent for a while, and then said in a hoarse voice, "Then what should we do? I, little sparrow, your family, master, brothers, what should we do? Destroying the White River will only reduce the number of outlaws in this world. However, if you die, the flames of hope in many people's hearts will also be extinguished. Xianxia, even if I'm selfish, I've only met a trustworthy person like you in my entire life. It was you who taught me how to have human feelings. You can't be so selfish. You can't let little sparrow and I become that cold monster again." Xianxia took a deep breath and stared blankly at the roof. Tears unconsciously flowed down his face. This tear was touching. Turned out that I was no longer alone. Your life isn't yours. If you're really a responsible man, don't think about dying with the enemy. He patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Is death terrible? Is it brave? I think death is the weakest act in the world. Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't worry. There's no need to persuade me. I won't be stupid enough to die with the enemy. They're not worthy." However, Big Snake was skeptical of this. From what he knew about Xianxia, it was really possible that Xianxia would do such a crazy thing. The eye of all lives, this kind of Tao luck was simply too terrifying. Especially the eye of fall. It no longer had anything to do with strength or cultivation. At least at this stage, it was within the heavenly tribulation realm. The eye of fall itself represented destruction. At this moment, the door of the secret room was knocked lightly. Xianxia closed his mouth and looked out of the door. He didn't need to see the people behind the door to feel who it was. "Are you all right?" The female president's voice came from outside the door. She was the only one who had discovered the heaven and earth phenomenon. In fact, she was the first to react. She was the only one who had discovered the heaven and earth phenomenon. It was actually someone from Xianxia. "Fortunately," Xianxia said. Outside the door, there was silence. Xianxia smiled faintly. "Are you struggling inside? Should you kill me now?" "Yes." The female president's voice came from outside the door. She said, "I have a peculiar ability. I can tell that the vision of heaven and earth came from you. At the same time, I can also feel the threat you pose. However, I am hesitating whether I should kill you before you have fully grown up." Xianxia said, "If you want, I can't stop you. You can come in now." Outside the door, there was silence again. After a while, the female president's voice became obviously relaxed. She said, "Actually, there are many people in this world who are stronger than me, aren't there? It doesn't matter even if there is one more of you in the future. Anyway, there are so many people who can easily kill me, such as the monsters of the Six Emperors world. But I don't know them, and they have no reason to help me. Fortunately, I know you. Xianxia, if one day you are really as strong as the four emperors, will you forget my kindness to not kill me today?" Xianxia said, "No, let me go today. I will remember this." The female president smiled and said, "This is the best. I know your character. I believe that your words are not nonsense." Xianxia nodded and said, "You know my name is Xianxia." The female president said, "I know. I knew it a long time ago. Do you think I was made for nothing? When you showed your strength, I had already secretly investigated you. Although I am not from the Six Emperors world, there are quite a few warriors from the Six Emperors world in my guild. A while ago, there was someone who disturbed the peace of the Six Emperors world. After he disappeared, there was one more you in the sacred domain. This is not hard to associate with. Didn't you go to the Bai clan to report?" Xianxia asked. The female president laughed loudly. "Your life is very big. To be honest, I'm leaving this time to investigate your identity. I really wanted to tell on you. I would definitely get a lot of benefits from the Northern Emperor, but before I could do so, I saw your heaven and earth phenomenon and your Tao luck." Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not easy to accurately identify that pair of eyes were Tao luck from the heaven and earth phenomenon, not the same phenomenon. "So I changed my mind. The strongest one right now is Bai He, but I don't have any friendship with him. If one day you take over White River's hegemonic position, Wouldn't I have the number one friend in the world? Think about it carefully. The latter is more cost-effective. The female president smiled gently and said, "New emperor, have a good rest." After saying that, the female president's footsteps gradually faded away. A new emperor? Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. There's still a long way to go. But, finally, Xianxia stretched his body and took a deep breath. He finally entered the realm of martial sage. It was really not easy. This martial sage's body and strength were indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Xianxia was still desperately suppressing his own strength, because his strength was not surging, nor was it stirring, but boiling. He was already comparable to a martial saint level 7 martial artist. What was this concept? Ignoring the realm, just talking about strength was equivalent to Xianxia jumping from the divine martial realm to the 7th level of the martial saint realm. What a goddamn leap in strength. Xianxia had to do his utmost to prevent his strength from leaking out. He felt that he was almost unable to suppress the boiling power. The serpent said, "Your improvement this time is unprecedentedly intense. It seems that you have to slowly adapt to this state. With the realm of martial saint level 1, suppressing the strength of martial saint level 7 is indeed not easy." This was indeed one of the troubles that Xianxia had encountered. At this moment, suppressing his strength was even harder than releasing his strength. Xianxia looked at the low-grade Holy Spirit stones on the ground. There were still 452 of them. However, upgrading from Martial Saint Level 1 to Martial Saint Level 2 required 512 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. His Holy Spirit stones were no longer enough. Originally, he had expected that he would be able to advance to the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, but because he had swallowed the Spirit Void pill, he had gained an extra level of cultivation, resulting in a gap of 60 yuan. "Are you absorbing the fallen heavenly lightning now?" the big snake asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I want to wait a bit longer. If I can use the Holy Spirit stone to increase my cultivation, I will try my best not to waste the world devastating divine lightning. It's time to go out and do some activities." Xianxia raised his saber and pushed the door open. Outside the guild, a large number of martial artists were still standing on the streets, looking up at the darkening sky. Xianxia passed by them, but no one knew that this unremarkable young man had caused the world phenomenon before. "You want to go out?" The female president was leaning against the door, flirting with the registrant who was recruiting new members. When Xianxia first arrived at the Great Fire Guild, the female guild leader was messing around with that man. Xianxia nodded. "I'm going to fight. Do you want to come with me?" The female president smiled and said, "Do I have any benefits?" Xianxia said, "What do you think? The person standing in front of you is a new emperor. If the new emperor owes you a debt of gratitude, this benefit should be more attractive than directly giving you a Saint Spirit stone." Xianxia said this in a joking tone, but the female president was serious. "It's hard for you to point at a person and say that this person will be called a 9th-level heavenly tribulation expert in the future. If you really have this confidence, then you will definitely do your best to win him over and even please him. If he doesn't buy it, then your best course of action is to kill him now." As for Xianxia, she was certain that he would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Moreover, during her absence, she had already found out more about Xianxia's background. "I believe you." The female president waved her hand and said, "Let's go." Upon hearing that there was going to be a fight, the guild members who were preparing to go out on missions and had just returned immediately became excited and shouted for them to go together. The female president waved her hand and said, "No need. You are all burdens." These words immediately aroused resentment. On the broad road, there were bright lights on both sides. The martial artists who came and went were hugging each other, enjoying the women with different styles. They were happily squandering their youth of living today and dying tomorrow. A few giant race girls dressed beautifully, intercepting the rugged martial artists in the streets. They were drunk here today. Perhaps tomorrow, they would carry their heads to the eternal secret realm to seek death. Xianxia and the female guild leader walked through the bustling streets every day, appearing somewhat different. Only the two of them were calm. At the same time, Xiangnan was followed by the even more indifferent little bugs and Dolly. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Black Rock Guild," Xiangnan said. "It's not far. It's only 2 blocks away." The female guild leader laughed. "Speaking of which, I have a beautiful history with the guild leader of the Black Rock Guild." Xiangnan shook his head and said, "How many people have you messed with?" The female guild leader smiled and said, "I've slept with anyone who looks good in Moon City." At this point, she blinked at Xiangnan and said, "Among them, there are also women." Xiangnan was completely speechless. The female guild leader smiled and said, "Are you surprised? Do you think that only low-level martial artists are facing the danger of death every day? You must be happy in your life. Do you think that only low-level martial artists are facing the danger of death every day? The same goes for us heavenly tribulation realm cultivators." "I believe that." Xiangnan nodded. He was the same. When he was in the heavenly Yuan realm, he was in danger. When he was in the divine martial realm, he naturally had the helplessness of the divine martial realm. However, the higher the cultivation realm, the lower the mortality rate. That was not because they were stronger, because there would always be people who were stronger than them. That was because they were even more afraid of death. How could the heavenly tribulation realm that they had obtained with great difficulty be like when they were younger, when their brains were hot and they shouted for death? However, Xiangnan was still such a person. It didn't matter what realm he was at. When he wanted to pick up the saber, he was desperate. "We're here." The female guild leader pointed to the front and said, "This is the Black Rock Guild." The main entrance of the Black Rock Guild was much more ridiculous than Xiangnan had imagined. This was a brothel. The female guild leader noticed Xiangnan's surprise and said, "It's nothing. The people in the Black Rock Guild are always a bunch of scumbags. Basically, they do all the dirty business you can imagine. They plunder beautiful women from all planes, including the demons, and sell them in the sacred domain in exchange for Holy Spirit stones. Their guild is itself a place to hide dirt and dirt. The meat business you've seen is still the cleanest part of their guild." A few enchanting dressed women had already come to greet him. They could not help but hug Xiangnan's arm. A dwarf woman even jumped onto Xiangnan's shoulder and whispered in Xiangnan's ear, "Do you want to try a dwarf woman? Although we're small, it's smaller and tighter there." Xiangnan's expression was gloomy. However, the female guild leader was having fun. She was picking up a dwarf girl's chin and licking her lips, saying, "Accompany me tonight. Keeping it safe will make you want to die." "Io," the dwarf girl teased. "Are women playing with women? The guests really have a different taste." The female president giggled and put her hand into the dwarf girl's skirt. She pretended to be curious and said, "Let me touch it. Is it really different?" Xiangnan suddenly felt that bringing this unreliable female guild leader over was really a wrong decision. He shook his head and said, "I'm Li Huan's boss." As soon as these words were spoken, all the girls stopped talking and sneered. The dwarf girl on her shoulder said, "Wait, I'll—" Before she could finish her sentence, the little bird kicked her out and shouted, "You take my place. Bugs make the stink." The dwarf girl got up and pointed at Xiangnan. "Good job, wait for me." With that, she flew into the guild. Later on, a large group of people came out, surrounded by clusters. The leader was a burly man with a 5th-level martial saint realm. The man raised his chin and said to Xiangnan, "You are Xiangbei." "I am Xiangbei," Xiangnan said. The sturdy man nodded and said, "The messenger that you used to deliver the water is not bad. Our Blackrock Guild has bought it out. Serve us in the future." Xiangnan said, "Let me meet my brothers first." "No problem." The burly man led the way and led Xiangnan and the female president into a dungeon. This dungeon had obviously not been used for a long time. There weren't many people who could be imprisoned in this saint realm. Most of them didn't agree with a single word, just directly slaughter them. Xiangnan soon saw Li Huan and the others. 300 brothers were imprisoned here. "Boss!" When everyone saw Xiangnan's gloomy expression, they ran over excitedly and leaned on the railing and shouted loudly. Xiangnan finds Li Huan and asks, "What happened?" Li Huan saw the female guild leader and felt much more at ease. He whispered, "We were robbed. All our messengers were robbed. Even our brothers were beaten up and locked up here. If you weren't the only one who could make that blue liquid, the brothers would have been beaten to death long ago." Xianxia took 2 steps back. An ray of sunlight shone from his right hand, illuminating the gray dungeon. From this look, more than 300 people were beaten to the point that their bodies were covered in bruises. There were still dozens of people lying in the corner dying, and they might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow morning. Such a miserable scene made Xianxia laugh. Xianxia smiled and patted Li Huan on the shoulder, saying, "Wait here." After saying that, he left the dungeon with the female guild leader. "Let's go. Our guild leader has invited us." The strong man led the way and led Xianxia and the others into the hall of the Black Rock Guild. There really wasn't a single guild that could act like the Black Rock Guild. In this guild hall, there was actually a lot of shouting and doing. There were people who had gathered to gamble. Of course, they were all betting on sacred tokens, things that were 100 to 1 with low-grade sacred spirit stones. There were also those who were happy with the woman on the spot, screaming and cursing endlessly. In this chaotic place, the president of the Black Rock Guild was seated inside. It was a strong man from the giant race. He wore simple clothes, his upper body was naked, and his lower body was only a pair of trousers. Although that thing wasn't exposed, the shape it protruded from his personal pants was bigger than a wild donkey's. Xianxia remembered that the female president had said that she had had an affair with guild leader Black Rock before, so he looked at the female president in surprise. The female president ambiguously bumped into Xianxia's shoulder and licked her lips. "Try it? It's very enjoyable." Xianxia endured his nausea and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but let's give it a try. I'm not interested in men." At this time, the president of the Black Rock Guild had already seen Xianxia, but he didn't move. He held the 2 beauties in both his left and right hands and only smiled playfully. Xianxia nodded. There was no point in saying more. He walked to a table and kicked it over. A circle of burly men were throwing dice around the table, but when Xianxia interrupted them, they were all furious. "Are you fucking?" A strong man pointed at Xianxia and was about to curse. The little bug's body flashed as it grabbed the big man's face and threw him to the ground. Pong! Shattered bones and brain fluid shot out into the sky. No one could see the little bug's movements clearly. The scene immediately became quiet. Xianxia stepped on the big man's corpse and said, "Today, I'm going to kill someone, unrelated to the Black Rock Guild. Leave the scene within 3 seconds. Otherwise, life and death will not be compensated." The Black Rock Guild was similar to the Big Fire Guild. They were one of countless small guilds. They only had one Heavenly Tribulation realm expert, the guild leader of the Black Rock Guild. Its realm was on par with the female guild leader of the Great Fire Guild, at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Tribulation. Such a realm was already enough to set up a messy little broken guild. With Heavenly Tribulation experts leading the way, there would naturally be a large number of desperados following. At this moment, Xianxia's move instantly intimidated everyone present. "Hua Hua, how are you?" The Black Rock Guild's guild leader did not look at Xianxia, but greeted the female guild leader. The female president leaned on Xianxia's shoulder and stroked his arm while giggling. "Lu Han, come and see if my little lover is more handsome than you." The Hei Yen guild leader chuckled and said, "You bitch, it's another man." "What? Today, I brought your little playboy here to look for face with me. Black Rock? I'm too bold. You should know that my Black Rock Guild has many more martial saints than your Great Fire Guild. Just for fun, what are you afraid of?" The female guild leader hooked Xianxia's arm and said, "At most, we'll have a fight. If you win, I'll still serve you for half a year." At this time, all the guests in the arena had already retreated into the courtyard, and a group of Black Rock martial saints had surrounded them. More than 100 martial saints and nearly 500 late Divine Realm martial artists surrounded Xianxia and the others until they were completely trapped. The female president used her charming eyes to pick on Xianxia and said, "How should I fight? Tell me. If a Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artist dares to step forward and interfere, then kill him." Xiangnan said as he raised his saber. Leave the rest to me alone. The crowd pressed down on Xiangnan and the others for a while, and they were almost standing close to each other. The president of the Black Rock Guild laughed loudly. Your tone is not small. I wonder how capable you are. Your name is Xiangbei, right? Don't think that by relying on the president of the Great Fire Guild, you can become a pretty boy with no worries about food and clothing. Let me tell you, this woman, Golden Phoenix Flower, can't protect you. Xiangnan smiled and said, there are two paths. One, kneel down and invite my brothers out. Then I'll kill all of you. Second, I will kill all of you. Choose for yourself. A shadow flashed in and whispered in the Black Rock Guild leader's ear. After hearing that, Guild leader Blackrock laughed. He held his chin and looked at Xiangnan, saying, I thought you were very smart, but I found that I overestimated you. Do you know why I haven't made a move yet? I thought you must have brought a large number of experts to ambush me nearby if you dared to come this time. In the end, my discovery shows that you two really came here. Ha 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 ha. Obviously, the person who flashed in just now was a spy. He had already figured out the situation around the Black Rock Guild and did not find any more experts from the Great Fire Guild ambushing nearby. This Black Rock Guild leader was somewhat rough. Didn't you give me two choices? All right, I'll give you two choices too, laughed the Black Rock Guild leader loudly. Either kneel down and beg for mercy. Tell me the formula of blue water, and I'll kill you. Either I catch you, torture you properly, force you to tell me the formula of blue water, and then I'll kill you. Come, little bastard. Choose one to take a look. The crowd burst into laughter. Xiangnan shook his head and said, do it. As soon as Xiangnan finished speaking, the Black Rock Guild leader also raised his hand and pointed, attack! Leave a living person alive. Two voices rang out one after another, and both sides immediately attacked. The Black Rock Guild leader was the first to jump up. He raised his right hand and condensed a spherical astral chi shield, covering the entire Black Rock Guild. The attacks inside could not be leaked out, and the people outside could no longer enter. Don't let any of them go, laughed the Black Rock Guild leader. More than 100 martial saints immediately pulled open the circle and gave Xiangnan and the others an open space. At the same time, more than a dozen martial saint fifth-layer experts simultaneously slashed towards Xiangnan with fierce sword light. Clang, 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 clang. A black shadow flashed on the ground. The little bug, wearing a long black robe, suddenly appeared in front of Xiangnan. It raised its left arm and blocked all the sword lights with its arm. The sword light struck the little bug's body, producing a heavy metallic collision sound. This scene left everyone stunned. A single person blocked all the sword lights of a dozen martial saint fifth-layer experts with his bare hands. However, the next scene could no longer be described as astonishment. Instead, it was unimaginable. The dozen martial saint experts who had chopped out the sword light actually spat out madly blood one after another. Without receiving any attacks, they simultaneously flew backwards, crashing into the pillars of the hall, smashing into the barrier of astral chi, and rebounding back. What? The Black Rock Guild leader stood up abruptly and looked at this scene in disbelief. Even the female guild leader's eyes widened in surprise. Damage rebound. This was the unique ability of a silver blood level or above vicious beast. When he was in the Little Mystery Realm, Xiangnan didn't have much chance to see such an obvious damage rebound, because the martial artists in the Little Mystery Realm were all talented people. When they attacked the silver blood and golden blood vicious beasts, the damage rebound was very weak. Xiangnan had already heard of this when he was in Dragon Valley. However, in front of Black Rock, there was no martial artist with astonishing talent. After they hit the golden blood vicious beast, the damage they had caused rebounded. That was obvious. What the hell? Attack again! The Black Rock Guild leader roared. Another dozen martial saints jumped out. This time, all of them were martial saints sixth-layer experts. They condensed their dipper chi together. This time, they did not fight on their own. Instead, they condensed their dipper chi together to form a super-concentrated dipper chi sword that was 50 meters tall. With a wave of the dipper sword, Even the air started to sob. However, when he saw that the little bug's body was slightly bowed, he immediately stretched out his body with a crashing sound and smashed his fist onto the giant dipper cheese sword that had been hacked down. The fist hit the edge of the sword. This was a seemingly stupid action. Using one's flesh and blood to resist the sharp edge of the dipper sword was completely courting death. But the miracle happened again. That little bug actually shattered the dipper sword with a single punch. At the same time, more than a dozen Martial Saint's sixth-layer experts were simultaneously injured and rebounded. They vomited blood wildly, and their chests exploded. His internal organs, broken bones, flesh and blood exploded like a well. More intense than last time, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the people from Dragon Valley weren't lying. The stronger the person, the more intense the damage rebound would be after hitting a silver blood level or higher ferocious beast. The damage caused by the first round of Martial Saint attacks only caused them to suffer serious injuries and fly away. However, all of the Martial Saint's sixth-layer martial artists in the second round were actually killed. Too shocking. Xianxia finally witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He also understood why ordinary martial artists didn't dare to enter the small secret realm. However, similarly, Martial Saint's sixth-layer martial artists had suffered such a strong rebound in damage, but their attack power was indeed formidable. After the little bug shattered the dipper cheese sword, her arms began to tremble slightly. After all, she was only at the second level of the Martial Saint realm. This time, she was directly clashing with the dipper sword of a dozen or so Martial Saint realm's sixth-level martial artists. These people's realms had already surpassed by Huani's. However, it didn't matter. The little bug only trembled and didn't even receive any injuries. Puppet. The He Yen guild leader narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he said, "What the hell? It's actually a Martial Saint-level puppet." He pointed at Xianxia's nose and shouted, "I should have known that you were actually a profound Tao cultivator. No wonder. No wonder you were able to create such a strange treasure like the blue water droplet." Blue water wasn't rare, but it was a real treasure to be able to hold a water bag with blue water. The Black Rock Guild's group of martial saints all took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock. Those divine martial guild members even ran further away, not daring to approach them at all. "Guild leader, what kind of puppet is this? Why would the damage dealt to the puppet rebound on us?" a guild member asked in panic. No one could recognize the true identity of the little bug. Those who had truly seen the golden blood vicious beast were rare existences. Even if there were people who had seen the golden blood vicious beast at the scene, he still couldn't recognize it because the little bug was no longer alive. She was in a state of death. The Black Rock Guild leader was unable to answer, so he could only say, "Don't be afraid. This is all a crooked demon evil path. Although the profound path's technique is powerful, as long as it is strong enough, it can be forcefully broken. 20 people, 30 people, martial skill." Immediately, 20 Martial Saint's sixth-layer disciples surrounded Xianxia and the others, blocking their path to buy time. The other 30 Martial Saint's sixth-layer experts began to condense their martial skills one after another, preparing to use their martial skills to attack. In fact, the 20 people in charge of containing Xianxia were simply superfluous. Although releasing martial skills required time, Xianxia did not intend to disrupt them. Xianxia only hugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. He was just waiting for those people to release their martial skills, wanting them to give up completely. Those 20 people were already prepared. As long as Xianxia intended to disturb the martial skill condensation of those 30 people, he would immediately make his move. However, he discovered that Xianxia did not have such thoughts. The 20 people looked at each other. They could only stand stiffly on the spot, feeling like a fool. "Advanced profound grade, wave sword," a martial artist shouted with all his might. His astral chi surged, and a vast amount of astral chi swept into the sky like a tide, forming a giant astral chi sword with water veins in the sky. This was no longer a pure dipper sword. It was a martial skill, and the giant sword had a very strong poisonous effect. Xianxia shook his head. It was rare for someone to shout out the name of a martial skill at the same time. That martial artist was obviously timid and wanted to use his high-grade martial skill to intimidate Xianxia. Intermediate profound grade, battle axe. Beginner profound stage, high tension. Intermediate profound grade, dragon absorbs water. The 30 people shouted at the name and grade of their martial skills, causing this intense battle to become somewhat inappropriate. However, although their actions were ridiculous, their combat strength was real. 30 completely different martial skills poured down towards Xianxia in a dazzling manner, illuminating the entire sky. They were experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, and they had already begun to advance towards the heavenly tribulation realm. Little brat Xianxia, this isn't a small secret realm. If the little bug is injured, it might not be able to recover quickly. The big snake said. These martial artists were far inferior to the experts of the heavenly word generation. Even if they were at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, they would definitely not be able to defeat the 5th level of the martial saint realm by Huani and the others. Xianxia was completely capable of letting the little bug dodge all of the martial skills in an instant and kill all of the martial artists. However, he did not intend to do so. What he wanted was to completely crush the confidence of the Black Rock Guild, and a head-on confrontation was the best way to achieve such an effect. Powerful, Xianxia said. The little bug took half a step back and took a walk with great effort. When the 30 martial skills fell, they all had different offensive effects. That vigorous figure shook and let out a low roar. He bent down and bowed, then rushed into the sky with a loud boom, facing off against the enemy. Rumble, 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 rumble. 30 martial skills exploded on Dali. A terrifying gale and flames instantly engulfed the entire Blackrock Guild, destroying all the buildings in the guild like bamboo shards. The 30 martial artists had also suffered an indescribable rebound in damage. They did not use their physical bodies to touch great strength, but their martial skills had touched great strength. As a result, they were in front of everyone's eyes. The 30 warriors all exploded in the sky. 30 balls of flames burst forth like fireworks, mixed with flesh and blood, making the fireworks bright red and brilliant. At the center of the explosion, a shadow stood motionlessly in the cold wind. Li Da's 7-meter-tall figure shocked everyone. Damn it! That's impossible! The Heiyan Guild leader's eyes widened as he took a few steps back. It was incomprehensible. This scene completely overturned Guild leader Blackrock's understanding. He was frightened by the domain he didn't understand. Are you done? Xianxia raised his right hand and said, Then, it's my turn. Pa! Xianxia gave a crisp snap of his finger, then extended his finger forward and said, Not a single one is left. Little bug forcefully bent its body at the same time. Immediately after, there were 2 bangs. It was as if a longbow was suddenly loosened. The sound was clear and crisp, like the last line of defense in the hearts of martial artists. It was completely broken. Little bug and great strength, 2 shadows whistled away. Their battle prowess completely erupted, and the golden patterns on their bodies shone intensely. At that moment, everyone only saw 2 golden bolts of lightning flickering at the scene. In the next moment, Little Bug and Great Strength appeared beside Xianxia at the same time, quietly standing with their hands lowered. Half a second. It only took half a second. The scene was very quiet. Everyone didn't know what had happened, and only Guild leader Blackrock and the female guild leader of the Great Fire Guild were capable of seeing the situation clearly. However, he had personally witnessed these 2 people's extremely fast attacks, and was so shocked that he was unable to open his mouth. Xianxia took a deep breath and blew out his aura. The wind blew. There were over 100 martial saints, and numerous cracks appeared on their bodies. As soon as the might blew, the more than 100 martial saints were divided into more than 100 parts, and some were divided into 70 to 80 parts. Pa 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 pa. The ground was filled with the sound of flesh falling. In just half a second, not a single one of the more than 100 powerful martial saints had survived. His Guild leader Blackrock and Guild leader Big Fire sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. The Black Rock Guild leader's expression changed. He finally realized that he had mentioned the hard iron plate this time. You've provoked the wrong person. Within the ruins of the hall, not a single person survived the heavenly tribulation. Ah! The Black Rock Guild leader finally collapsed and shouted, I painstakingly created the Black Rock Guild. The martial saint expert that I painstakingly cultivated was destroyed by you just like that. Xiangbei, I want your life. He went crazy and threw himself at Xiangnan desperately. The third-level heavenly tribulation astral chi was not something martial sage could understand. Get out of the way! The female guild leader pushed Xiangnan away. She faced him and clashed with the guild leader of Black Rock. Boom! When two heavenly tribulation third-stage experts clashed, the destructive power that erupted was unimaginable. Shit! The female guild leader's expression changed as she hurriedly looked towards Xiangnan and the others. Even if it was Xiangnan, little bug, and great strength, this kind of life form that reached its peak would not be able to survive such an explosion. Xiangnan's body flashed, blocking both little bug and great strength behind him. He himself summoned an oval-shaped annihilation shield, blocking both himself and great strength behind him. The terrifying heavenly tribulation battle wave instantly engulfed Xiangnan's group, but a portion of them were perfectly intercepted by the annihilation shield. However, the Dipper Chi shield that guild leader Blackrock released was destroyed. The aftermath of the heavenly tribulation realm experts' battle spread wildly outside the ruins of the guild. Xiangnan's body flickered at the speed of light, arriving in a certain direction. Then, he summoned the annihilation shield again. This direction just happened to be an oblique line with the dungeon. It was the path that the aftermath of the battle flew through. Once the interception failed, Li Huan and the others would be blown up in the dungeon. Xiangnan's second interception had succeeded. Li Huan and the others survived, but the vicinity of the Black Rock Guild turned into a sea of fire. Large buildings rose from the ground and were swept into pieces by the fierce winds 3 feet from the ground. The dense crowd of pedestrians on the street were still joking, but before they could even realize what was happening, they were shredded into pieces by the oncoming strong winds. Moreover, the aftermath of that palm strike continued to spread and expand. When heavenly calamity realm experts fought, the aftershocks would definitely cause a calamity. Normally, in a small place like Moon City, the heavenly tribulation realm experts of the Little Break Guild might not fight once every few hundred years. They were all afraid of death. But this time, the aftermath of the battle between the two of them was truly unavoidable. Fortunately, the martial practitioners of Moon City reacted quickly enough. The martial practitioners who were farther away could feel the terrifying fluctuations of astral chi. As they approached them, they all rose up from the ground and turned into beams of light that fled into the distance. The astonishing aftershocks of the Dipper Chi formed a huge ball of air that spread in all directions at the speed of sound. None of the items that were swallowed by the air mass could be completely preserved and destroyed. When the female president saw that Xiangnan and his group were unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she felt incredulous. How did these people survive? How many tricks did Xiangnan have? Guild leader Blackrock was even more irritated. He bypassed the female guild leader and rushed towards Xiangnanfei. This person sprinted towards Xiangnan from the sky not far away. A large amount of Dipper Chi condensed behind him instantly exploded. With the explosion of the Dipper Chi, he was pushed towards Xiangnan by the impetus of a high explosion in an instant. Behind him, the astral energy that exploded in the opposite direction was blasted into a fan shape, shooting towards the sky. The fan-shaped explosion area washed away all the dark clouds in the night sky. The strength of the female guild leader should be slightly faster than the Black Rock Guild leader. She quickly chased after the Black Rock Guild leader, but she started half a beat slower than the Black Rock Guild leader. It seemed that she could no longer catch up with the Black Rock Guild leader. It's broken. Hurry up and dodge, the female president shouted. Although she did not believe that Xiangnan could really dodge, there was nothing else she could do. You're courting death. Xiangnan pulled his fingers together, twisted a silver needle out, and casually shot the silver needle out. A silver thread flashed through the Black Rock Guild leader. The silver thread entered between Guild leader Black Rock's eyebrows and shot out from his waist, flying without a trace. Meanwhile, Guild leader Blackrock's body stiffened. He had already died halfway through the sprint, and his corpse was still sprinting at high speed. Xianxia summoned the Annihilation Shield. Pong! The corpse smashed into the Annihilation Shield. Because the corpse was already dead, it no longer possessed the ability to protect its body with any dipper chi. All it possessed was the physical strength of Guild leader Blackrock's body. However, this strength was still not much left after death, and it was simply unable to contend against the Annihilation Shield. Under the stunned gaze of the female Guild leader Blackrock crashed into the black shield and collapsed into countless tiny elemental particles, annihilating everything. This scene seemed to be too shocking. How did you do this? The female president looked at Xianxia in shock, her eyes filled with fear. A third-level heavenly tribulation expert was afraid of a first-level martial artist. Xianxia waved his hand, and the flying silver needle returned and landed in his palm. Looking at the silver needles, Xianxia sighed and thought to himself, "Indeed, it is crippled." The silver needle, personally refined by Sect Master Jisher, had finally used up the last trace of astral chi after easily killing a heavenly tribulation third-stage expert. The material of the needle itself was not a precious treasure, at least for Xianxia. It was not enough to be taken seriously. What was truly formidable was the power of Wang Chongfeng's dipper chi contained within the silver needle. "I'll leave it to you as a souvenir." Xianxia casually tossed the silver needle to the female president. The female guild leader took the silver needle and saw that it was actually a beginner Dao weapon. She was shocked. "This? A Dao weapon? You gave it to me casually?" Xianxia said, "I don't care about that shitty thing. If you like it, you can use it. Although this needle no longer has any astral chi, it is indeed a Dao weapon. You can store a little of your own astral chi every day. If you accumulate a little, you can use it as a killing weapon in the future. Even if you give me the reward for my help." The attributes of this silver needle were pretty good, but it was a bit similar to the Tai divine art. Furthermore, it was far inferior to the Tai divine art. Xianxia really didn't like this kind of thing. The female guild leader did not know what kind of mood she should use to face Xianxia. Everything that happened tonight was so subversive that she felt like she was dreaming. Originally, he had thought that he would come here to help Xianxia contain guild leader Blackrock. But who would have thought that Xianxia would shoot guild leader Blackrock with a single move? "Go and release Li Huan and the others," Xianxia said. The bug's figure flashed and disappeared. The female president swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, What kind of treasure is that black shield of yours? Could it be an intermediate Dao soldier?" Xianxia did not answer. Seeing this, the female guild leader did not ask too much. She knew too much, so it might not be a good thing. Later, Li Huan and the others were all pulled out by the little bug with pale faces. They could sense the heavenly tribulation realm aura fluctuations from before, but they didn't know why they were still alive. No. Li Huan stared blankly at the ruins. "The Black Rock Guild is ruined?" Xianxia nodded. Li Huan hurriedly looked at the female president and said gratefully, "Thank you, President." The female president blushed slightly and felt a rare sense of embarrassment. She pointed at Xianxia and said, "If you want to thank me, then thank your boss. He did it. I'm just a bystander." The 300 people looked at Xianxia in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Xianxia waved his hand. "Stop standing there and go home." Before leaving, Xianxia asked the female president for a banner. In the night sky, the banner pierced through the sky and stabbed into the ruins of the Black Rock Guild with a whoosh. In the night breeze, the banner waved in the wind. This is equivalent to Xianxia declaring to everyone in Moon City that we destroyed this Black Rock Guild and dared to do so. The female guild leader didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your actions are too flashy," Xianxia said. "Show off? I don't think so. I'm just objectively stating a fact." The next day, news of the explosion spread throughout Moon City. The Golden Phoenix Flower of the Great Fire Guild had destroyed the Black Rock Guild. The terrifying heavenly tribulation realm aftershocks from last night had also been felt by all the warriors in Moon City, and they still had lingering fear in their hearts. In Moon City, This was the first time in 70 years that a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist had fought to the death. In Xiangnan's words, Big Fire and Black Rock were both small broken guilds. Only a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist would be able to set up their own guilds with flags. They really didn't have any foundation. However, in Moon City, the Great Fire Guild was more or less influential in places like this. The destruction of Black Rock did not bring disaster to the Great Fire Guild, but instead attracted more people who wanted to join the Great Fire Guild. In this place, whoever had a hard fist represented the law of survival. The female guild leader was naturally delighted from ear to ear. Only this time, the size of the Big Fire Guild could at least double. "This is my second gift to you," Xiangnan said. On the second day, the Great Fire Guild welcomed an unprecedented wave of expansion. A large number of martial artists left their original guilds and lined up to join the fire. What they valued was not only the strength of the guild leader of the Great Fire Guild, that was only part of the reason. More importantly, the guild leader of the Great Fire Guild dared to do it. Killing a heavenly tribulation martial artist with a single word of disagreement was extremely rare in Moon City. Rather than following an old guild leader who had a higher and more powerful cultivation realm, but was cowardly in doing things, it was better to follow a new guild leader who was slightly inferior in cultivation realm but not afraid of the heavens or the earth. At this moment, the Great Fire Guild was overcrowded. More than half of them had come to join the association, while a small number had come to inquire about the news. Was the Black Rock Guild really exterminated by the Golden Phoenix Flower? Looking at the bustling scene, Xiangnan thought to himself, what he could imagine was that not long after, this Great Fire Guild, which wasn't even a third-rate guild, would officially become a third-rate guild. How is the water delivery business? Xiangnan gathered his brothers together and asked. Li Huan said excitedly, "The prospects are very good. After you leave, more and more people are coming to us to deliver water missions. Didn't we only earn one sacred medallion for every time we used a messenger to deliver water? Do you know what happened afterwards?" Xiangnan said, "How is it?" Li Huan said excitedly, "Afterwards, I will get 10 sacred tokens for every water delivery mission." "Ah? Why did you raise the price?" Xiangnanchi said. Li Huanxue laughed and said, "How can it be? The price of water delivery has increased. This is not something that I randomly decided. It was decided by the customer. The matter is like this." After Li Huan said that, Xiangnan finally understood the cause and effect. The task of delivering water was indeed done according to the standard of accepting only one sacred token at a time. However, more and more people came to give out missions after the fame had spread out. This involved a problem, and that was, Xiangnan's subordinates only numbered around 300. Even if each person was responsible for delivering water to a team, together they could only take care of 300 teams. However, there were no fewer than 300 little broken guilds in Moon City. Li Huan and the others were filled with people to do missions. In 10 days, they could only take care of 300 teams. However, the number of teams that came to issue missions instantly increased to more than 600. This number was still increasing dramatically. What about the teams that failed to complete the mission? He could only wait in line and wait until it was his turn to enter the Eternal Secret Realm 10 days later. In this way, a guest thought of a way to cut in line. They were willing to double the price and buy their team to the front. When one team did this, the other teams followed suit, until the price of the water delivery mission was pushed up to 10 sacred tokens. All of this happened only on the 7th day after Xiangnan left. Originally, the number of teams that came to issue missions was still increasing. According to Li Huan's speculation, there would be a chance to break through 1,000 in 3 to 4 days. However, it was also at this time that the Black Rock Guild noticed Li Huan and the others and snatched them away. Xiangnan muttered to himself, "No. How can you take care of only one team by yourself? All you need to do is wait in the secret realm, receive the message when you come, and then release it. In that case, it would be very easy for one person to take care of 10 teams." Li Huan winked at Xiangnan. Xiangnan suddenly said, "You brat. You purposely declared it like this, right?" Everyone laughed sinisterly. Li Huan took out his storage ring and poured a large pile of holy tablets on the table, saying, "Boss, those days, we made so much money that we can exchange it for 50 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. It's all here. Accept it." Brother's eyes lit up. This was a huge fortune. Crucially, it is operating without capital. 50 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. That's really a lot. Xianxia smiled and pushed the sacred tokens back, saying, "Since you are with me, I have an obligation to prepare food for you. I don't want any of these sacred tokens. You and your brothers can split them together." "Ah, but this." Li Huan was shocked. "These can be exchanged for Holy Spirit stones. They can be used to upgrade one's cultivation realm. You don't want one? However, you personally made the messenger. The greatest credit is yours." Xianxia shook his head. "I don't think that's enough. It's not enough to give each of you a low-grade Holy Spirit stone. Don't be so courteous to me. Take it all. Are you running out of blue water? I'll make more. From now on, you will be responsible for delivering water, while I will be responsible for beating the world for you." At this point, Xianxia waved his hand and said, 50 inferior grade sacred spirit stones are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I want to sprinkle the water delivery quest throughout the entire sacred domain. Let all the cities be bathed in the water of the moon spring. I want to monopolize it. I want us to become the #1 water deliverer in the entire sacred region. Xiangxia's words caused the blood of more than 300 people to boil, and their eyes lit up. They had already seen a bright future. Following a boss, what could make them give up the most? It was the future. They seemed to have seen countless Holy Spirit stones fall into their storage rings like rain. Delivering water was the smallest and most trivial task in the Saint Realm, but as long as it could form a monopoly, the prospects were limitless. Whoever it is, as long as you enter the Eternal Secret Realm, you will need the moon spring, right? Then, are you going to keep returning to Safe City to replenish the spring water quickly? Or are you going to send a message to receive the spring water quickly? Any martial artist with brains could immediately tell. "Boss!" Excited, Li Huan slapped the table and said, "Otherwise, let's set up a guild. Always hosting people, and it's not very pleasant." Xianxia nodded and said, "I have the same idea, but at present, it is only in the brewing stage. After all, to set up a guild, at least a heavenly tribulation realm expert should be in charge. All you have to do is deliver water. Leave this matter to me." Xianxia first found the female guild leader and arrived at the reservoir. The moon spring water came from the moon spring, and the moon spring did not exist in Moon City. This kind of spring water could only be found in the larger and more prosperous main city. The city closest to Moon City was called City of Light. The Big Fire Guild would send people to fetch water from the moon springs in the City of Light on a regular basis. Because there were no threats from fierce beasts in the process, it was very safe. Xianxia directly asked the female president for a whole truck of spring water. He threw out 1,000 blue water droplets and floated in the air. Then he stored the 10,000 water bags filled with spring water into each drop of blue water. Each drop of blue water was 10 water bags. After that, he released another 1,000 blue droplets of water and continued to store them. Over and over again, a total of 10,000 drops of blue water had been stored. It should be enough for a while. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and packed the blue water separately. To gain a foothold, it was far from enough for him to be strong. He had to have a huge power that belonged to him. Only if he had a backer would he be qualified to have a fair dialogue with a stronger power group. It was imperative to establish a guild. Xianxia told the female president this idea. "Guild leader Jean, this is what I think." Xianxia directly showed his cards. "Don't call me Guild leader Jean. Call me Pomegranate Flower. The Golden Phoenix Flower is just my stage name," the female guild leader said with a smile. "You still have a stage name?" Xianxia said. The Golden Phoenix Flower smiled. This time, her smile was not wild, but rather a little sad. She said, "Back then I was just a brothel girl. I'm crawling around the Saint Realm step by step. To put it more unpleasantly, I'm just adhering to the nobles, flattering them, currying favor with all sorts of great figures, pushing them aside, climbing up step by step, and finally establishing my own great fire guild. Xianxia fell silent. The pomegranate chirped and said, "Do you look down on me after knowing my identity? It doesn't matter. I'm used to it." Xianxia sighed. "Don't say that. I don't have any opinion about your identity. You're just a struggling woman." Dohua said, "Are you even more determined to leave my guild?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Dohua put away that miserable smile and turned to be wild again. She put her hand on Xianxia's shoulder and teased him. "Then one day when you grow up, will you come back to see me and give me a favor?" Xianxia pushed her arm away and said seriously, "I must leave the Big Fire Guild, but not you, because I am now issuing an official invitation to you to be my vice president." "Huh!" The pomegranate was stunned. Xianxia said, "Of course, in name, you are the president. Only the two of us know that you are the vice president, because I don't want to show my face. It's that simple." It was not a good thing for Xianxia to show himself in public. "Are you really willing to bring me along? Since that's the case, why do you still want to create a new guild? Just use the Great Fire Guild. I'll give you the identity of the guild leader." Xianxia shook his head. He pointed to the window and looked down from here. The Great Fire Guild was filled with martial artists. Xianxia said, "The Great Fire Guild is an ugly place to hide dirt. None of these martial artists are clean. All of them are chickens and dogs. Of course, you can say that they are under pressure to survive, or that I am too arrogant, but I just don't like them. Especially since they are a mob. I don't like them. Kick them all out," Pomegranate said. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm terminally ill. Can't be cleaned up. Give up the Great Fire Guild and start a new guild. My idea is also very simple. The new guild must recruit elites. I don't value realms, but I have to look at potential. Realm? I can give them Holy Spirit stones, but I can't even buy them the potential. You have to be big. You don't just have to be a second-rate or third-rate guild," said the pomegranate flower with a cold gaze. Xianxia placed his hands on the table and stared fixedly at Dohua's eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I want to be the #1 guild in the Saint region, and I want to crush the 4 Emperors Guild. This is my ambition. I only want to ask you if you dare to join me. Perhaps we will never recover, or perhaps we will soar to the sky." The pomegranate sucked in a breath of cold air, and even its lips trembled. This was not ambition at all, this was delusion. Crushing the 4 Emperors Guild? Was this for fun? "Are you afraid?" Xianxia chuckled. "I still have bolder ideas. I'm afraid you won't dare to listen." The pomegranate swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stabilized its mind, saying, "You cough, you say it." Xianxia pointed to the sky and said, "I don't just want to recruit humans. I also want to recruit demons. Even demons. Perhaps you've already heard about the 6 Emperors world. The problem now is no longer one between races, but between the entire world and the White River. It's time for the humans and demons to come together and accept each other." The pomegranate nearly fell under the table and shouted, You. If you do this, you will definitely encounter resistance from all the guilds and the entire human race." Xianxia sneered and knocked on the table. "Let them come as they please. I'll catch them all. I don't believe that they will continue to boycott the demons after they see the human race, the demons, and even the world they fought with the demons in our guild. I understand human nature too well. As long as I give them enough temptation, they are willing to sell their own mother, let alone accept the demons." But the pomegranate took 3 deep breaths in a row to calm herself down and make sure that she wasn't dreaming. "But how do you accept it?" Dohua panted and said, "Could it be that the demon race and demon race are coming just by saying one sentence? You haven't had the chance to talk to them yet, but they've already torn you to shreds. You don't need to worry about this. Leave it to me." Xianxia looked at the pomegranate flower and said, "I only ask you, do you dare to work with me?" "Fuck." Dohua slapped the table and said excitedly, "You must do it. Fuck it. If you dare to go crazy, I will accompany you to the end." Xianxia smiled and said, I've already thought of the name of the new guild. It's called Liei. Blazing Sun Guild? Dohua said, Is it so pompous? Xianxia said, That's how pompous it is. My 300 brothers are the first batch of elders of the new guild. They must bring them along. Next, I have to recruit a batch of top-notch talents. No matter what method I use, I have to recruit a batch of such people. Do you have any eyebrows? Is there such a fellow in Moon City? I don't care about realms. I only care about potential. Dohua thought for a moment and said, Yes, but these people have strange personalities. You may not be able to convince them. At this moment, the door was knocked on. A member of the guild pushed open the door and said, Guild leader. There is a young man with a yin and yang face at the door. He said that he is looking for someone from the Great Fire Guild, but I don't know what his name is. Xianxia smiled and said, It's just one. Coincidentally, the first person I want to see is him. Outside the guild gate, one of them knelt on the ground, raising his sword high in the air, facing the entrance of the Great Fire Guild. When Xianxia saw this person, he hurriedly said, What are you doing? Get up quickly. The man raised his head. It was half of his white cheeks and half of his black cheeks. However, he did not get up. Instead, he sent the sword to Xianxia and said, 3 days ago, you used 3 medial-grade sacred spirit stones to save me. My life is yours. Today, I'm here to die. Just use this sword to kill me. From now on, we will not owe each other anything. Was he really a tough guy? If you say it, you will do it. Once a word was spoken, a hole would be created when it landed on the ground. He had seen many Avengers, but he had never seen anyone who had personally delivered his life to his door. Not only did this person come to die, he had not even prepared a weapon for Xianxia. Xianxia said, 30 low-grade Holy Spirit stones can buy your life. Don't you think that you are too worthless? Well, come with me in the future. Yang shook his head. Xianxia said, Do you think I'm not worthy of being your boss? Draw a line. Let's fight, or what? That Yang face still shook his head. He could already tell that Xianxia would not kill him. He threw the sword on the ground, turned around and left. As he left, he turned around to look at Xianxia. Immediately after, the silhouette disappeared into the vast sea of people. Xianxia did not say anything, nor did he forcefully persuade him to stay. He just looked in the direction where the yin-yang face disappeared, and calmly became absent-minded. Did you fail? Dohua appeared behind Xianxia and said, This kind of talented person usually has a strange temper. If you want to win them over, it will be very difficult. Do you know what I found in his last glance at me? Xianxia said. Dohua shook her head. What did you find? Xianxia said, There is no love in life. I've seen this kind of gaze before. He no longer has any nostalgia for this mortal world. There is no glory in his eyes. You can't succeed no matter what, Dohua said. That may not be the case, Xianxia said. It was night outside Moon City. The seasons in the sacred domain changed very quickly and were very chaotic. Sometimes it was like early summer, but after 2 days it was like deep winter. At this time it was snowing heavily. A lonely figure stepped on the snow 1 foot at a time. The footprints slowly extended and entered the boundless snowstorm. After walking for a while, the figure stopped. Outside Moon City, there were all sorts of strange plants. However, in front of this person, it was the most ordinary-looking plant. However, to the Saint Realm, it was the strangest plant because it did not belong to this place. Pear tree. A gentle barrier wrapped around the pear tree, and there was a circle of slowly flowing liquid in the soil beneath the tree roots. The pear tree blossomed, white and flawless. Yin Yang's face knelt in front of the pear tree, and Nono's mouth sounded as if he was saying something. In a trance, the petals on the pear tree gently fell. Yin Yang face held the flower petal with both hands and reconnected it to the tree branch. A stream of water vapor flowed out from his fingertips and connected the flower petal. But this flower was caught, and other flowers began to wither. He kept picking up the flowers with both hands, and then took them back one by one without tiredness. Since it's already irresistible, why should I forcefully stay? Xiangnan's faint figure gradually became clear as he stood behind the yin-yang face. Yin-yang did not answer, but continued to receive flowers. Xiangnan said, "The season is not right, and there is no sunshine. Even if you use your strength to forcefully renew its life, you can only retain it for a while." That yin-yang face still didn't answer and continued to move. Xiangnan sighed. He stretched out his hand to lure out a ray of sunlight, causing the sunlight to envelop the pear tree. With Xiangnan's sunshine and the water vapor on his yin-yang face, the pear blossom finally stopped withering. Xiangnan sat down side by side with yin-yang face and handed him a wine jar. "Come drink with me for a while," he said. Yin-yang's face didn't answer. Xiangnan smiled and slapped open the mud. He poured a few mouthfuls into the wine jar and said, "I used 3 intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones to exchange for your life. If you agree that your life belongs to me, then I think you have an obligation to answer my questions." Xiangnan knew that this person had no love left, but he was a person who valued the word righteousness very much. Although this didn't sound very true, Xiangnan could only use provocative methods. The yin-yang face hesitated for a moment. Sure enough, he took the wine jar and drank 2 mouthfuls. "You can't stop me," he said. "I want to die today." Xiangnan smiled and looked at the white pear blossom. "Who is buried under the tree?" he said. "My master." Yin-yang's reply was very brief. "That day, the package you were carrying was your master's corpse, right?" Xiangnan said. Yin-yang nodded. Xiangnan used his hand to pick open the front of his yin-yang face. He discovered that the birthmark on his face had spread all the way to his chest, and even continued to spread downwards. Xiangnan said, "From what I see, this is probably not a birthmark. If you insist on leaving, then before you leave, tell me about this tree. You have to leave something behind for me. Since you can't keep your life, then leave behind your story." Yin-yang drank a mouthful of wine and looked up at Pear Tree. "My father was an alcoholic. He beat my mother to death," he said. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "I'm sorry." As he spoke, he wanted to retrieve the wine jar in Yin-yang face's hand. That Yin-yang face blocked Xiangnan's hand and said, "Every time he gets drunk, he will hit me and my mother." It snowed heavily that year. It was about the same as it is now. I remember clearly that he drank too much and beat us up like a lunatic when he came back. At that time, I was young. I didn't know anything but fear. I didn't even know how to stop him. I witnessed my mother being beaten to death by him, but there's nothing I can do. Yin-yang took another sip of wine and said, "Actually, I don't hate him." Xiangnan looked at Yin-yang's face and hesitated, not knowing how to persuade him. The Yin-yang smiled miserably and said, "It's not because I'm too open-minded, but because I thought all fathers in the world were like this." That same day, after he killed my mother, he took the hoe and rushed towards me. I don't remember very clearly what happened after that. I remember in a trance that a heavily injured old man barged in. Then I lived with the old man, and whenever I asked him where my father was, the old man told me that my father had changed his mind and lived a better life in a better place. Years later, I vaguely remembered some fragments of my father's bloody face and the back of an old man digging a hole in the snow. Yin-yang took another sip of wine and said, "That old man treated me very well, but that was the lowest period of his life. He lived in a sorry state. It seems to me that the whole world is chasing after him, but he always gives me half of the food every time he gets it with great difficulty. Not only did he take care of me, he also taught me cultivation techniques and martial skills so that I could learn to protect myself." Yin-yang pointed at the pear tree and said, "That was my happiest time, and there was such a pear tree in the old man's courtyard. I remember that people would often come to kill him, but he was always lucky. Although he was happy, he was often accompanied by a bloody light." "He is your master," Xiangnan said. Yin-yang nodded and said, "Later on, I found out that my master was killed by his enemies when he was a child. He was the only one left. He worked hard to cultivate. In the end, he thought that his strength was enough, so he went to seek revenge from his enemies. In the end, he was defeated and returned. Not only did he fail to get his revenge, he was chased by his enemies all over the world. That was the time when he was chased after. He saved me and took me away. Xianxia asked, "What kind of person is the master you remember?" "He laughs a lot. In my memory, he laughs almost every day, every minute," Inyang said. "That brilliant smile filled my childhood memories. I always thought that master was a smiling person." "This should be your illusion." Xianxia was thoughtful. A person who was annihilated and attempted to take revenge couldn't always wear a smile on his face. Later on, I found out that his nickname was Iron-Faced Butcher. He was a quiet person, and there were legends about him, always accompanied by slaughter and blood. When I grow up, I'll remember. So master is only smiling at me. I'm the only one who has ever seen such a smile. Xianxia nodded. What you see is only the rarest side of him. At home, he is an old man with a friendly smile. Outside, he is a cold-blooded and merciless killer. Master is very smart. He invented a cultivation method. This cultivation method is very powerful, but he failed to succeed. Instead, I succeeded, Inyang said with a face full of emotions. It's the kind of technique that can drain water elements from a person's body. Xianxia said. Inyang said, "Master never told me about his hatred until one day he disappeared. To me, that smiling master is all I have. He is my heavens and my mountains. I looked for him all over the world. I searched everywhere and finally found him by the river who was half dead. I asked him for a long time before I found out about him and his enemies. Master's talent is not good enough. He has encountered a bottleneck. He knows that he will never cross the 9th level of the divine martial arts in his lifetime, so he blindly went to seek revenge. He only wants to die. I heard about the Saint Realm. I brought him to the Saint Realm. I promised him that I would find enough Saint Spirit Stones to make him a martial saint." Xianxia and Inyang's faces touched the wine jar without interrupting him. Inyang said, "We have arrived at the sacred domain, entered the eternal secret realm, and worked hard to slaughter fierce beasts and search for sacred spirit stones. Once, our water bag broke and master was seriously injured. I carried him on my back to escape from the secret realm, but at this time, a fog descended. When we arrived at the edge of the secret realm, I had already stepped out of the secret realm, and master was only one step away. At this moment, the fog enveloped him and trapped him inside. I didn't let go." The tone of Inyang Face's voice was very calm. He did not speak of a grudge that was so bloody. Instead, there was a faint warmth in it. Xianxia looked at the face of Inyang and said, "The black color that occupies half of your body is the eternal shadow." Inyang nodded. "I grabbed master for a day and night. When the second 10 days arrived and the fog was refreshed, I brought him out. Because of this, my master became an eternal shadow, and therefore, I left behind this memento." Inyang's face tore open his jacket. The black and white boundary stretched from his face to his crotch, and the entire right side of his body was black. Xianxia could roughly imagine the scene of a man who was infinitely grateful to his master. At the last moment, he grabbed onto his master's body and stubbornly refused to let go. Xianxia knew about the eternal shadow. Once humans were devoured by the fog, they would become the eternal shadow. I heard that it was an extremely painful process. However, this man spoke so calmly about the heart-wrenching and soul-stirring process with a very plain sentence. Xianxia did not know that the eternal shadow could still be dragged out of the secret realm, but he thought that the eternal shadow should be connected to this man's body, and he was still half alive, so he pulled it out. Xianxia carefully observed the man and used his lightning vision to discover that this man was indeed half dead. Including his right arm, right leg, and right half of his body, he was actually half a corpse. He's a half-dead man. The reason why his right arm and right leg were still able to move was that they should be supported by astral chi, just like how he used astral chi to control a prosthetic limb. "Where are the 3 inferior grade sacred spirit stones?" Xianxia asked. Yin Yang said with a face full of anger. I promised that I would definitely let Master become a martial saint. However, after many attempts, we only managed to gather 253 yuan. There are still 3 left. Later, I entered the secret realm 4 times, but my luck was bad. I didn't even get a single Holy Spirit stone on those 4 occasions. I discovered that Master's eternal shadow has accelerated the rate of dissipation outside the secret realm. His corpse is gradually disappearing, and he is no longer able to hold on. So you have no choice but to steal other people's Holy Spirit stones. Xianxia said. Yin Yang's face was filled with tears. He raised his head to look at the falling snow in the sky and said, When I was young, Master beat me many times. Whenever I was naughty, he would beat me. But he was completely different from when Father beat me. When Master beat me, he cried. He told me time and time again that humans can live in failure, but they must not lose their backbone. I'd rather starve to death than steal it. Xiangnan's eyes also turned red. When I grew up, I didn't do anything that offended my conscience, because that was Master's last line and the only way he could protect his pitiful dignity. Yin Yang said with a face full of anger. But in the end, Yin Yang's voice trembled and choked. He took 3 deep breaths to calm himself down and said, But in the end, I failed him. I don't know what else I can do. I can only steal it. I stole 3 sacred spirit stones and buried the almost transparent corpses of Master and sacred spirit stones under this tree. This is my story. It's very ordinary and simple. That's why you want to die. Xianxia said. I've insulted Master's dignity. I'm not worthy of being his disciple. I'm a thief, Yin Yang said with a face full of anger. Where's the enemy? What about the enemy? Xianxia asked. Yin Yang said, It doesn't matter anymore. Master is dead, and there is no hatred left. Xianxia nodded and said, You are thinking emotionally. Your master has already disappeared, so his enemies are meaningless to you. However, I don't think so. I don't think whether the enemy should die or not has anything to do with whether Master is dead or not. What do you mean? Yin Yang asked. Xianxia said, I will avenge your master. Even if you do, I won't follow you, said the Yin Yang face. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, You misunderstood. I didn't do this to rope you in, but simply to pay tribute to the soul of an old hero. At the same time, I already know this story. I can't tolerate that kind of beast continuing to live. Perhaps your world outlook is completely different from mine, but at least in my place, you damned bastard, you must die. Take the head of your master's enemy and pay tribute to him. If you still want to die at that time, I won't stop you. Strictly speaking, Xianxia was not a person who hated evil. He would not search for all sorts of villains all over the world. Every time he saw a villain, he would kill them with red eyes. He wasn't this kind of person before, and he wouldn't be this kind of person now or in the future. He just did as he pleased. As the big snake said, Xianxia was a very emotional person. Some things, if he did not encounter them, he would not take the initiative to interfere. However, once he encountered them, he would find someone who had angered his heart, and he would definitely kill them. It's fine if you don't meet them, but if you do, you have to take care of them. This was Xiangnan's greatest strength, but it was also his greatest weakness. Xianxia never said that he was a good person. This was not nonsense or posturing, but he really thought so. It was because he knew that he killed people. Even if he killed evil people, it was all out of selfishness. He had to kill those people because he couldn't bear to see them. He couldn't cross this barrier in his heart just because he didn't kill those people. This was selfishness, only satisfying the so-called sense of justice in his heart. Therefore, he felt that he was not a good person, nor was he a true righteous person. A true righteous man is not for selfishness, but for righteousness. However, Xianxia was only being selfish, and coincidentally, his selfishness was similar to the righteousness and direction of others. The name of the Yin Yang face was Blue Sky. This name didn't have any special meaning. It was only because the day that the old man saved Yin Yang face it happened to clear up. The sky was very blue. It was like how he felt when the old man saved him from his father. The world Blue Sky was in was a third-level plane. The strongest person there was only at the first level of the heavenly tribulation. The strongest expert in the first level of heavenly tribulation was the old man's enemy. You can't beat him. Your realms are too far apart. Yang said. Xianxia smiled and said, if you can't beat him, you have to fight him. If you can't beat him now, then think of a way to fight him in the future. If you can't beat him in the future, then think of a way to die at his hands. Isn't that what martial artists do? Lan Tian calmly looked at Xianxia and said, your Dao heart is very hard. Do you know where your hometown is? Xianxia asked. Blue Sky said, I still remember that when we went from our own world to the sacred domain, our master and I wandered in the void for nearly a year, and we were finally saved by the martial artists who passed by. That's good. Follow me. Xianxia grabbed Blue Sky's arm and smashed his head into the space outside Moon City. In the void, Xianxia pulled him forward at the speed of light. The White Flower Realm. This simple name was not given by the White Flower Realm's own people, but by warriors from other planes who had been here before. Just like Xianxia's own hometown, the Five Continents Realm, was named by someone else. This place was more beautiful than Xianxia had imagined. The pear blossom was the most common flower here. Looking around, it was wrapped in silver, as if it was born in the snowy plains. Master Blue Heaven's enemy was a family called the White Flower Clan, whose surname was by Hua. They were the overlords of the White Flower Realm. Returning to his hometown, Lan Tian was not as excited as Xianxia had imagined. Instead, he was very indifferent to this world. To the White Flower Realm, the only thing that Blue Sky had to do with it was his master. Now that his master was gone, this world had lost all meaning to Blue Sky. The White Flower Clan was located in a small city. This entire city was a family business. Today was the wedding day of the White Flower Clan's patriarch and White Flower Tiege's eldest grandson. The White Flower City was very lively and filled with guests and friends who came to congratulate him. Looking at this small third-plane world, Xianxia felt that it was too fragile. What kind of method do you want to take revenge for? Xianxia casually bought some gifts on the street, and the two of them carried them to the White Flower Clan. Should we quietly kill him at his eldest grandson's wedding banquet or after the matter is over? Passers-by looked at Lan Tian with astonished eyes. His yin-yang face was simply too eye-catching. Lan Tian said, since he has come, I want him to die in front of everyone. I want everyone in this world to know that the iron-faced butcher will get revenge. Xianxia patted Lan Tian heavily on the shoulder and said, exactly what I want. The wedding banquet for the eldest grandson of such a great figure will take at least 7 days and 7 nights. Give me 3 days to prepare. This was already the territory of the White Flower Clan. Xianxia tossed a drop of blue water onto the ground, allowing his avatar to enter the blue water. He used the Tai divine art and began to condense the saber light. Currently, Xianxia was at the first level of the Martial Saint stage, so after 3 days and nights of wandering, his saber light could reach the strength of the first level of the Heavenly Tribulation stage. The wedding banquet was lively and lively. Xianxia and Lan Tian entered the wedding banquet that day and went to participate in this grand festival together. They looked at the White Flower Clan's boundless scenery and the faces of the guests. However, no one knew that in this world, in a small corner, there was an old man with hatred who gave birth to a small, pitiful young man with a smile. Blue Sky's gaze finally changed, and a strong emotional fluctuation appeared. The better his enemies lived, the more he hated them. The more glorious the enemy was, the more he could understand how strong the hatred hidden under his master's brilliant smile was. Why should my master spend his life miserably? Why should you live such a dignified life? Blue Sky crushed the wine cup in his hand and gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, there are still 2 days left. Hold on. These 3 days, every minute was torturous for Blue Sky. Every day, the eldest grandson of White Flower Iron Goo brought his wife to toast the guests. They passed by Xianxia and Blue Sky 3 times, and Blue Sky held back his anger 3 times. He didn't have such a clear idea about his master's enemies in his heart. He thought that after his master died, he would be able to leave. But hatred is one of the hardest things to die in this world. He didn't want to take revenge, not because he didn't hate her anymore, but because he didn't see her face with his own eyes. If I make a fuss over their wedding banquet and kill by Huataigu, then wouldn't it be against master's so-called righteousness? Lan Tian suddenly asked. Not really, Xiangnan said. Finally, 3 days and 3 nights passed. Xiangnan could feel that the saber light in the blue water had finally reached the strength of heavenly tribulation level 1. At this time, Bai Huataigu stood on the high platform, stroking his beard and smiling. Beside him stood his eldest grandson and his eldest grandson's wife. On both sides were the elders of the White Flower clan, the younger generation. The White Flower Iron Gu raised his wine cup high and said, "Thank you for your help, my White Flower clan." Xiangnan patted Lan Tian on the shoulder and said, "It's time. Let's do it." Blue Sky had great hatred for the White Flower clan, but at this moment, he didn't know how to begin. He was very embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't dare to make a move, but he didn't know what to do to make the White Flower clan pay for their blood debt and make them feel the most embarrassed. Xiangnan saw through Blue Sky's lack of experience and smiled. "I don't know where to start," he said. "I'll give you a detrimental move. Do you want to hear it?" Blue Sky said, "Speak. Do you know how to get revenge?" Xiangnan said. Blue Sky shook his head. Xiangnan said, "For example, when you were walking on the street, a stranger gave you a slap for no reason. How could you take revenge?" Blue Sky said, "Fight back." Xiangnan shook his head and said, "No, no, no. This is not called revenge. This is only called repayment. Hatred can only arise if you use it for no reason. If you slap him back, he won't have hatred in his heart, because he knows that he deserves it. For example, someone lent you money when you were in trouble. You have to repay it, right? But after you repaid the money, this is only repayment, not repayment. You have to wait for him to be in trouble. After paying him off, you have to give him a sum of money before you can repay him." "You mean?" Blue Sky said. Xiangnan said, "Back then, the White Flower Iron Go destroyed your master's entire sect. Now that you've destroyed the White Flower clan's entire sect, they only deserve it. That White Flower Iron Gu old dog doesn't feel hatred. He only feels regret and can't stop you. If you want revenge, you have to let him taste it. An attack without any reason will make him die with hatred in his heart. Let him experience what it means to come from heaven." Big Snake laughed loudly. "Brat Xiangnan, this move is amazing." Xiangnan thought to himself, "That's right. I'm so damaging. I have many damaging tricks in my heart, but I just don't casually use them to deal with other people. What do you say?" "I'll listen to you." Blue Sky's eyes lit up. Xiangnan said, "Look at me." Xiangnan left the scene with Lan Tian and tossed him a black robe. The two of them put it on together and covered their faces. Then Xiangnan's right hand hooked, and the dozen or so guards of the White Flower clan all flew up and were put into the brocade box by Xiangnan. "Let's go to the banquet." Xiangnan walked to the banquet with the brocade box, the Blue Sky, and the big bugs. The white-robed old dog was still speaking, and the hall was filled with applause and cheers. Xiangnan whispered to Lan Tian, "Don't reveal your strength yet. Suppress it." The Blue Sky suppressed his aura to the lowest point. Xiangnan did the same and shouted, "I heard that the Vernacular clan is celebrating a big day. We also came to congratulate them." Xiangnan's voice was very loud, causing everyone present to immediately become quiet. Everyone looked at Xiangnan and the others with disdain. Now was the time for Bai Huataigu to speak, and they actually dared to interrupt. Bai Huataigu was also very unhappy, but as the host, he had to pretend to be more graceful and cupped his fists to Xiangnan. "Thank you so much." Xiangnan threw the brocade box onto the platform and said, "White Flower Iron Gu, this is a congratulatory gift for your eldest grandson." The brocade box opened in midair, and a string of heads descended one after another. In an instant, the needle fell silently and could be heard. The White Flower Iron G's eyes turned cold, while his eldest grandson was furious. he said in a deep voice. "How dare you come to my wedding banquet to find fault with me?" As he spoke, the eldest grandson was about to charge forward. He was very conceited. He was young and had reached the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm. He thought that he was already very impressive. On the other hand, Bai Hua Tej stopped his eldest grandson and whispered, "Don't let outsiders see jokes on a joyous day." The eldest grandson swallowed his anger and nodded slightly. Bai Hua Tej continued to clasp his fists and smile. "I wonder where we offended these guests? If I offend you, I will make a mistake here. Give me face, white flour, iron goo, and sit down to drink and eat meat. From now on, we will all be friends." The scene immediately burst into applause, and someone shouted to praise the white flour iron goo for his good bearing. Xianxia could feel that Bai Huatai Gu was spying on Xianxia's strength when he said those words. Xianxia immediately used the illusory concealment technique to conceal his spiritual energy fluctuations, disguising himself as an ordinary heavenly Yuan realm martial artist. Upon seeing this, Bai Huatai Gu was immediately confident. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. "There is nothing to offend. We are here today to offer a gift." "Is that so?" Bai Huatai Gu looked at the head of his clan general on the high platform and said, "Since we have finished offering, please take a seat." Xianxia pulled Lan Tian's arm and said, "Sit down." The two of them sat down. Someone brought a new table filled with wine and dishes, but this table was only for Xianxia and the others. Others could clearly tell that these black-robed men were not kind, and no one came over to share a table with Xianxia and the others. Xianxia picked up a mouthful of food and put it in his mouth. After chewing it twice, he spat it out and kicked the table over. He scolded, "Damn! I came here with good intentions to offer you a gift. So why did you give me this kind of pig food? Is the White Flower clan really entertaining guests? You're almost done." The eldest grandson pointed at Xianxia and roared angrily. Many experts from the clans drew out their weapons one after another. Xianxia sneered at Bai Huatai Ji's eyes. Bai Huatai Gu narrowed his eyes and pressed his right hand down. "Change the table for them," he said. The servant came over and carried away the table. He cleaned up all the food on the floor, brought over a new table, and served a table with higher specifications of wine and dishes. Xianxia picked up a mouthful of chopsticks and sniffed in front of his nose. Then, he kicked the table upside down with another kick. "What the hell? It doesn't taste good." The eldest grandson's face was ashen with anger. As for the surrounding guests, they could clearly see that the crowd had all moved to the side, avoiding Xianxia and the others. Bai Huatai Ji's expression darkened as he said, "Change the table again." Another servant came over to pack up his things and change into new dishes. This time, Xianxia didn't even bother to pick up the dishes. He directly kicked the table over and pointed at Bai Huatai Ji's nose and angrily scolded. "Obviously, there are such good dishes, but he didn't take them out at the beginning. Could it be that you look down on us? Grandfather, let me kill them." The eldest son was so angry that his entire body trembled. Bai Huatai Gu cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, "I hope everyone will forgive me for not greeting you properly. It's almost time for you guys to make trouble. Should we be quiet for a while? Come on. Give them another table." Xianxia could clearly feel the fluctuations of Dipper Chi in White Flower Iron Ji's body. He knew that he had already touched the bottom line of that old dog. "I'll see how long you can keep it up." When the fourth table was presented, Xianxia kicked the table that had not yet been erected and directly knocked it over, shouting, "No! This is considered an apology." Bai Huatai Gu also sneered. He waved his hand and said, "Come, these guests must have drunk too much. Send them out." A dozen Heaven Origin Realm martial artists walked over. One of them pushed towards Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Xianxia nodded and whispered, "Do it." As soon as the word attack was spoken, Blue Sky's figure flashed. Immediately after, more than a dozen heavenly Yuan realm martial artists turned into sand sculptures. Hiss! The scene was filled with the sound of breathing in cold air. The eldest grandson was so angry that he jumped into a rage. He pointed at Xianxia and roared, "There's no such thing as bullying people. Xianxia laughed loudly 3 times. Damn your ancestor. That's how he bullied you. If you have the ability, think of a way to go. The white flower Iron Go greeted the guests 3 times in a row, and then said to the guests, everyone saw that it wasn't me who was narrow-minded. It was really someone who came to provoke me today. Wait for me. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia picked up a teacup and threw it out at the speed of light. With a slap, the teacup shattered on by Huatai Ji's forehead. The white flower Iron Go felt a chill run down his spine after being smashed by the teacup. Too strong. This was definitely not the strength a heavenly Yuan realm martial artist should possess. First, the teacup flew over too quickly. Not even he could see it. Second, the strength of the teacup was incomparably shocking, and even an expert of the first level of heavenly tribulation was shaken by it. A cold light flashed in Baihua Tij's eyes as he shouted, where did this expert come from? Don't be afraid and shrink back. Report your origins. Xianxia pointed at the table on the ground and said, give me another decent table of wine and dishes. If you don't give me something that I'm satisfied with, I won't leave. What a cowardly thief. 2 divine martial realm elders jumped out of the White Flower clan and charged towards Xianxia. Blue Sky rushed forward one after another. His speed was much faster than the 2 elders. He saw that Blue Sky swept through the gap between the 2 of them and both of his hands brushed across their shoulders at the same time. The 2 of them were still flying in the air when they quickly desert, scattering into 2 pieces of dust that were thrown away. Killed. The 2 elders of the White Flower clan had been killed on such a joyous day. Don't move. Bai Huatai Gu released 2 strands of astral chi to stop his clansmen. He looked at Xianxia ferociously and said, what grievances do I have against your excellency? Show me a clear path. Xianxia raised his chin high and said, with your grandmother's legs, I just want to make you look bad. How about it? The white flower Iron Goose sneered and roared, good job. After saying that, Bai Huatai Gu shouted and rose from the ground, personally pouncing towards Xianxia. A heavenly tribulation realm expert attacked. The guests nodded their heads in succession. This time, the people who came to cause trouble would definitely not be able to bear it anymore. Retreat. Xianxia pushed Blue Sky behind him with his left hand, and then raised his right hand high up. The sound of a saber rang out in the sky outside the city. The sound of the saber rang through the sky. Following that, a blade light pierced through the sky. Heavenly tribulation. The white flower Iron Gu was flying, and when he suddenly felt the power of the saber light, his heart sank. Xianxia waved his right hand and pointed at the white flower Iron Gu. The blade light immediately turned in the air. Originally, it wanted to fly into Xianxia's hand, but in the air, it changed its trajectory and flew directly towards the white flower Iron Gu. Xianxia commanded the saber light with his right hand and pinched his left fingers. The enormous saber light suddenly began to shatter from the back of the saber. In the end, only the core of the saber light remained. The saber light was originally 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide, but after Xianxia removed a portion of the blade, it was only 1,000 meters long and only 20 centimeters wide. Speed of light, / Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. The blade light instantly accelerated to the speed of light and pierced through his spiritual sea in a state where white flower Iron Gu was completely unable to react. Everyone only saw a flash of light in the sky, and white flower Iron Gu fell down. There was already a bloody hole in his stomach. My spiritual sea. Bai Huatai Gu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at his stomach in disbelief. Ah! My spiritual sea. My cultivation. Everyone was stunned. After letting out a miserable scream, Bai Huatai Gu pointed at Xianxia and shouted, damn it! You actually crippled my cultivation for a meal. Who exactly are you? Blue Sky was behind Xianxia. His breathing was short and his emotions were extremely excited. Xianxia stepped on the table and said, nobody is. I just don't like you. What's wrong with you? I won't spare you. Bai Huatai Gu roared. You won't forgive us? I won't forgive you either. Xianxia raised his finger and said, kill. Blue Sky immediately rushed out. He was already crazy. He randomly grabbed the White Flower clan members. Everyone he grabbed was drained into sand. All of a sudden, cries of grief filled the air, and the guests all fled in all directions. However, Xianxia released a bolt of lightning energy, trapping the entire White Flower clan's grounds. He said, "Blue Sky, kill as many as you want. Who you want to kill is up to you. You bastards. Not a single good person. You guys are not good people even if you lick the legs of the 100 Flowers old dog." Lan Tian roared angrily. "All of you should die. All of you should die." Blue Sky, who had always been silent, finally burst out the wild nature hidden deep within his heart. He cried, he killed, he cried, he ran everywhere. He sketched out scenes in his heart. He sketched the scene of his master coming to the White Flower clan alone to seek revenge. At that time, there must have been a lot of people like this who came to watch the show. They must have thrown stones at master when he was down, mocking him. They watched as their master was severely wounded by the White Flower iron goo, dumping his corpse in the wilderness like a dead dog. With Bai Huatai Ji's cultivation, it was impossible for his master to escape alive at that time. Now, it seemed that Bai Huatai Gu must have deliberately done this to make his master live a life worse than death and live a life of humiliation. Die! 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 All of you deserve to die. Die! Boom! A shocking aura soared into the sky. The astral chi turned into a ray of light, splitting open the chaotic night sky. Surrounding the blue sky was an incomparably huge wind ball. The wind ball was spinning wildly, and everyone engulfed by the wind ball was desert one after another. Their bodies dried up into sand, and fine sand rose up, leaving their bodies and gradually drifting away. Someone was lying on the ground, reaching out to grab the ground, wanting to crawl away, but with a pung sound, the arm collapsed into dust on the ground. Someone released his astral chi and wanted to flee, but he could no longer feel his legs as he galloped in the air. He lowered his head and looked over. His legs were constantly being desert, and the desert spread to his stomach, chest, and finally his entire body turned into dust. Some people knelt on the ground and pleaded bitterly, kowtowing to the blue sky. However, just as their heads touched the ground, Peng shattered them into sand with a loud kowtow. "Kid Xianxia, he's out of control. He's burning his life force. Stop him," the big snake said in shock. There was no need to use such a large amount of money to kill those people, but Blue Sky had used it. Xianxia fell silent and whispered, "Let him vent his anger." "Aiwa!" Blue Sky cried and ran. "Everyone is going to die. Everyone is going to die." It could be seen that the vast majority of the people he killed were still members of the White Flower clan, not guests. He had deliberately avoided those guests until now, and he did not want to hurt the innocent. This scene made Xianxia's heart soften. He knew that he had not seen the wrong person. What he saw was a person who had fallen into a state of madness, but he still had a bottom line in his heart, and he still remembered his master's earnest teachings. "Stop! Stop!" Bai Huataigu almost collapsed. "Who are you? Who are you? Why are you doing this to me?" Blue Sky suddenly turned around and rushed onto the platform one after another. He raised his arm and punched Bai Hua Tij in the face. The White Flower Iron Ge's spiritual sea was crippled, but his body was still at the heavenly tribulation realm. Blue Sky didn't use his own water attribute technique when he smashed this fist down. Pong! 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 One punch after another, raindrops fell on Bai Huatai Ji's face. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you, you bastard!" Lan Tian scolded and cried, beating the White Flower iron goo until his flesh and blood were rotten, leaving only the strength to catch his breath. Xianxia flew up and grabbed Lan Tian's arm. That White Flower iron G's face was covered in blood as he gasped for breath and said, "You? What kind of background do you have? At the very least, let me die to understand." Blue Sky gritted his teeth, put his mouth close to Bai Hua Tij's ear, and said hatefully, "You're not worthy. Bring this hatred with you and die in grief. Old dog White Flower iron goo. Wait for me in hell." After saying that, Blue Sky took a deep breath and circulated his dipper chi to its limit. One punch. Boom! The white flower iron goo, along with the high platform, exploded into sand. At the last moment, Blue Sky stopped moving. It was as if the last bit of strength that supported his life had also been emptied. He just sat there in a daze, his eyes blank. Xianxia turned around and said to the surviving guests, who were scared out of their wits, "Blue Sky, stand up like a man. Tell these people why you want revenge today and for whom." Lan Tian's eyes suddenly flashed. He jumped up and shouted at everyone, "This daddy is called Lan Tian. This daddy is the disciple of the iron-faced butcher." At that moment, all the guests understood and opened their mouths wide. Apart from the guests, there were also a large number of Baihua clansmen who were still alive. Among them was the eldest grandson and the wife who had just passed the door. They huddled together and trembled. No one dared to say a word. They were intimidated by Xianxia's move to cripple a heavenly tribulation first-layer expert. Even though they didn't know that this move had made Xianxia prepare for 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, Lan Tian looked at Xianxia again. He wanted to wait for Xianxia's further instructions. Xianxia walked to Blue Sky's side and whispered, "There's no more instructions. You can decide the rest yourself. It's up to you." Blue Sky nodded and looked down. Everyone's faces were pale, and they didn't dare to utter a single word. Not long ago, Bai Huataigu was still standing here, giving a high-spirited speech. Less than half an hour later, there were already 2 great fiend stars standing on the platform. Blue Sky swept his gaze across the crowd, and his gaze finally landed on the White Flower clan members. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement and said, "Logically speaking, killing White Flower Iron Goo will be the end of my revenge. This is a personal grudge between my master and White Flower Iron Goo. Originally, it had nothing to do with you White Flower clansmen." Hearing this, the people of the White Flower clan were overjoyed and felt that they had seen a new light of dawn. But then Blue Sky's words changed. He said, "But I know best what it means to say that the upper and lower echelons are unjust. The White Flower Iron Goo old dog is so vicious. You people of the White Flower clan, who grew up under his wings, must not be good people. I don't believe that after letting you go, you will know how to change your minds and start over. I let you go today because I am not responsible for more people who will die tragically at your hands in the future." The members of the White Flower clan fell into despair once again. More importantly, killing White Flower Iron Goo is the only thing I don't want to do. I have to kill all of you to make me feel better, Lan Tian said. "And you guys," Blue Sky pointed at the guests. "You must have been there when my master came to seek revenge, right? You must have all seen my master's liveliness with a smile. Someone even ridiculed my master like he ridiculed us just now." Blue Sky tilted his head slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Only those who commit murder are the most hateful? I feel that those who watch and cheer are more guilty than those who commit murder." Xianxia's eyes lit up. Xianxia did not expect Blue Sky's words. Indeed, this kind of person who watched the commotion was often the most annoying. We have no choice but to do so." One of the guests pushed away his clansman and took a step forward. "You should also know how powerful the White Flower clan is here," he said with a trembling voice. "We are also humans in the crack. If it weren't for catering to the White Flower clan, where would we have been able to stand?" Lan Tian said, "I accept this reason." That person was immediately overjoyed. One day, there was such a person. He was starving for more than 10 days and was about to starve to death. At this time, he discovered a family. Unfortunately, the family was also very poor, and there was no food for this extremely hungry person to eat. This person is so hungry that he has no choice. He killed that family and ate their meat to satisfy his hunger. Lan Tian looked at the guest and said, "This person's actions are reasonable and understandable, but the crimes he committed are still unforgivable." The guest's face immediately turned ashen. "Reason," said Lan Tian, "can only explain why you did this, but reason cannot clear your guilt." After saying that, Blue Sky raised his hand and pointed. A strand of dipper chi shot out, turning the guest into a sand sculpture. "What's the difference between you and the White Flower clan?" a man shouted loudly. Lan Tian touched the back of his hand and said, "When my master came to seek vengeance, you spectators didn't speak out. You didn't help my master even say a single word. You chose to throw a stone at him when he fell. Since you have chosen to be inhumane, why should I let his father treat you with kindness and righteousness?" Blue Sky roared out these words. He suddenly said angrily, "You are unkind. I will be unjust today. Both of you and I are equal. Don't educate anyone who is fucking inhumane. Don't teach anyone who is fucking inhumane. Don't teach anyone who is fucking inhumane. Damn it. Die for me." The Blue Sky soared into the sky. He was high up in the sky, and his aura was frantic. The aura wrapped around his body, turning him into a giant sand eagle. The sandhawk spread its wings and covered the sky. However, the next moment, the giant sandhawk suddenly turned around and dived madly towards the ground. Boom! The giant sand eagle landed on the ground. All the guests and members of the White Flower clan were blown into dust and rolled away in the air. Ha! Ha 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 ha! In the center of the air wave, in the sandstorm, only the miserable and crazy laughter of the Blue Sky could be heard. Saint Realm, outside Moon City. Blue Sky lay under the pear tree, crying like a child. "Master, this disciple has avenged you. Unfortunately, you were unable to personally witness this scene. Master, this disciple is incompetent. I failed to take good care of you, and I failed to honor your kindness to nurture you." At this point, Blue Sky cried loudly and shrugged his shoulders. Xianxia stood behind Blue Sky and looked at him silently. His heart was filled with emotions. Actually, Xianxia also felt that the Blue Sky had changed. The Blue Sky was no longer the kind of person that his master taught him to possess the final dignity. Blue Sky could have let the guests go, but he didn't. He killed them all. Xianxia wasn't a bad person either. He felt that Lan Tian was relieved when he did this. That's what it should be. Don't find any excuse for your crime. If you do, then do it. No matter how perfect the reason is, it is not a magic treasure for you to get off the hook. Are those people who cling to power and call themselves people in the cracks really innocent? Xianxia believed that everyone had their own stories, that everyone had their own reasons for doing evil, and that very few people killed without any purpose at all. If the existence of reasons can make their crimes forgivable, then where is justice? No matter what reason they have to become a gangster, the reason is only their cause, and the saber in my hand is their fruit. Xianxia said this with emotion. He murmured to himself in a low voice, as if he was speaking to himself. But Blue Sky also heard it. Blue Sky stood up. He looked at Xianxia and said, "I've decided. I won't die anymore. I'll follow you. However, this is only my wish. I can't stay any longer." As he spoke, he looked at his withered hands and body and said, "I burned my life force. I don't have much time left. I'm afraid I only have 3 or 2 days left to live. During this period of time, I will do whatever you want me to do for you." "Really?" Xianxia asked. Blue Sky nodded. Xianxia asked again, "Even if it is against your will, you are willing to do it?" Lan Tian pondered for a moment before nodding his head forcefully. "My life is yours. Even if I help you commit evil and let me fall into hell, I will admit it." Xianxia nodded and took out the grade 8 spirit herb from his storage ring. He tossed it to Lan Tian and said, "I want you to live. Is this what you want from me?" Lan Tian was holding onto the 8th grade spirit herb. Although he came from a small place, he still had some understanding of spirit herbs. This kind of spiritual herb with abundant spirituality was not of low grade at first glance. "Yes," Xianxia said. Blue Sky said, "But this is at least a grade 7 spirit herb, right?" Xianxia said, "8th grade." Blue Sky's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's your name?" Xianxia said, "My real name is Xianxia, and my current alias is Xiangbei." Blue Sky nodded and said, "Xianxia, my life will belong to you from today onwards. I will follow you as long as I live. Xianxia patted Lan Tian on the shoulder and said, Your life will belong to me from today onwards. I will let you live as long as I can. Unless I die, no one can touch you. With that, Xianxia turned around and left. In the snow and wind, a cold black robe fluttered in the wind and snow. Lan Tian looked at Xiangxia's back and the black robe in the fierce wind. His eyes were somewhat confused. He had never seen such a person. He had never seen someone as peculiar as Xianxia. Lan Tian suddenly laughed. He tightly grabbed the spiritual herb in his hand and kowtowed 3 times to the pear tree. Master, this disciple has found a good friend who can rely on each other for their lives. Holy shit! What is this thing? Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng looked at the 2 elemental hearts in Xiangxia's hands in surprise. Xiao Jun grabbed Xiangxia's arm and said in shock, This is for me? Xiangxian smiled and said, Yes. I think these 2 elemental hearts are very suitable for you, so I brought them back for you. Yuan Meng hugged Xiangxia's shoulder and smiled. Such a good thing. It's hard for you to still miss the 2 of us. Xiangxian said, In this world, you still need to improve, don't you? You can't just be a Heaven Scryer realm martial artist all the time. Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun's realms were still very low, and they still needed strength to survive in the 5 continents realm. Otherwise, even if they hid in this corner, they would still be bullied. You brat, are you leaving again? Are you going to leave us behind again? Xiao Jun said discontentedly. Xiangxian said guiltily, I have no choice but to take the risk myself. I can't let you all be in the midst of fire and water. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I want to go home and see my family. Let's go too. Although Xiao Jun wasn't happy, he didn't say anything. Every time Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng proposed to fight with Xiangxian would find an opportunity to change the topic, or there was nowhere to hide, so he directly refused. This left the 2 of them helpless. Lan Tian also followed. Xiangxian and Yuan Meng Xiao Jun warmly introduced each other to each other. At this moment, the blue sky had already turned into a dark-skinned young man. He had a delicate appearance, but it was a little unusually dark. Xiangxian did not know why, but after Blue Sky ate the 8th grade spirit herbs, he had indeed renewed his life, and the life force he had burned had been replenished. However, the eternal shadow on the half of the body that had died in the blue sky had also seeped into the other half, causing his entire body to turn black. However, this black color was much lighter than the eternal shadow's black color. It was a kind of gray-black color. According to Big Snake's conjecture, it was possible that the 8th grade spirit herbs had allowed the 2 halves of blue sky to accommodate each other, saving the dead halves through their living halves, resulting in such a result in the end. However, Lan Tian didn't care whether his skin was too dark or not. The return of the Xiang clan and Xiangxian caused the entire Xiang clan to rejoice. Ever since Xiangxian brought little son back, the news that he was still alive was no longer a secret. At this moment, there was no need to continue concealing it. The Xiang clan was a little bigger than before. Although they were still in the small sunny city, they were still full of vitality. When Xiangxian returned, he saw many unfamiliar faces. Many new clansmen had been born, and many of the clansmen who were once young had grown up. Xiangxian had never seen these younger generations of the Xiang clan, and most of the younger generations of the Xiang clan had never seen Xiangxian either. They had only heard of Xiangxian's name and knew of their own clan. They had walked out of the clan and found a very impressive figure. Xiangxian's parents and grandfather were naturally overjoyed. Several respected elders were also very enthusiastic towards Xiangxian. However, the atmosphere at the banquet had always been depressing. Apart from these few elders who were already familiar with Xiangxian, the rest of the Xiang clan's younger generation, including the uncles who returned to the Xiang clan one after another, were deeply afraid of Xiangxian from the bottom of their hearts. This was because to them, Xiangxian's background was too great, the things he did were too shocking, and he was too far away from them. He had already become someone that even the Xiang clan's relatives needed to look up to. Facing someone like Xiangxian, the pressure in their hearts was incomparably great. The banquet was deserted. Most of the clansmen only lowered their heads and did not speak. Some of them smiled as they watched Xiang Nan chat with their parents and grandfather. Xiang Nan also noticed this situation. He took out 20 jars of liquor and placed them on the table. He swept his eyes over everyone and said, "Do you know who I am?" Many clansmen hurriedly stood up in fear and said, I know. Who am I?" Xiang Nan nodded. "You are Xiang Nan," said a 13-year-old child proudly. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "I am your relative. Tonight, if you treat me like a relative, drink all this wine." When everyone heard this, they were still very nervous. Xiang Nan personally carried the wine bowls and toasted them one by one. Whether it was an old man of 70 or 80, or a young child, he treated them equally and treated them with a very gentle gaze and tone. The effects of the spirits came out. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone's courage also increased. The scene immediately became extremely lively. There were even people who stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiang Nan and called him brother. Xiang Nan also smiled and replied one by one. Looking at this scene, Lan Tian felt very warm in his heart. Although these weren't his family, he saw how much Xiang Nan valued his family. Xiao Jun hugged Lan Tian's shoulder and said, "To be honest, brother envies you very much. Come, let's go." Xiao Jun did not say why he was envious of Lan Tian. Lan Tian did not ask any further. He just drank tonight. The dinner party lasted until the latter half of the night. After Xiang Nan went to bed with his parents, he went to the cemetery alone and went to visit Xiang Zhonghua again. He had never forgotten this big brother in his heart. He had never forgotten him for a moment. The tombstone had already been renovated once. Xiang Nan poured 3 cups of wine on the ground and said to the tombstone, "Brother, I'm back to see you again. Today's home is very lively. The old people are living very well. The younger siblings have also grown up one after another. They are all very energetic. I know you're lonely and cold here, so I came to see you. I just came from the banquet and brought you some good wine. I've experienced some things in the past few days. Let's talk." The sky was filled with stars, and a bright moon draped the silver clothes on the ground. Xiang Nan leaned against the tombstone and drank as he talked about what he had seen and experienced in the past few days. Not far away, rustling sounds of footsteps could be heard. Xiang Nan turned around and saw a 15 or 16-year-old boy walking over with wine and vegetables. That young man, Xiang Nan, had seen him at the banquet. He was a rather introverted and silent young man. When the young man saw Xiang Nan, he was also stunned. He hurriedly said, "Cousin, you are also here." Xiang Nan beckoned for the young man to sit down with him and said, "Who are you?" "Zhonghua. My name is Xiang Zhongchao, and I am Xiang Zhonghua's younger brother," the young man said with his head lowered and his face slightly flushed. Xiang Nan's heart ached. He hugged the young man's shoulder and said, "I haven't seen you before. I didn't even know that Zhonghua has a younger brother." Xiang Zhongchao whispered, "Back then, when 3rd Grandpa reorganized the Xiang clan, my parents didn't know what the future would be like. They only brought my brother back to the clan and left me outside to live for a few years. Only after the situation stabilized did they send me back." Xiang Nan nodded. So that's how it was. Back then, the Xiang clan members had all fled to avoid the pursuit of the Wang clan. Indeed, another batch had returned. He vaguely remembered that not all of them had returned, and some of them were still staying with the foreign enemies. "Do you know about me and your brother?" Xiang Nan asked. Xiang Zhongchao hurriedly nodded. Xiang Nan said, "I didn't see you drink a few mouthfuls of wine at the banquet. Please match me here." That Xiang Zhongchao didn't dare to say anything. He only drank bowls after bowls with Xiang Nan. This young fellow's talent was not bad. It was fine in a small place like Xiangyang City. He only had a spiritual talent, not even an earth-grade talent. His cultivation realm was only at the 6th level of body tempering, and he didn't even possess the previous weather. After a dozen bowls of wine, Xiang Zhongchao's drunkenness increased. He asked Xiang Nan, "Cousin, what is your current cultivation realm?" Xiang Nan said, "Martial Sage Level 1. When Xiang Zhongchao heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and leaned back. Xiang Nan hurriedly grabbed him. "If I remember correctly, You are only 5 years older than me. You should only be 21 years old this year. But you have already reached the martial saint level. Xiang Zhongchao was shocked. Xiangnan smiled and said, They are all risked their lives. There is nothing to be proud of. Xiang Zhongchao was silent again, a little hesitant to say anything. Xiangnan said, Say it. In front of your brother's tomb, if you have something to say, just say it. I'll listen to it. Do you know how powerful you are now? Do you know how famous you are in the Blue Tide continent? Xiang Zhongchao said. Xiangnan shook his head. Xiang Zhongchao said, As long as your name is mentioned, no one in the entire Blue Tide continent would dare to lose face. Even the people from the Xianwood city next door often call themselves Xiangnan's villagers when they go outside. Normally speaking, when mentioning you, there are many difficult things to do, so it will naturally be done. There's a brat in Xianwood city who accidentally offended the Long family outside. The Long family is determined to take his life. It's useless even for the city lord of Xianwood city to personally plead for mercy. The Long clan doesn't even see him. Xiang Zhongchao glanced at Xiangnan and said, But in the end, that family had no other choice. They begged to come to our Xiang clan. 17th uncle went to the Long clan. Guess what? 17th uncle went the same day and brought that kid back that night. Not only did the Long family not make things difficult, they even sent a large sum of money. Xiangnan nodded silently. The Long clan should be talking about Long Xingyun's clan, right? He didn't know how that kid was now, whether he was still a scum or not. The Xiang Zhongchao added, In the next town, there is a distant relative named Zhou. She was born to a woman of our family after she married him. He wanted to join the army, but all his qualities weren't up to standard. He was sent back 3 times in a row. Later, he mentioned that he is Xiangnan's relative. Guess what? Xiangnan shook his head. Xiang Zhongchao said, General Luo Fei, send a letter personally and call for that brat to leave. There was a man in the town. He was a beautiful thief. He coincidentally entered Haoyan City and became the Li clan's uncle. But that brat has caused quite a lot of trouble outside. The Li clan wants to break one of his legs. He is so scared that he escapes back to Sun City and dares not go out. The Li clan was originally the head of the clan, but none of them dared to come to Sun City to get him, because everyone knows that Xiangyang City is Xiangnan's home. Xiang Zhongchao took a deep breath and said, Old man Zhang next door. That Xiang Zhongchao talked endlessly about many things, basically all of them related to Xiangnan, but basically none of them had any real relationship with Xiangnan. There are countless examples like this, Xiang Zhongchao said. Perhaps this is called a person ascending to the heavens with the Tao of a chicken and a dog. The most amazing example was Hongzhen. Originally, he was only the city lord of a small bluestone city, but because he had contributed a lot to the promotion of Xiangnan, he was directly named the Great General of Zhennan and the President Marshal of the Southwest Army. Many, those who had received Xiangnan's favor, those who had a good relationship with Xiangnan, and even those who did not know Xiangnan's forces, clans, or sects at all. As long as the word Xiangnan was mentioned, no one would lose face. However, Xiangnan could tell that when Xiang Zhongchao said these words, there was no complacency in his eyes. Instead, it was a kind of hidden darkness. Xiangnan said, You have something on your mind that you can't say. Speak. I'll listen carefully. That Xiang Zhongchao gathered his courage and said, They are quite good. Those people who have nothing to do with our Xiang family are all bragging about your name outside, flaunting their prestige and living a glorious life. Only our Xiang clan is alive with caution. Cousin, do you know what your younger brothers and sisters have been taught the most by the elders these past few years? Xiangnan shook his head. Xiang Zhongchao said, Don't drag Xiangnan down. Don't embarrass him. We don't dare to do anything. We don't dare to go out and make trouble. We don't dare to cause trouble. We're afraid that others will point at us and say something. Look, Xiangnan worked so hard outside, but in the end, his clansmen were humiliated by him. Xiangnan fell silent. Xiang Zhongchao was excited. He waved his arm and said, We are humans, and we also want to live a wonderful life. Why can others borrow your name, but our own family can't? Why? Xiangnan sighed and said, my life isn't as wonderful as you think. Actually, alas. Actually, I'm in a sorry state of life. You only saw my boundless glory. You only heard of my rumors. However, you all don't know that I was beaten, escaped, and chased by others. Everyone only wants to see the sunshine. Nobody cares about the shadow behind the sunshine. Xiangnan patted Xiang Zhongchao on the shoulder and said, believe me, it's not necessarily a good thing to rise to prominence. Perhaps you're not greeted by flowers, but a terrifying hell that you can't even dream of. Xiang Zhongchao was excited. He pushed away Xiangnan's arm and said, what right do you have to decide our fate for us? No matter what, that's at least the path we chose. Xiang Zhongchao's drunkenness rose. The more he said it, the more excited he became, and the more indignant he became. He shouted, I know that high-level people must have their own dangers, their own difficulties, but so what? At least they live more brilliantly, don't they? At least they dare to love and hate. They should have killed and beaten them. Even if we really die, that's the way we want to die, the way we want to go. Xiangnan remained silent, only reaching out to his shoulder. Xiang Zhongchao pushed away Xiangnan's arm and said excitedly, you feel that you are thinking of us everywhere. Let us live a normal life and enjoy our happiness. There is no need to worry about our lives. But this kind of behavior is too damn fuck. She is like a beauty who enjoys all the delicacies in the world. When she dies, she says to her children, children, that kind of life is not pleasant at all. So you should just farm at home and be a farmer. I've already donated my entire life's worth of property to you. I didn't leave any of it to you. Xiangnan looked at Xiang Zhongchao seriously. He suddenly realized that he had heard Xiang Zhongchao's words before. Xiang Zhongchao had already shouted, why? I'm willing to die. Why do you guys have to let us live the peaceful life you all want? Is that fair? You're drunk. Xiangnan patted Xiang Zhongchao on the shoulder and dragged him back to the Xiang family. Early the next morning, Xiangnan pushed open the door and came out. He discovered that the uneasy Xiang Zhongchao was standing in the courtyard. This kid didn't even wash his face, and he didn't know how long he had been standing in the courtyard. Well, cousin Xiang Zhongchao blushed and said awkwardly, I was drunk last night and said some senseless things. I came here to apologize. Xiangnan smiled and pulled Xiang Zhongchao's arm, saying, let's go to the lobby. Xiang Zhongchao's face immediately turned pale from fear and he pleaded repeatedly, cousin, I'm really wrong. Don't complain to Grandpa and the others. Grandpa will beat me to death. Xiangnan was silent as he pulled Xiang Zhong forward. He gathered all of his clansmen and gathered them together in the hall of the Xiang clan. Everyone didn't know why, but Xiang Zhongchao, who was standing beside Xiangnan, was so frightened that he trembled and kept driving away the corner of his clothes. First Elder saw this scene and knew that Xiang Zhongchao must have caused trouble. He glared fiercely at Xiang Zhongchao, but Xiang Zhongchao did not even dare to raise his head. Xiangnan's mother walked over and whispered to Xiangnan, is this child Zhongchao muddled? He is still young, don't be like him. Xiangnan smiled gently at his mother and said, Mom, it's fine. Just look at it and you'll understand. Everyone was present, and the entire hall was completely silent. All eyes were focused on Xiangnan. Xiangnan and Xiang Zhanxiong exchanged glances. Xiang Zhanxiong nodded. Xiao Nan, if you have anything to say, just say it. Everyone is here. Xiangnan turned around and swept his eyes over the crowd. Last night, Xiang Zhonghua's younger brother, Xiang Zhongchao, said something to me. These words made me toss and turn all night, making it difficult for me to fall asleep. The air froze. Pairs of fierce eyes sliced towards Xiang Zhongchao like sharp blades. I'm sorry. Xiang Zhongchao grabbed the corner of his clothes and whispered. Xiangnan patted Xiang Zhongchao on the shoulder and said to everyone, the original words he said are like this? Xiangnan repeated Xiang Zhongchao's words word for word. To the extent that Xiang Zhongchao felt that he was dreaming, Xiangnan actually remembered it so clearly. This was terrible. He hadn't even forgotten a single word. He must be furious. The scene also exploded. Xiang Zhongchao's father was even about to rush over with a stick, breaking one of his legs on the spot. Xiang Zhanxiong hurriedly controlled the chaotic scene to calm everyone down. He looked at Xiang Nan carefully. He knew that his grandson was not such a petty person. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said to everyone, Zhongchao's words touched me greatly. I thought about it all night and I felt that he was right. It was my fault. At this point, Xiang Nan bowed to Xiang Zhongchao in public. This time, everyone was dumbfounded, and Xiang Zhongchao stood there in a daze, not knowing what expression to use to react. Xiang Nan raised his head and said, I've always been too selfish. I've arranged everything for you with self-righteousness. I think it's all in the best interests of you. But in fact, Zhongchao's words woke me up. People should have dreams, should be free, and should have the right to choose the path they want to take. Xiang Nan placed his hand on Xiang Zhongchao's shoulder and said, I thought about it all night and made the following decision. From now on, no matter who wants to develop, who wants to stand higher, who wants to see further, I support them. As long as I can help, I will do my best to help. If you're alive, I'll cheer for you. If you're dead, I'll go to your grave. Someone bullied you. Come and find me. I'll stand up for you and kill those bastards. The scene was extremely quiet. Xiang Nan swept his eyes over the crowd and said, These words are not only for Zhongchao, but also for everyone present, my relatives. As long as you don't use my reputation to bully others and commit evil deeds, then all the resources I have can be enjoyed by you. I am Xiang Nan, and I am also a member of the Xiang clan. I don't dare to say, at the very least, I want to go to the Haoran sect, the Beijiang Army, the Southwest Army, Haoyan Province, the East China Sea Province, and the Star Guild. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you enter. That's right. This is the back door. I want to use my relationships to help you achieve everything you want, because these are honors that I have risked my life for. I have the right to give them to you. If someone doesn't want to live under my so-called halo, if they want to stand up and fight with their own fists, that's fine. You don't need my fame, but I'll give you anything you need. Cultivation technique, martial skill, wealth, what do you want? What do I give you? At this point, Xiang Nan's eyes turned red and he bowed to everyone. It's always been my fault. I apologize to everyone. I just hope that everyone can live the life they want and live a better life. The elders of the Xiang clan were silent, but their eyes were red. As for those young and ignorant children, they all cried out one after another, jumping up and down, clapping their hands and cheering. Life is too short, Xiang Nan said. I hope that what I care about, what I love, and my relatives can live well and happily. Don, cousin, a little girl stood out trembling and said, I like the Nalan flying tiger of the Nalan clan in the East China Sea Province. Can you help me? Everyone was stunned. This little girl looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old, and it was at the beginning of her love affair. Xiang Nan nodded vigorously and said, Tomorrow morning, I will prepare a gift and bring you to the Nalan clan to beg for a marriage. A person spoke and successfully obtained Xiang Nan's consent. More young people rushed forward like crazy. Cousin, I want to learn the most powerful martial technique. Can you teach me? Cousin, I want to become stronger. I want to enter the most powerful sect. Xiang Nan was surrounded by his younger brothers and sisters. All sorts of requests came one after another. At the beginning, the requests were still as good as words, but after that, they became even more unbelievable. There was even a 9-year-old child who wanted Xiang Nan to take him to the entrance of the school for a walk. Because others did not believe that he was Xiang Nan's younger brother, there were always people who said that he was bragging and bullying him. The strangest thing was that Xiang Nan really took him there. Like a bastard with a dog guard, he took his little brother and walked around the academy twice, flaunting his prestige in front of the academy. Xiang Nan must do what he promised. He took out 3 whole days to fulfill all his promises. He brought the people from the various clans to the place they wanted to go. He opened a small lecture hall in the Xiang clan's backyard to impart his martial Dao insights and experiences to the younger generation of the Xiang clan. You want to learn the most powerful martial skill, but you don't have enough talent to support it. You can only start with the lowest grade spirit grade beginner martial skill, he said as he pulled a little boy's hand. The little boy was instantly disappointed. Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you know what the most useful experience my cousin has learned? Talent is not the most important thing. The most important thing is your Tao heart. Perhaps your talent isn't good enough, but as long as your Tao heart is firm enough, it may take you decades or even hundreds of years longer than others to reach someone else's accomplishments. But at the very least, you will definitely reach the end. So, this first one is called Wuda." Xianxia erected a small blackboard and wrote these two powerful words on it. At the entrance of the courtyard, Yuan Meng, Xiao Jun, and Blue Sea leaned against the doorframe and looked at Xianxia with smiles on their faces. Xiao Jun chuckled and rushed over, saying to the children, "There is also a very important point, that is to be handsome. Handsome. I can help you accomplish many things that are normally impossible." Yuan Meng walked over and kicked Xiao Jun over. When the young children saw the 5-meter-tall man, they were all shocked as they ran up to pinch Yuan Meng's calf. "Why are you so tall and mighty?" Yuan Meng made a grimace and said, "Eat more, exercise more, do less bad things and brag less." As he spoke, Yuan Meng glanced at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun took out a small mirror and caressed his face affectionately. "Look, handsomeness is also a sin. Other people will be jealous of you and attack you." On the fourth night, Xianxia bid farewell to his parents and left the Xiang family. At the intersection, Xianxia was already preparing to bring Blue Sky back to the sacred domain. Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng came to bid farewell. Xianxia looked at the two of them and said, "3 days ago, what I said in the lobby of the Xiang clan was also addressed to the two of you. If you guys are willing, we brothers will work together in the future." "Fuck!" Xiao Junqing jumped out and hugged Xianxia's shoulder forcefully, saying, "I've been waiting for you to say this for several years. You're finally willing to say it." Yuan Meng also smiled and walked over, saying, "Xianxia, brothers should fulfill your dreams, not become a burden for you, cheer for you in the back. But what the brothers want more is to fight alongside you." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "I was wrong. I figured everything out when I went home this time. We met in battle and became brothers. In the future, everyone should continue to hand over their backs to the brothers we trust the most." Xiao Jun smiled strangely and licked his lips. "Saint Realm ladies, do you look good?" Xianxia said, "I promise you to fight together, but not now." "Holy shit, you want to go back on your word?" Xiao Jun said in shock. Xianxia shook his head and said, "No, that's because your realms are too low. You don't have a foothold in the Saint Realm. Perhaps you are just walking along the road. But in the end, two unrelated people are fighting. The aftermath of the battle can destroy you into powder. If that is the case, it would be too unworthwhile to die. The two of you stay in the 5 continents realm for now. During this period of time, I will continue to send you fragments of Holy Spirit stones to raise your cultivation level bit by bit. Do you want to come to the Saint Realm? Let's talk after entering the Divine Martial Realm first. I'll wait for you guys. Do your best." Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng laughed loudly. Xianxia and Lan Tian were the first to break through space and fly into Saint Realm in the void. As for Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng, they were waiting to ascend in the 5 continents realm and cultivating hard. Naturally, the first step was to absorb the elemental heart. Along the way, Lan Tian looked at Xianxia and said, "I finally understand why I am attracted to you and willing to follow you." Xianxia smiled and asked, "Oh, I don't even know myself. Have you figured it out?" Lan Tian nodded and said seriously, "You have a human scent on your body. You are not those martial artists whose hearts have become harder and harder after experiencing the storms. When my master was still alive, when he smiled at me, I felt this kind of smell. Now, I can feel it on you as well." After returning to Saint Realm, there were only a little more than 2 months left before Bai Wudao's wedding. During this final period of time, Xianxia was preparing for a big sprint. He wanted to enter the eternal secret realm once more, wait until he gathered enough sacred spirit stones to raise his cultivation realm, and then absorb the fallen heavenly lightning in a single breath. In the end, he carried his saber and went to the Bai clan to die. Some feelings must be returned, and some hatred must be repaid. But before he left, Xianxia had to work hard to lay the groundwork for the new Blazing Sun Guild and obtain more fresh blood. Moon City Endless Coliseum. This was a place where felons were imprisoned. In the world of martial artists, there was generally no such thing as a law. Even killing people was normal. Then what could make a person become a felon? Simple betrayal. In a world of martial arts without the support of law, then morality became the only criterion for survival, although most of the time, people would not follow the so-called morality. That's the felon I told you about, Kanyang. Pomegranate pointed at the people in the Colosseum who were fighting with all their might. A majestic man, his entire body covered in scars, and this man, with incomparably shocking combat strength, fought 200 people. The strength of his martial power was simply unimaginable. The man named Kanyang was fighting against someone at the same realm as him. He was simply an undefeatable steel war chariot. In contrast, it was similar to how orcs were to ordinary humans. Xianxia was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "What great crime did this person commit? Is he imprisoned here?" "He betrayed his guild brothers," Dohua said. Xianxia frowned and said, "Specific situation?" Dohua said, "The guild he belongs to is actually quite trash. The guild leader's character is also poor. But this Kanyang is a straightforward man. After he heard that his guild was going to plot against other people's plans, he scolded his guild leader on the spot. The guild leader cherished the fact that he was so strong that he didn't punish him. However, he ran to the guild that was about to be plotted against. In this kind of damn place, his behavior won't flatter him. Not only does his own guild treat him as a traitor, but even the guild that he snitched on will be harassed. As a result, he has fallen into this state. No guild in Moon City is willing to take him in. Everyone wants him dead." Xianxia nodded and said, "I want this person." Through chatting with Dohua, Xianxia had a better understanding of the situation of the late son. This person was a typical native Saint Realm martial artist. His parents came from other planar worlds, but he was born in the Saint Realm. He was an orphan. Someone had picked him up from the Eternal Secret Realm. He didn't know his name, and his nickname was Kanyang. He was a fire vein martial artist, but unlike other fire vein martial artists, his fire vein attributes would not be released. Other people's fire talent would burn or release a ball of fire. However, when he used his strength, his flames were restrained. Once used in his body, his entire body would turn crimson, like a human-shaped iron block that had been burned red. Because this person spoke in the sacred domain, he had a very shallow understanding of morality and ethics in such a complicated environment, and he was even very unfamiliar with it. He had always been pursuing something. He wanted to be a good person, but he didn't know what to do, and no one had taught him. Therefore, when he saw someone he didn't like, he would usually directly go up and fight. It was also because of this habit that his reputation became very bad, and he had many enemies. However, his strength was infinite. No one could do anything to him. Ordinary people could only swallow their anger after being beaten by him. After Xianxia listened to the introduction of the pomegranate flower, he became more and more interested in the residual sun. He discovered that this sturdy man should be considered half a giant race. He was over 5 meters tall, about the same height as Yuan Meng, but his realm wasn't that good. He was only at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts. That's right. Who would be willing to give him the Holy Spirit stones? From the looks of it, he was also unpopular in his previous guild. "Isn't the realm a bit too low?" Pomegranate said. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. "I'm interested in his character and potential. As for his cultivation realm, it can be cultivated. But if a person's character is very bad, then it will be very difficult to correct." Dohua looked at Xianxia with interest and said, "From what you've said, you've mentioned character several times. Are you preparing to create a righteous guild?" Xianxia pointed to his surroundings and said, "Look at this world. It is too chaotic. I want to establish an orderly guild. I want not only justice but also order. Only when there is a clear order in this world will the martial artists and ordinary people feel safe. My hometown is an orderly place. Fighters are not allowed to fight in the city. Otherwise, the military will definitely intervene. In this kind of place, people don't have to worry about walking on the streets and getting killed for no reason, and they don't have to worry about seeing the sun the next day when they go to bed every night. There's actually such a world? That's really unheard of. I'm a little yearning for it when I hear you say that, Huaqi said. The more worlds he had visited, the more Xianxia discovered that a person like the fourth prince of Haoyan was truly a genius of an emperor. People should be glad that they had such a wise ruler. Xianxia, that brat is not a giant. He is not even a human. Xianxia said, What is that? If I'm not mistaken, said the serpent. He seems to be a rare black tortoise. Black tortoise? Are you sure? Xianxia's heart trembled. The serpent said, I'm not sure. Actually, I haven't seen the black tortoise before. I've only heard about the Black Tortoise clan. That strong man named Kanyang has all the characteristics of the Black Tortoise race. I don't know why he is in human form and has no demonic aura. Moreover, his bloodline seems to be more like a flower bone than a blooming flower. What do you mean? Xianxia frowned. Are you saying that his bloodline hasn't been fully unleashed? Yes, there are only two reasons for this. One reason is that he is the same as the people from the Yalong clan. He is a semi-black tortoise clan, and his bloodline is not pure. Another situation is that his bloodline is sealed. Xianxia felt that the matter was not simple. Even the Yalong clan had an obvious demonic energy in their bodies, not pure spiritual energy like the residual sun. This Kanyang seemed to have a complicated background. At this time, the battle was over. That Kanyang was really like an unbeatable iron diamond. He stood proudly in the air, surrounded by 200 martial artists who were lying on the ground and were on the verge of death from being beaten to the third level of the divine martial arts. A commentator walked into the arena excitedly and shouted loudly, Is there anyone else betting? Is there anyone else challenging? In this battle, the vast majority of people had bought the sunset residual and lost, but in the end, they had lost without a single cent of their own money. Many people clamored for the death of Kanyang in order to vent their anger. However, the remaining sun was only standing on the open space laughing loudly, so unrestrained and indulgent. It was as if in his eyes, those who were cursing the streets were just a bunch of dogs that only knew how to bark. Is there anyone else who wants to kill me? The remaining sun waved his arms, completely ignoring the curses of everyone present. Looks like no one will challenge Kanyang today. It was getting late and the spectators were leaving. The two martial sages walked up and shackled the remaining sun, preparing to escort him back. Xianxia greeted Hualantian and said, Stay here and wait for me. I'll go meet him. With that, Xianxia jumped down from the spectator stands and arrived at the empty space. I'll fight him. The commentator glanced at Xianxia and said, The audience is all gone. If you want to challenge them, come back tomorrow. Xianxia said, I can't wait any longer. Today, right now. The Kanyang turned around to look at Xianxia, but it was this glance that made him unable to move any further. He turned around and stared fixedly at Xianxia's eyes. The blood in his entire body began to boil. His entire body turned red, like a lion that had discovered its prey, ready to pounce at any time. He saw a look in Xianxia's eyes. It was the kind of gaze that only fierce people who had experienced hundreds of battles would have. Pull him back, the commentator hurriedly shouted when he saw that the sun was about to go out of control. The two martial saints were dragging away the remaining sun. Both of them were martial saint level 1 martial artists, but they were actually dragged down by the shocking strength of the remaining sun and glided on the ground. This power was simply not something that humans should possess. Not even the demons, could possess such terrifying strength. Seriously, the commentator's eyes turned cold. He had never seen the sun in such a violent state before. I said, tomorrow. The commentator angrily pointed at Xianxia and said, Now that the audience is gone, no one is betting. You win or lose, we won't get anything. Xianxia smiled. He opened his storage ring and scattered a total of 452 inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones all over the ground. This was all of Xianxia's family's wealth. The commentator's eyes lit up when he saw so many Holy Spirit stones. Most of the spectators had already left the arena, and there were still a small number of queues that hadn't left yet. Seeing that someone was challenging Kanyang again, the few hundred people sat back down. Xianxia pointed at the Holy Spirit stones on the ground and said, "For 52 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. If I lose, all of these Holy Spirit stones will belong to you." That explanation was very exciting. This was indeed not a small number. The gamblers in the Colosseum were all betting on sacred tokens, and there weren't many martial artists who had the leisure to come to the Colosseum to watch the performance. Sometimes there were only 100 or so people watching after a match. In a match, they would win at most tens of dollars or even at worst only a few low-grade Holy Spirit stones. It is very rare to have such a large audience today. He pretended to be calm and asked, "What if you win?" Xianxia pointed at Kanyang and said, "If I win, he will come with me." The commentator thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, you are a martial saint. The remaining son is only at the 3rd level of the divine realm. This is not fair." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't worry. I suppressed my cultivation to the 3rd level of divine martial arts. The 3 of you and the remaining spectators on the scene are all witnesses. If my strength exceeds the 3rd level of the divine realm in an instant, I will immediately lose. What do you say?" The hundreds of spectators also shouted, "Let him fight. Right, let this brat fight with Kanyang. Ha. It will be considered today's closing ceremony." The commentator rolled his eyes. He greedily looked at the Holy Spirit stone on the ground and then at Xianxia. "Then I have already said that as long as you surpass the 3rd level of the divine realm in an instant, I will immediately take away these creatures." Xianxia nodded. "Of course. I promised myself that I would never go back on my word." "All right," the commentator said. "Let go of the sun and let them fight." The 2 martial saints untied the remaining sun and the rest quickly left the arena. Thus, only Xianxia and Kanyang remained in the Colosseum. The remaining sun shook its thick arms, twisted its trunk-like waist, and stared at Xianxia with a pair of red eyes. "You're courting death." The dying sun buzzed. Xianxia smiled and remained silent. He pointed to the side with his right hand, and the huge saber behind him immediately jumped out with a clanging sound, piercing into the ground he was pointing at. "You don't use weapons?" Xianxia smiled and said, "If I defeat you, you come with me and you will be mine in the future." "I'm afraid you don't know where I came from," said Kanyang with a frown. Xianxia said, "I know your background very well, so I want you more. I have established a new guild. I need people like you, and I need your character even more. The entire sacred domain refuses to accept me. Are you willing to take me? Don't play tricks on me." "What exactly are you planning?" said Kanyang. Xianxia nodded, feeling very satisfied in his heart. This Kanyang was already so frantic that he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to fight impulsively, but he was actually able to restrain his impulse and maintain a calm conversation with him. This meant that this person's limbs were not only well developed, his mind was not stupid either. Xianxia smiled and said, "I can't tell you what I have in mind now. We'll talk about it after the fight is over." Kanyang licked his lips and said, "All right." Xianxia took a deep breath and began to lower his cultivation base. This was not because he had suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level of the divine martial arts, but because he only used the power of the 3rd level of the divine martial arts. This was like a person who could punch out 100 kilograms of strength, then he could also punch out 50 kilograms of strength as long as he controlled it properly. After Xianxia adjusted his cultivation to the 3rd level of the divine realm, he first looked at the remaining sun, then at the audience and explained. Everyone didn't say anything, which meant that they recognized Xianxia's current realm. "No problem." Xianxia circled around. The commentator said, "All right, just stay at this level. Don't continue to increase your realm power. Let's begin." Xianxia smiled and said to Kanyang, "Please, Kenyang narrowed his eyes and bent his body, looking like he was about to charge into the ground. At this juncture, he suddenly asked another question. One last question. Why did you wait until the audience was almost gone before challenging me? Xianxia said, I don't have any superfluous thoughts. I just want you to lose more honorably and be seen by fewer people as much as possible. When Kenyang heard this, he laughed loudly. What an arrogant brat who doesn't know the heavens and earth. Come on, let's do it. After saying that, the remaining sun immediately rumbled towards Xianxia. He was like a moving steel mountain, giving people an unstoppable pressure. Xianxia also picked up his shoulders and prepared to charge. Xianxia brat, are you planning to face him head-on? He's a black tortoise. Xianxia thought to himself, if we fight against a martial artist with this kind of strength, he won't be convinced if we defeat him with fancy body techniques. After saying that, Xianxia also launched a charge. When Kenyang saw Xianxia's stupid suicidal behavior, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Good job! The two of them charged towards each other, and their speed was getting faster and faster, and their momentum was getting fiercer and fiercer. However, their auras were completely different. The sun was like a mountain, a towering and irresistible mountain. Xianxia was like lightning, a bolt of lightning that could destroy everything. Boom! The two of them collided heavily, causing a violent storm to erupt at the scene. The two of them seemed to have been nailed to the ground. They were struck by each other's terrifying power, yet neither of them had retreated an inch. Hiss, the commentator's eyeballs almost fell off. This is the first time someone has fought head-on with Kenyang, right? The audience was also stunned. The brute force of the sun was ranked first in the entire Moon City. Moreover, this number 1 was no ordinary number 1. He was practically the 2nd to 10th ranked martial artist combined. Kenyang was also shocked. He looked at Xianxia in surprise. Since he was born, no one had been able to contend with him in terms of pure physical strength. The key point was that Xianxia didn't use any martial technique. It was the simplest and purest physical collision. Kenyang's eyes were red with excitement. He threw an iron fist at Xianxia's face with a shout. In an instant, Xianxia thought of at least 12 ways to crack this punch. He could use 12 different ways to dodge this punch while counterattacking Sunset. But he didn't. He also punched out, his fists colliding. The two fists collided and another heaven-shaking explosion sounded. Even the air was crushed and turned into an oval-shaped disk of air. Immediately after, the disk of air exploded with a loud explosion. The two of them were finally separated by the explosive air. That Kenyang said excitedly, You have 2 skills. Xianxia rubbed his aching wrist and said, All right, enough strength. Fierce. Really fierce. Yuan Meng's strength came from his outstanding talent, while the strength of the remaining sun came purely from his physical fitness. Xianxia was no ordinary human. He had eaten so many miraculous pills and practiced so many powerful body-refining techniques. He had also eaten 4 divine pills and a spirit void pill. He possessed a physique comparable to that of the dragons. Even under so many prerequisites, Xianxia suffered a slight loss in the 2 battles with Kenyang. The Black Tortoise race was indeed worthy of their reputation. If one were to simply compete for strength, Black Tortoise would definitely be the first amongst the 4 divine beasts. Even the dragon race would not be able to compare to the Black Tortoise race in terms of strength. Buried. Such a sparkling talent. At this moment, Xianxia was really thirsty for talent. When he looked at the setting sun, his eyes were shining. The remaining sun roared a few times before rumbling wildly towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and went up again. Boom! 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 The two of them collided at the same time, followed by a fierce punch. The two of them didn't have any tricks to speak of, just fist to fist, foot to foot. In the midst of the intense clashes, the Colosseum seemed to continuously emit a series of thunderous explosions. The spectators were all stunned. All they saw was their breathing becoming short and their bloodlines spreading rapidly. Another collision occurred. The two of them smashed their fists on each other's shoulders at the same time and retreated. I haven't used my full strength yet. Now, I want to use 100% of my strength to deal with you. The Kanyang howled excitedly. With that, the remaining sun trembled, and with a buzzing sound, his entire body turned red and bright. Rolling flames surged in his body, turning him into a shining red man. The flames surged in, and the explosive power multiplied several times. Xianxia rubbed his wrist as lightning flickered on his body. Hoo! Suddenly, Kanyang's feet left the ground and his entire body scraped the ground as he shot towards Xianxia like a meteor that swept across the earth. Xianxia saw an unbelievable scene. He saw that the surrounding scenery became distorted when the residual sun rushed over. This kind of scene was only caused by a person's sprint. It was unprecedented. My God! His quality has gone crazy, the serpent cried out in shock. Energy can be converted into matter, and the greater the mass of matter, the greater the gravitational force which distorts space. The monstrous power of the Kanyang caused his entire body's mass to surge, and it even caused an extremely severe pressure on space. In other words, the remaining sun was like a tiny planet being compressed into the size of a human body. Beautiful! Xianxia roared, his body slightly bowed, followed by a clear day thunderclap. His entire body reached the speed of light, circling around the periphery of the Colosseum, and began to spin around crazily. Within a second, he had already spun 200,000 times. The first benefit that the Spirit Void Pill brought to Xianxia was that his body was already comparable to that of a pure dragon race. The second benefit derived from this benefit was that Xianxia was no longer afraid of the friction brought about by the speed of full light. He had the Azure Dragon physique, not afraid of the pressure of the speed of light. Everyone didn't see Xianxia's movements clearly, and before they could realize what was happening, they saw the Colosseum suddenly lit up. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded on the incoming residual sun. Kanyang, exchange quality for strength. As for Xianxia, he exchanged speed for strength. Boom! The moment the explosion occurred, the pomegranate thought that it would be bad for her entire life. She floated up and covered the entire arena with a gigantic Dipper Chi shield, leaving the spectator stands outside. Almost at the same time, the interior of the Dipper Chi shield turned completely white due to the explosion. 5 seconds later, the dazzling white light gradually subsided. Everyone rubbed their eyes and saw what was happening inside. That scene made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The sun was lying on the ground not far from Xianxia. He stared at the sky with wide eyes. Xianxia half knelt on the spot, one of his right arms hanging low. He was already crippled by the collision, and the bones in his entire right arm were completely shattered. He was no longer afraid of the oppressive force brought by the speed of light, but using the speed of light to hit the sun was another kind of opposing force. Xianxia took a few breaths and stood up. He slowly walked to the sun and stretched out his left hand. I, from birth until now, have only been defeated by people who have surpassed me, but I have never tasted defeat once in a similar realm, said Kanyang, who was still lying on the ground. Especially today. You fought with pure strength and defeated me. Xianxia smiled and said, Follow me. I can teach you. That Kanyang shook his head in disdain and said, If you lose, you lose. There's nothing to say. I don't want to learn, nor do I want to take revenge. Too boring. Xianxia shook his head. You misunderstood. I'm not going to teach you how to defeat me. Then what do you want to teach me? Kanyang looked at Xianxia sideways. Xianxia grabbed Kanyang's arm and pulled him up from the ground. I'll teach you how to be a good person, he said. The remaining sun fell silent. Xianxia took away his sacred spirit stone and waved his hand at the dumbstruck explanation. Kanyang is mine now. Today he will come with me. With that, Xianxia patted Kanyang on the shoulder, laughed loudly, and strode away. Damn it! I'm losing. I'm losing a lot. The commentator gritted his teeth angrily, but didn't dare to say anything else. The businessman was afraid that he would break his promise. If he went back on his word today, there would be no place for him in Moon City in the future. No one would hand over the Holy Spirit stones that they had risked their lives to a villain who didn't keep his word to gamble. Let's go. He has already succeeded. Dohua smiled and walked towards Xianxia with the blue sky. Inside the Colosseum, after a long silence, Kenyang finally took big strides and walked towards the direction where Xianxia had left. He waved his hand without turning back and said, "This daddy has left, and will never come back again." Hearing this, the commentary finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Luckily, he had lost all his money. Strong Wind Fortress was a place worthy of its name. This was a main city floating in the hurricane belt, located in the sacred domain. Its fierce reputation was so prominent that many desperados who licked their blood with their sabers flocked to it. There was no law, no order, only endless chaos. Almost all the fugitives and felons of the Saint Realm were hiding here. The biggest difference between this place and the Island of Exile was that although the Island of Exile was also a gathering place for the most ferocious people, the Island of Exile had a clear order, and there were several kings who controlled the entire island. The most typical special case of the Island of Exile was the imprint. Xianxia had already suffered this kind of pain. However, there was no such thing in the Gale Fortress, no order, no ruler. This was a dead zone without a day. Xianxia, blue sky, sunset, great strength, and Little Bug were walking side by side on the streets of Gale Fort. The people in the surroundings were all fierce people. If one word was used to describe the strong Wind Fortress, it would be chaos. If he used two words to describe it, it would be too chaotic. In this damned place, not only did there not exist a ruler, there was no iron law, there was even no power group. It could be said that everyone who moved in the Gale Fortress was a separate individual. There was no backer behind them, nor was there any organization or sect of their own. The only thing they could rely on was their fists and their swords. If he hadn't known about the situation here beforehand, Xianxia would have thought that Gale Fort was a battlefield. The reason for that was because when they flew over, the entire sky above the Gale Fort was filled with smoke and gunpowder. There were explosions everywhere, and there were people fighting everywhere. Few righteous Taoists would be willing to come to such a damn place because you can't compete for territory here. There's no such thing as territory here. You also have no way to condense your own power here, because there is no power here to speak of. Those who had committed serious crimes, those who had been hunted down by their enemies, those who simply chased after the pleasure of fighting, and those who possessed twisted and abnormal mentalities, all gathered here. The sun shook his strong body and laughed loudly. Fuck! Is he really strong? The first level of the Martial Saint Realm is indeed very good. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia gave all of the 452 low-grade Holy Spirit stones to Kenyang. He borrowed another 56 from Pomegranate Flower. He gathered a total of 508 low-grade Holy Spirit stones and finally raised Kenyang to Martial Saint Level 1. Perhaps some people would think that obtaining a Martial Saint was actually so simple. It only required 500 inferior-grade Saint Spirit stones to build a Martial Saint. However, what they didn't know was what Xianxia had used to exchange for the 400-odd Sacred Spirit stones. He had killed hundreds of Martial Saints and golden blood vicious beasts in the little secret realm before he had obtained them with great difficulty. If that was the case, the price paid for obtaining these Sacred Spirit stones was far greater than pushing the remaining sun onto the Martial Saint realm. The reason why Xianxia didn't let Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng absorb these Sacred Spirit stones was because the realms of those two people were too low. If they were directly pushed to Martial Saint realms, they would be able to cross several long realms. This was not a good thing. It was like a person who was still a child of 4 or 5 years old today, but had the power of an adult tomorrow. His control over this power would be terrible. Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng had to level up steadily so that they could adapt to the state of each realm. There was another problem involved, and that was the control of power. If a person only had strength but did not know how to control it perfectly, he would definitely not become a true expert. However, Kenyang did not have such a problem. His physical fitness was already heaven-defying, and his realm was not that different from martial sages. In the chaotic streets, for people were fighting in front of them. Saber light and sword light crisscrossed each other, shooting everywhere. On the side of the street, the muscular men who were drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls at the small stalls were holding wine bowls without turning their heads. They slapped off a sword light flying towards them with their hands. Their chatter and laughter remained unabated. Evidently, the people here had completely adapted to this kind of life. A repulsed martial artist flew backwards and crashed towards Xianxia and the others. The remaining sun stretched out a palm the size of a basin and sent the flying martial artist flying with a slap. Another martial artist was knocked back. Xianxia stretched out his several meters long legs and knocked that person to the ground with one kick. There were still two people still fighting. Xianxia curled his lips and strode over. He grabbed one of them with his left hand. His fist, the size of a casserole, punched the martial artist head-on, causing half of his face to collapse, and he lay on the ground on the verge of death. Seeing this, another martial artist jumped up and slashed towards Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia grabbed the sword with one hand and broke it into two with a bang. "Fuck your grandmother!" Xianxia cursed and punched the martial artist in the stomach, causing him to kneel on the ground and vomit incessantly. Strictly speaking, Xianxia was a person who hated evil, but he did not know how to be a good person, nor did he know what to do. This was the so-called righteousness of a hero. He lived in a simple world of slaughter. Every day, he saw martial artists licking their blood with their sabers. The only way he could imagine dealing with evil people was to resort to violence. This resulted in this sun that was filled with envy and hatred, and it was more like a villain. Xianxia knew that after Xianxia betrayed the guild, he would have been thrown into Gale Fort, but he refused. He would rather fight like a wild beast in the Colosseum to amuse the audience. He didn't want to come to the Gale Fortress and join in with these inhumane beasts. Because Xianxia said, "I am a good person, they are bad people, I am different from them. Must I come to such a dirty place? I really can't stay here for a day," said Xianxia as he wiped the blood from his fist. "Look at this bunch of sons of bitches. Which one of them isn't covered in blood? Which one isn't a bastard who raped and killed a good woman? Are your hands stained with blood?" Lan Tian stared at the blood on Xianxia's hand. "Black brat, watch your mouth. The blood on my hand is from a bad person." Xianxia wiped his hand and said, "Black brat, watch your mouth." Lan Tian said indifferently, "Pay attention to what you say. I'm not some black brat. My name is Lan Tian." "Fuck!" Xianxia waved his big fist and smashed it towards Blue Sky's face. The blue sky was smashed into the ground by a heartless punch. It rolled for 40 to 50 laps before barely getting up. The remaining sun's entire right arm had also dried up. However, Lan Tian was merciful and did not completely desert it. Instead, he turned the remaining sun's right arm into a stone sculpture-like existence. "Hey, damn it! Little bastard, you can do it. Today, I will tear you apart." The Xianxia's eyes widened. "Little bastard, you can do it." Blue Sky raised his head and sneered. "Come, I'll let you go with the wind." "Enough!" Xianxia shouted. Only then did the two of them stop, but their gazes were still furious at each other. Xianxia said with a cold face, "This is the first and last time. In my team, internal strife is strictly forbidden. If you do that again, get out of my team. This is my bottom line." Lan Tian was absolutely obedient to Xianxia's words. He knew Xianxia's character very well, and he followed Xianxia with all his heart. That Xianxia didn't say anything. He felt that Xianxia was a very happy man. He shook his hand and gave himself 500 sacred spirit stones without even blinking an eye. Only such a man would be happy and wouldn't be embarrassed. Follow this kind of person and do not feel aggrieved. Xianxia looked at the two of them and said, "Disagreement is a trivial matter, as long as there is peace. I'm afraid that if the Tao is different, then we really can't work together. Both of you are very kind-natured, but you are not good at communicating with others. Is he a good person?" Xianxia pointed at Blue Sky's nose and asked. "Yes," Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. "All right, just say yes. I believe you. That black brat, I was impulsive just now. I apologize to you." Lan Tian tidied up his clothes and said, "I was too reckless. I apologize to you. Young man, you are 2 meters taller than me. What kind of background do you have? Do you want to fight me and see whose strength is stronger?" The sun suddenly disappeared and hugged Dolly's shoulder. The new team needed to be adjusted. It was impossible for the few strangers who had been strangers yesterday to meet each other today. Xianxia was mentally prepared for this. He knew that Blue Sky and Kanyang, who valued love and righteousness, were both very pure-hearted people. As long as they understood each other deeply for a period of time, they would definitely accept each other. Of course, Kanyang's heart was clean, but his hands and feet weren't so clean. His temper of easily beating people made Xianxia feel a little helpless. "Which one is this already?" Blue Sky asked. Xianxia said, "The 14th. Blue Sky said, "Do you still have confidence?" Xianxia said, "Let's see." Dohua gave Xianxia a sigh of relief and instructed more than a dozen capable people. These people might not all have high cultivation bases, but each of them was a powerful person with extraordinary skills. However, after the setting sun, Xianxia saw 13 in a row. None of the 13 could satisfy Xianxia. Their abilities are not bad, but their conduct is too bad. No matter how powerful such a person was, Xianxia wouldn't want it. And here, the 14th person Xianxia was looking for was a fellow called Black Sickle. He was a notorious assassin. Strong Wind Fortress did not have any power groups, but there were different guilds in the entire sacred domain that would definitely create friction if they took food from the eternal secret realm. In some shameful activities, these so-called killers would take on missions and carry out assassination missions. Strictly speaking, these killers were very different from mercenaries. Not only did they have to ensure that the mission was completed, they also had to protect their employers. However, killers were only responsible for eliminating their targets. They didn't care about anything else, and their employers' lives weren't even considered. The particularity of Saint Realm killers caused many people to be unable to avoid such an industry, and they were also extremely disgusted. Black Sickle was one of the most famous killers. He was called the Thorn of Fate by the Gale Fortress. Basically, there was no escape route for the people that Black Sickle had targeted. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the killer king of Gale Fort. In the chaotic environment, Xianxia and the others stopped and walked all the way to the intersection of the Bath Street. Bath Street was a place filled with bathtubs on both sides. Since the Strong Wind Fort did not have any powerful groups, there was no such place as the Killer's Hall or the Mission Hall. Some people gave or accepted missions and went to the small market at the intersection of Bath Street. This small market was not selling ordinary goods, but human heads. After the assassins completed their mission, they took the opportunity to wash up in the bathtub centers on the Bath Street, wash away the stains on their bodies, and also wash away the negative emotions attached to this mission, welcoming the next assassination mission with a brand new appearance. Thus, this Bath Street got its name. Xianxia and the others were walking at the crossroads of the Bath Street. On both sides of the stalls were neat heads. These heads were still very fresh and had their blood wiped clean. They even wore makeup. They were vivid like works of art. Some employers came over, found the head of their enemies, paid, took the head, and left. 7 days later, the heads that were not taken away by the employer were hung on the signboards on the Bath Street. On the 8th day, these unclaimed heads were pasted with a slip of paper containing the name of the employer. The next target of assassination was the employer himself. Therefore, no employer would dare to be cautious. After their enemies were killed, they would not come to collect their heads or pay for them. Beneath the arch was a notice board with the names of the assassins written on it. Among them, Black Sickle was at the top of all the killers, but none of the missions stuck to the bottom of the Black Sickle. Because he was too expensive, the price he offered was usually 20 to 30 times that of other outstanding assassins. On the other hand, the other killers' code names were filled with all sorts of mission directories. Only when the killer tore down the directories and found the employer would he be able to find out the mission details. At this moment, someone was sticking a note under the name of a killer on the notice board. There were a few small words written on the note. Assassination mission, target Marshal Saint Level 1, bounty. 10 inferior grade sacred spirit stones, valid for 5 days. There were also killers whose mission lists were hijacking missions, poisoning missions, and so on. Not all of them were assassinations. Xianxia also took out a small piece of paper and pasted it under the Black Sickle. Assassination mission, mission target. Marshal Saint Level 1, bounty. 500 lower-grade Saint Spirit stones? Permanent. This time the pot exploded. The crowd gathered around him, looking at the mission that Nan had issued and pointing at him. Very few people would directly ask Black Sickle to issue missions. Normally, the targets that Black Sickle attacked were very difficult to eliminate. Xiang Nankai's price was too shocking. After sending out the mission, Xiang Nan turned around and left. He randomly found a restaurant and leisurely waited. No one would leave their address on the notice board, and the killers would search for it themselves. If you can't even find your employer's men, then don't do this. It also means that you don't have the ability to take on these assassination missions. Xiang Nan and the others sat by the window and drank large mouthfuls of wine. That Kenyang closed his eyes and drank wine, so he simply didn't look at the people here, because he couldn't help but start a massacre. Back in the Bath Street, he almost couldn't help but make a move. Seeing the heads on the ground selling like merchandise, his fists were already filled with hunger and thirst. Why don't you kill them all? Kenyang closed his eyes and said, You know those are all killers. They are all villains. You should let me beat them all to death. Xiang Nan held the wine bowl and said indifferently, Killers can't be finished. As long as the market is still there, if you kill off this batch, there will be another batch that will emerge. If order is established, if there isn't so much dark fighting spirit between people, then the killer industry naturally won't have a market and won't exist anymore. That Kenyang opened his eyes and scratched his head. It makes sense. You scholars are the ones who can use your brains. I never thought I would be able to do this. Xiang Nan wanted to refute, but after thinking for a while, he had indeed read quite a few books, so he should treat them as if he were a scholar. This statement is quite novel. A handsome young man walked across from Xiang Nan and sat down. Xiang Nan looked at the man carefully and found that he looked delicate and handsome, like a polite and well-educated young man. He wore decent clothes. Although his clothes weren't luxurious or expensive, he was meticulously groomed. He didn't even have a small fold, and his collar was neatly flipped without a trace of dust. His hands were beautifully manicured. His fingernails were just right. His palms were white and tender, and the lines on them were clear. He looked like someone who would wash his hands more than 10 times a day. His hair was clean, spotless, fluffy and sunny, and it smelled warm under the sun. His eyes were bright, neither gloomy nor overly blazing, making him look very comfortable. After he sat down, his first action was to take out a handkerchief. When he introduced himself to Xiang Nan, he really cleaned the table clean. He even picked out the dirt from the ravine and washed it with wine. Xiang Nan tilted his head and observed that this person's but did not really touch the chair. Instead, it was half an inch away from the chair and was floating in the air. Xiang Nan smiled and said, Excuse me. The man nodded. Black Sickle. I'm an employer. Xiang Nan said. I know. The man nodded and said, Who is your target mission? Xiang Nan said. The man nodded and said, Time limit. Kill me within 3 days, Xiang Nan said. The Black Sickle said, Can we make a move now? Right now, Xiang Nan said. However, if you don't mind, please allow me to finish this meal. The man nicknamed Black Sickle crossed his hands and gently placed them on the table. He looked into Xiang Nan's eyes and said, Before the mission officially begins, I have 2 questions to ask. Firstly, if you die, who should I ask for my fee from? Xiang Nan placed an emblem on the table and said, Moon City, Great Fire Guild. Go find the guild leader, Golden Phoenix Flower. She will give it to you. The Black Sickle nodded and said, I will find a way to confirm the authenticity of your promise. Then the second question. In your eyes, I don't see the determination to beg for death. It means that you didn't issue such a suicidal mission to truly die. Then can I take it that you are issuing this mission specifically for me? The Black Sickle took a sip of tea and said, Normally, we killers don't ask about anything other than the target. It's none of our business. However, the information you've released this time is too special. I have to find out more about it. At this point, the Black Sickle General leaned forward and looked into Xiang Nan's eyes more closely. In other words, "What exactly do you want from me?" he said. Xianxia said, "If I die, then what I plan to do to you is no longer important. If I'm not dead, it won't be too late to tell you." The Black Sickle said, "Please continue eating. I will go to the Great Fire Guild to confirm the reward you promised me." After saying that, the man stood up, pulled open his chair, smoothed out the wrinkles on his trousers caused by sitting down, and nodded at Xianxia and the others. Then, he walked down the stairs very seriously, step by step. It was difficult for people to ignore every detail of this person's actions. Even his movements down the stairs seemed to have been planned, and every step was taken seriously. Lan Tian's expression was grave as he said, "This person is not simple." Xianxia nodded and said, "He pays great attention to every detail of him. This kind of person is the most terrifying. Before he does anything, he will carefully calculate every step. If he fails to reach the perfect conditions he pursues, he will not make a move." "I don't think he's anything special," said Canyong. "Everyone else's experts come and go without a trace. They come all of a sudden, and when they leave, they disappear for no reason. Only in this way can they have the demeanor of an expert. Quiet him, not to mention disappearing from the spot. He doesn't even jump out of the window. Damn it, he went down the stairs." Indeed, the killer's impression should be the erratic and unpredictable manner described by the residual sun, like a ghost that came and went without a trace. The appearance of the assassin should be gloomy and filled with hostility. But this Black Sickle has not the slightest hint of killing intent. You look at him like a meticulous gentleman, and even a little too old-fashioned. Blue Sky said, "This person's realm is hidden very deeply. I can't see it clearly. He should be at least between the 1st and 9th level of the Martial Saint realm." Blue Sky's estimate was already very, very rough. From the 1st level to the 9th level, this was not an estimate at all. It was more like nonsense. This further showed that the Black Sickle had hidden its realm very well, making it impossible for Blue Sky to lock onto its realm within a more precise range. Kenyang looked at Xianxia and said, "Why are you doing this?" Xianxia said, "I have my own intentions." "All right, are you done eating? If you're done eating, prepare yourself and wait for the Black Sickle to chase after you." "This is the first time I've heard of a suicide mission," said Kenyang, curling his lips. After leaving the restaurant, Xianxia went to the Bath Street and issued a second mission. This was a public mission that any killer who saw this mission could undertake. The details of this mission were to protect Xianxia and assassinate Black Sickle. Normally, killers would not accept bodyguards' missions. Firstly, they disdained bodyguards' missions and felt that this would damage their reputation as killers. To put it bluntly, weren't bodyguards servants of the housekeeper's courtyard? Secondly, all the methods that killers learned were used to kill people, not to protect them. There was a fundamental difference. However, Xianxia's second mission was too special, because this mission was not only to protect Xianxia, but also to assassinate Black Sickle. It was equivalent to Xianxia hiring the killers of Bath Street to assassinate the most powerful killer king. Many killers were immediately attracted over, and they expressed their willingness to accept this mission. Xianxia had the conditions and targets to select the elites of the 50 killers. Moreover, these killers were usually at the 2nd to 3rd level of the Martial Saint stage. After finishing, Xianxia did not hide anything. He took the 50 people away and told them all the details. "I issued a suicide mission. In the next 3 days, Black Sickle will pursue me endlessly. Your mission is to help me assassinate Black Sickle." Xianxia looked at the 50 outstanding assassins and said, "Of course, you can choose not to protect me, but to take the initiative to search for the Black Sickle. But my personal suggestion is that since Black Sickle will definitely come to find me, why don't you stay by my side? This is called waiting for a rabbit. He will definitely come. As for the remuneration after the mission is completed, I will give it out one by one. Everyone, 500 low-grade Holy Spirit stones." The assassins were silent. One of them said in a low voice, "You have to prove that you have the ability to pay us so many Holy Spirit stones." Xianxia placed the giant saber on the table and directly turned it into liquid. The killers were all shocked by this scene. It's netherworld silver. Xianxia nodded. It's netherworld silver. If I can't pay you, you can exchange the saber for money. I think it's worth a lot. Not only was it valuable, it was simply a priceless treasure. The group of killers were finally convinced. They discussed it for a while and finally decided that 15 of them were going to leave Xianxia and search for the black sickle outside. The other 35 people were even more conservative. They followed behind Xianxia and waited for Black Sickle to fall into his trap. Is there a tallest building here? Xianxia asked. Yes, Bell Tower, said one of the assassins. Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, Go to the Bell Tower. Gale Fortress, Bell Tower. This was a place with a history of over 1,000 years. In the beginning, Gale Fort was not such a sinful place. It was a fortified battlefield front. More than 1,000 years ago, humans, and demons fought for territory together, and this storm fortress was one of the main battlefields. The bell tower was the highest and most eye-catching facility for early warning. Xianxia wore a loose black robe and walked at the front with his hands behind his back. Behind him were blue sky, sunset, vigorous bugs, and 35 killers. Xianxia stepped onto the bell tower step by step and set a small table here. While drinking, he quietly waited for the arrival of the black sickle. Blue Sky and Kenyang naturally accompanied Xianxia and guarded the bell tower together. As for the 35 killers, they were all hiding in dark corners, observing the situation of the bell tower at any time. Once they found out that the black sickle was coming, it was the time for them to take action. Xianxia held a wine glass in his hand and said to Lan Tian and Kenyang, During the mission, I was just a piece of cargo. Under normal circumstances, I would not take the initiative to deal with Black Sickle. Apart from those 50 killers, the only mission of the two of you is to protect me. That Kenyang excitedly waved his fist and said, It should have been arranged this way long ago. If you want me to say it, it would be unnecessary for you to hire those 50 killers. In this daddy's eyes, they are just a bunch of trash. It's enough to have this daddy alone. Lan Tian thought even more. He said thoughtfully, Are you trying to let Kenyang and I experience the strength of the Black Sickle firsthand, so that the two of us can recognize him? Xianxia smiled and said, There are all of them, right? Blue Sky nodded and lowered his hands. He was ready for everything. His hands could turn the enemy into sand. If Black Sickle dared to come, Blue Sky and Sunset would be ready to make sure that Black Sickle would not be able to eat it. It was late at night, and Xianxia was still leisurely tasting the fine wine. The night of the Gale Fort was even more chaotic. The so-called moonlit and windy night of murder, the Gale Fort enveloped in the hurricane, had turned into a city of true slaughter at night. Before the night could fall completely, the main city of Gale Fort had already burned with flames of war. The thick smoke rose into the sky, dyeing the dark clouds even darker. Judging from common sense, if Black Sickle wanted to assassinate Xianxia, he would definitely choose to do so tonight. Taking advantage of the darkness was the ideal state. The 35 killers guarding the bell tower and hiding in the shadows clearly thought the same. They gathered 12% of their spirits and were ready to welcome the battle between the experts that made their blood boil. However, this night was strangely calm, and the Black Sickle did not come. Did that brat retreat in the face of difficulties and give up? Kenyang was puzzled and even made such a guess. Xianxia did not answer. The sun rose at 3 o'clock, and it was approaching noon. The sun hung high in the Gale Fortress. It was currently hot summer, and the dazzling sunlight was baking the city that had not retreated from the smell of blood. The intense light made people feel a little drowsy. Xianxia picked up his glass and smiled. He knew that the Black Sickle was coming, but he didn't remind anyone. Just as he said, he was just a piece of cargo. He wouldn't give any hints to the killers or even anyone, including Blue Sky Sunset. Lan Tian put his hands behind his back and swept his gaze downwards. He silently said, This person is also strange. He did not choose to attack at night, but instead, he wanted to act under the great sun. Kenyang stretched lazily and said, What? Is that kid here? In the bell tower, in the northeast, in a narrow alley beside a restaurant. This alley was dark and moist, and there was a pool of dirty swill on the ground. The swill was very shallow and could only drown people's feet at most. It was in this narrow slop that a highly skilled killer hid. The man held a silver thread in both hands and a dagger in his mouth. He turned into water and mixed with swill. No one could discover him. Even if someone walked over and even stepped into the slop pit, it was very difficult to discover that there was actually a big living person hidden in this dirty water. Inexplicably, a black blade silently circled from behind the killer to the front of his neck. The killer remained vigilant and did not notice the existence of the black dagger at all. Following that, the black blade gently sliced past. The killer's body trembled and he immediately collapsed, revealing his true body. His corpse lay motionless in the slop pit, not knowing how he had been killed until he died. In the northwest corner of the bell tower, there was a weapons shop. On the eaves, there were 6 small stone beasts sitting on each ridge. This was called the ridge beast and it was used to guard the building. There are 4 ridges, located in the southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast 4 directions. The third of the 6 small beasts on the northeast ridge was no different from the other small beasts and could not see any clues. At this moment, a black-colored dagger appeared and wrapped around the little beast's neck. The little beast remained motionless without any reaction. Following that, the dagger slowly swept past. The little beast actually spat out blood and turned into a human corpse. It lay on the eaves and quietly died. The 35 killers all died one by one. Moreover, their methods of death were strange. Their expressions were still vigilant and cold after death, rather than the shock and despair they should have. This meant that they hadn't even realized that they had been killed at the last moment before their deaths. Soft footsteps sounded from within the bell tower. The black sickle stepped on the disintegration spiral and finally arrived at the top. It arrived at the bottom of the huge ancient bell. He wiped his chair and sat opposite Xianxia. He picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. Blue sky was still looking outside. The remaining sun was leaning against a pillar and was about to fall asleep. The two of them did not feel the arrival of the black sickle at all. Xianxia applauded. "Wonderful." The black sickle raised a finger and said, "Deception. To kill a target, a killer must first get close to the target and not be detected by the target. This is usually divided into many different situations," he said. "Some people choose to deceive their target emotionally, get close to the target, gain trust, and then launch a fatal attack. Some people choose to deceive their targets visually and audibly. These killers disguise themselves and conceal themselves so that their targets cannot discover their existence, thus launching a fatal blow. But the real expert is deceiving his opponent in terms of impression." Impression. Xianxia poured a glass of wine for Black Sickle and said with interest, "This is quite new. This is the first time I've heard of it." The Black Sickle said, "Impressions are divided into 3 types. One is called the impression past tense, one is called the impression progressive tense, and one is called the impression future tense." He took out a piece of paper and a pen, pushed it in front of Xianxia, and said, "Please draw out the chair you are sitting on, and pay attention to every detail." Xianxia smiled and did not move. Black Sickle said, "You've seen this chair before. You even sat on it. But now that I've suddenly asked you to draw it, you find that you have no impression of this chair. You don't know its exact appearance, nor do you know the exact patterns engraved on it. I thought you didn't have a good impression of it, and it didn't attract your attention. This is called the impression past tense." At this point, Black Sickle patted his palm twice and said, "I'm Black Sickle. I'm here. I'm sitting here." However, the blue sky and the sun remained untouched. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "Interesting." Black Sickle said, "Do you think I blocked their hearing and vision? Do you think I was invisible in front of them? Actually, they didn't. They could see and hear me, but they didn't have any impression of my current existence. I didn't attract their attention." The Black Sickle said, "If there is a small stone next to your door, you will see it every day, but you have never paid attention to it. If I asked you to describe the shape of the stone, you might not remember. One day, you were surprised to discover that the stone had disappeared. You rushed in and out of the gate every day, but you never paid attention to when it disappeared. It didn't disappear all of a sudden. Instead, it disappeared right under your nose, day after day. But you're not alert, you're not paying attention. So what happened in front of you was completely ignored by you. This is called the progressive impression. Black Sickle pointed at the sun and said, "He leaned against the pillar and faced me. Now he can see my every move and hear what I'm saying. But perhaps in his eyes, I was normal in his impression, as if I had been sitting here from the beginning, not suddenly appearing, like a cypress on a green mountain in a landscape painting. It's always been there, but you never paid attention to it." Black Sickle pointed to the blue sky and said, "He can hear me, but in his impression, my voice is so natural and harmonious. Perhaps, he thinks of my voice as a natural wind, and it is unknown." Xianxia applauded. "Wonderful." Black Sickle said, "Of course, these two people are experts. I'm sitting here chatting and drinking with you. They won't notice me, but once I'm tempted to kill them, they'll suddenly wake up and discover my existence." Xianxia said, "We also have a way to call this kind of thing momentum. It can deceive other people's impression." Black Sickle nodded and said, "I've heard of power before, but my so-called impression trick is completely different from power, even though it has some similarities. I can feel that you have mastered the momentum and your proficiency is very high. Then this involves the third situation, the impression of the future form. The impression of the future form will only work on a certain part of you, for example, someone like you. Your momentum allows you to have a very accurate prediction of what has never happened." At this point, Black Sickle pointed at his head and said, "The impression of the future that I'm talking about can deceive your predictions. Just like now, you think I'm sitting in front of you drinking, but in reality, I'm not here at all. I'm just confusing your predictions and creating an impression in your mind that never happened. This isn't an illusion, nor is it an illusion. That's too low level. The impression is a higher level method. Actually, you can also understand that impression and reality are two real images on parallel lines. We see objects in reality and make impressions, and vice versa. We make impressions first, and then we think that reality has appeared." At this point, Black Sickle's figure gradually disappeared. Opposite the bell tower, on the roof of a distant building, the Black Sickle was sitting cross-legged, waving at Xianxia. He made a gesture to Xianxia and pointed to the swill pit in the alley beside the restaurant. Under Xianxia's personal witness, he entered the swill pit and silently killed the killer in the pit. He walked out of the box and stood in the sun, looking up at the sun and enjoying the warmth. He stretched his arms out and stretched his waist. Then he smiled and pointed at a small stone beast on the eaves. He easily walked to the building door and jumped up in front of everyone. He used a dagger to kill the little beast. The little beast truly revealed itself and turned into the corpse of a killer disguised as a small beast. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. Only then did he know that Black Sickle had come to the bell tower to visit him first, then went to the slop pit, and then went to the eaves to assassinate all the killers. However, in Xianxia's impression, he had previously believed that those assassins were killed by Black Sickle before coming to the bell tower to drink and chat with him. Smart. Blue Sky turned around and said to Xianxia, "I can feel the aura of the 35 killers disappearing. The Black Sickle is coming." Xianxia held his glass and smiled. Not only did he come, he had already come up to talk to me, drank wine, and left. Impossible. I've always been standing here. If he comes, it's impossible for me not to notice. Blue Sky's eyes turned cold. Not to mention a living person. Even a mosquito can't escape my observation. Kenyang hugged the wine jar and took a few big sips. Could it be that Xianxia has lost his mind? If Black Sickle really comes, he should attack you. Do you still have time to chat with you? Xianxia smiled and said, "Of course he could have attacked me just now, but he realized that the timing was wrong." "What time?" Blue Sky asked. Xianxia smiled and said, "He deceived everyone's impression, but he discovered that he did not deceive me. He was originally here to kill me, but he discovered that I discovered him. So he sat down and had a conversation with me, the only one who discovered his existence. All right, we lost this time. We lost badly. Let's go. He's coming up. We have to move our positions. Otherwise, we won't even know how to die. With that, Xianxia jumped down from the bell tower. Lan Tian and Kenyang felt a little puzzled by Xianxia's words, but they didn't ask any further and jumped down with Xianxia one after another. When Xianxia and the others jumped down from the clock tower, the Black Sickle was also stepping onto the clock tower step by step. At this time, Black Sickle stopped walking upstairs and looked at the wall. He licked his lips and said, "What an interesting expert. I haven't seen such a powerful person in a long time." On the street, Xianxia walked forward with his hands behind his back and said, "His impression can deceive you, but he can't deceive me, so next time, he will choose to attack directly. Have you two heard of the power?" Both Blue Sky and Sunset shook their heads. Xianxia said, "Momentum is a very brilliant method. It is not a martial technique, it is..." How did Xianxia learn the power in the martial tower? Now, he told Bai Wuya the process of imparting the power to him. He told Lan Tian and Kenyang word for word. It didn't mean that he could learn something like this after hearing about the situation and being taught about it in person. Back then, there were many martial artists who had listened to Bai Wuya imparting power with Xianxia, including Yuan Meng. However, Xianxia was the only one who truly understood the essence of this method and learned it. Those who did not have enough perception could only become even more confused after hearing this. As for how much Blue Sky and Sunset could comprehend, that depended on their fortune. Xianxia could also be considered to be sharpening his spear at the last moment, allowing the two of them to at least understand what was going on before they could use it to prevent the Black Sickle's impression trick. "Are all 35 killers dead?" Kenyang asked as he followed Xianxia. When they heard that Black Sickle had already come and had a direct conversation with Xianxia, they didn't notice anything. When they thought of this, Lan Tian and Kenyang couldn't help but feel horror in their hearts. The enemy swaggered around in front of him, but he didn't notice. "They're all dead," Xianxia said. "Furthermore, there is no way to resist. However, if I'm not mistaken, the 15 killers who went out should still be alive, because they were unable to find the Black Sickle at all." At this time, 15 shadows flashed across the street and walked into Xianxia's group, accompanying him. One of the assassins lowered his voice and said, "We suspect that Black Sickle is not in the Gale Fortress at the moment." Before he could finish speaking, a bloody line suddenly opened up on the killer's neck, and fresh blood sprayed out. "Holy shit!" Kanyang's pupils constricted and he said, "He's been attacked. Damn it. When did he cut his neck?" The killer covered his throat in disbelief and fell down on the street. The other 14 assassins' faces turned cold as they said, "Protect the employer. Quickly evacuate." Blue Sky and Kenyang held Xianxia's arms, and 14 killers surrounded him to protect him. A group of more than 10 people quickly ran. "Don't panic," Xianxia said calmly. "He has already revealed killing intent. As long as you follow me, you can discover his existence." Black Sickle could deceive those killers and silently kill them without them noticing. However, when the Black Sickle locked onto Xianxia, as long as Xianxia could sense the Black Sickle's killing intent, that killing intent would be spread out by Xianxia. To use a visual analogy, the killing intent of the Black Sickle was a thin beam of light that shot out in a straight line. This beam of light could travel through the cracks between the killers without touching them and being ignored by them. However, Xianxia was a prism. When that beam of light shone on Xianxia, it would scatter out, enveloping the dozen or so killers, allowing them to feel the existence of the Black Sickle. Therefore, in other words, rather than saying that they were protecting Xianxia, it was better to say that Xianxia was protecting them in disguise. "Follow me closely. I can see through his impression of deception. As long as he attacks, he won't be able to deceive you." Xianxia smiled. Indeed, Lan Tian's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned around and threw out a sharp aura in one direction. That direction was empty. "Did you feel wrong?" Blue Sky was stunned. "No," Xianxia said. It's just that your attack was dodged by him. Right at this moment, Kanyang's enormous body suddenly felt as if someone had pulled his neck from behind with both of his hands. The remaining sun was pulled back, and he let out a furious roar. Relying on his incomparably terrifying strength, he forcefully resisted the black sickle's body lock technique and waved an extremely heavy punch. However, his fist was empty, and his back was still empty. "I've seen a ghost." Kanyang's eyes widened as he said, "What the hell? What's going on? Where is he? Tell me. I'll kill him with one punch." Kanyang's big palm grabbed Xiangnan's shoulder. Xiangnan smiled and said, "I cannot reveal his location. The one who will be tested this time is you, not me." Pong! A killer flew out of thin air like a broken bag. When he was in midair, countless tiny holes suddenly appeared on his body, as if his entire body had been drilled into a hornet's nest. Hundreds of rays of blood sprayed out, turning the killer into a firework of blood as he flew backwards in the air. "I saw it." Blue Sky rushed forward and grabbed Black Sickle's wrist with one hand. It was only at this moment that everyone saw the Black Sickle's existence. The Black Sickle had a faint smile on its face as it nodded at Lan Tian. "Not bad. It's really good to be able to grab my wrist." Without saying a word, Kanyang's big fist whistled as it smashed towards Black Sickle's face. "But it's not enough." Black Sickle smiled faintly. He flipped his right hand and clasped his fingers together into an eagle's mouth, quickly poking at the back of Blue Sky's hand. The Blue Sky was in pain. His right hand loosened, and the Black Sickle disappeared on the spot. Kanyang's heavy punch smashed over, but it was empty. Blue Sky clenched his teeth, his expression extremely complicated. The veins on his forehead bulged out, and it was like he was in a desperate situation. "Damn it! Damn it! Let's go!" Blue Sky's face turned red. He pulled Xiangnan and ran down the street. "What's wrong with you, Blue Sky? Why is your expression so ferocious?" At this moment, Lan Tian gritted his teeth and said, "The moment I grabbed his wrist, I intended to sand him, but I actually forgot to do this. But I immediately recalled, didn't I want to desert him? Then I circulated my astral chi, but for some reason, I forgot to do this again. Then, I suddenly recalled that I wanted to desert him. In the short period of time I grabbed his wrist, I forgot to sand him 5 times in a row. Until he escaped, I was unable to move." Kanyang's eyes widened when he heard this and he said, "Damn! How is that possible? Are you suffering from amnesia?" Lan Tian remained silent, but he had never been so nervous before. Xiangnan smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the Blue Sky anymore. Let's talk about yourself first. When you used your heavy punch to smash the Black Sickle, didn't you notice that your fist suddenly stopped in midair for 3 seconds? It's like you're suddenly dumbfounded. You're standing there motionless." "Nonsense," Kanyang asked curiously. "This daddy's fist was so smooth that it smashed straight at me without stopping at all." "Yes." Blue Sky gritted his teeth and pondered. "There should be. I seem to have sensed it as well. At that moment, it was as if you suddenly forgot what you were going to do. Standing there, you pondered bitterly. 3 seconds later, you should have thought of what you were going to do before continuing to wave your fist." When Kanyang heard this, he broke out in cold sweat and opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word. Xiangnan's smile became even more brilliant, and the thirsty radiance in his eyes reached an unprecedented peak. This desire caused the blood in Xiangnan's entire body to boil. "It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding talent. I must get him. Such a person must obtain him." At this moment, an indescribable atmosphere appeared. Even Xiangnan found it hard to describe what kind of atmosphere this was. He could only feel a very strange feeling that it was frantically pervading the surroundings. What followed was an even more bizarre scene that caused one's mind to explode. The pedestrians on the streets suddenly stopped moving and stood there dumbfounded, as if they had suddenly become foolish. Even the birds in the sky forgot to flap their wings. They fell down from the sky one after another and died on the ground. This peculiar scene actually happened in the entire main city of Gale Fortress. all the surviving humans in the entire city stopped. It erupted. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly as he said excitedly, "He has unreservedly released his aura. Ha! What a surprise! I didn't expect that the black sickle that was released in its full state would be able to affect the people of a main city. What kind of strength is this?" Xianxia could already tell that what Black Sickle said was not correct. Black Sickle said that there were similarities and differences between potential and impression fraud, but they were completely different. However, Xianxia believed that impression deception and power were the same thing. However, what the world knew about potential was very one-sided, because there were countless different manifestations of potential. Xianxia used his potential to judge the enemy's future attack, while Black Sickle's potential was to deceive the enemy's impression. Black Sickle said that power was different from impression deception because he had never heard of by Wuxia personally explaining such things as power. If he had heard of it, he would definitely have benefited a lot. However, from the looks of it, Black Sickle's momentum was actually discovered by him. Furthermore, it was so perfect. It was completely different from Xianxia's momentum, but it was more effective, better. If they hadn't seen the birds also fall, they would have thought that time had suddenly stopped. Why didn't everyone move? Run, run. Lan Tian noticed that something was amiss, so he pulled Xianxia and continued to run wildly. Really? Are you ready to continue running? Xianxia asked with a faint smile. Blue Sky was stunned. He was still trying to figure out what Xianxia meant. Suddenly, it was as if he had awakened from a dream. He suddenly saw a person standing right in front of him. That person was Black Sickle. As for the Black Sickle, it held a pair of black daggers in its hands and was cutting the dagger towards Xianxia's neck. If it wasn't for Lan Tian's timely reaction, he would have personally pulled Xianxia and cut his neck. Lan Tian broke out in cold sweat. He waved his hand and protected Xianxia behind him. At the same time, he clasped his hands together and slapped heavily. Hoo! A circular wave of air spread out, and there was an astonishing and unimaginable power of the laws of the water system within it. Xianxia's reaction was also quick. He would not interfere in this battle, but he immediately enveloped a Dipper Chi shield, blocking the waves of Chi released by the Blue Sky. Only when this wave of air landed on the shield did it fail to desert all the people on the streets who were stunned and motionless. As for the Black Sickle, it floated backwards and disappeared a few meters away. Damn it! It was so close! Kenyang sucked in a breath of cold air and pulled Xianxia towards a huge building. Go to the building's facade. Quick! Shrink down Black Sickle's assassination route. A dozen or so people immediately rushed into the building. The air was so quiet. Inside the building, the structure was rather complicated. The walls were definitely unable to block experts like Black Sickle. However, if Black Sickle did not rush over from the corridor, as long as he broke through the walls, everyone would be able to determine the location of the Black Sickle according to where the walls were damaged. But they still underestimated the Black Sickle. A group of more than a dozen people swiftly passed through the dense crowd within the building. A black figure also flashed through the crowd. The three killers coughed up blood from their throats and fell to the ground. They were standing beside Xianxia, so they were protected by Xianxia. The moment the Black Sickle attacked, the three of them had already noticed it, but they did not have enough speed to react. Black Sickle's strength was that even if he didn't use any deception methods and only fought head-on, those killers weren't his opponents at all. The moment the three killers fell to the ground, 7 more killers fell to the ground at the same time. Blue Sky looked back. Just as he saw the scene of the 10 killers falling to the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. He hurriedly tilted back, and a shallow blood line had appeared on his throat. When Kenyang saw the situation of Blue Sky, he said, "Hurry up!" Before he could finish his words, a shadow flashed past. The shadow abruptly collided with Kenyang's back. With a boom, Kenyang walked 3 steps forward in a sorry state. After the shadow hit the sunset, it was ejected back and 3 walls collapsed with a loud boom. Within the ruins, Black Sickle slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "What a sturdy fellow. This attack was originally meant to break your spine, but I didn't expect that I would be injured instead. Kanyang's physique was no joke. This was the first time that the Black Sickle had suffered. However, Kanyang was not happy at all. In this battle, he had actually lost. "Fuck you!" The remaining sun roared as it charged towards the Black Sickle, like a running steel mountain peak. The sun slapped the dust off his body and walked towards the sun. Just as the sun was about to hit the Black Sickle suddenly disappeared. The last two killers coughed up blood from their necks and fell to the ground. Kanyang and Blue Sky suddenly turned their heads. When he saw the two killers fall to the ground, he also saw a shadow flashing towards the smiling Xianxia. "Get lost!" Kanyang took a large step forward and waved his two large palms, heavily clapping together. Boom! The two palms collided, and the air shockwaves produced by the two palms alone destroyed the entire building into powder. Xianxia, Blue Sky, Great Strength, and the little bugs, including the Black Sickle, were all blown away. The Black Sickle was only one step away from reaching Xianxia, but it was blown over by the palm wind. Everyone was rolling in the sky, rubble falling like rain. Below was the sky that was hundreds of feet tall. However, Black Sickle's figure disappeared once again. The moment he landed, Kanyang grabbed Xianxia with one arm and ran crazily outside the city. He turned into a ray of light. Rumble, 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 rumble. Along the way, he didn't dodge or dodge, completely advancing in a straight line. All the buildings were destroyed on the spot by his powerful body. Zhang! Zhang! The sound of the dagger cutting steel twice resounded, and two red scratches appeared on the throat and back of the sun's neck at the same time. Without looking, he continued to run wildly with Xianxia in his arms. If it weren't for his shocking body strength, those two dagger cuts would have been enough for his head to fly up. Blue Sky followed behind, protecting Kanyang and Xianxia's rear. He saw Black Sickle's attack route and launched a counterattack. However, he was still a step behind. By the time he caught up, there were already those two scratches on Kanyang's neck. Too strong. Cold sweat dripped down Blue Sky's forehead. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth forcefully, almost shattering them. A sense of defeat. I've never felt such a violent sense of defeat before. He, Kanyang, and the two of them were actually able to protect Xianxia, but in this situation, Black Sickle had succeeded one after another. The most hateful thing was that he didn't even know where the Black Sickle was at this moment. There was actually such a shocking killer in the world. If they fought head-on, Blue Sky and Sunset would not be afraid of the Black Sickle. They were confident that they would be able to kill the Black Sickle. But the key point was that they couldn't find the Black Sickle at all. Whoosh! Suddenly, Kanyang felt his embrace loosen. Xianxia had actually been snatched away by someone. Kanyang did not see who had taken Xianxia away. He only saw Xianxia rushing forward out of thin air. Lan Tian's reaction was swift this time. He kicked away the remaining sun and grabbed Xianxia's ankle. Following that, the Dipper Chi followed Xianxia's body and enveloped Xianxia's entire body. The dragging force suddenly disappeared. Black Sickle had to let go, otherwise, this type of Dipper Chi would be enough to make him desert. Almost there. Xianxia smiled and said, "At this stage, the outcome is basically decided. We can proceed to the final step. It's time to proceed to the next step." With that, Xianxia grabbed the Blue Sky with his left hand and the remaining sun with his right hand. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared. So fast. It's actually a rare lightning meridian talent. The Black Sickle appeared, his body beneath the bow, and his right fist pressed against the ground. Wind Ghost, Desolate Trace. Who? A wind ring appeared on the spot, and the Black Sickle disappeared on the spot. In front of him, Xianxia put his hands behind his back and wrapped his thunder energy around the Blue Sky and the setting sun. He moved at a speed of 60,000 miles per second, reaching the speed of 1/10 of the light. Behind him, the Black Sickle was chasing after him. Although he was a beat slower than Xianxia before he set off, he was gradually closing the distance between him and Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and smiled. "Not bad. Let's see if you can catch up to me." With that, Xianxia increased his speed to 2/10 of the speed of light, reaching 120,000 miles per second. At this moment, Xianxia had already turned into a ray of light, and everything around him was rapidly retreating. When Black Sickle saw Xianxia flee in front of him, he gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Wind Ghost, Shadow Trace." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Sickle turned into an afterimage of a copage, and his speed doubled as he approached Xianxia again. Wind attribute martial artists, being able to have such speed is already pretty good. Xianxia looked back at the Black Sickle and nodded in approval. That Qinyang looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "Can you be so fast?" Xianxia smiled and increased the speed of his advance to 3/10 of the speed of light, about 1/3. This was already the standard speed of sublight. Its speed was already approaching 200,000 li per second. Seeing this, not only did the Black Sickle not lose its color in panic, it became even more excited. He bit the tip of his tongue and shouted with a mouthful of blood, "Wind Ghost, Lost Trace." Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, which burned into a ball of blood energy surrounding him. The Black Sickle quickly transformed into a bloody shadow, reaching a speed of 200,000 miles per second. He was chasing after Xianxia and was still approaching him step by step. Xianxia smiled and said, "Good, good, good. To be able to catch up to this step is really not easy." The Black Sickle also laughed loudly. "Come on, let's continue to compare. Let's see who's faster than us." Xianxia laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed. He licked his lips and said, "Sunset, blue sky. Use the life-saving cultivation technique to protect your body. I'm going to greatly increase my speed." The remaining sun was excited. Hearing this, his entire body immediately turned fiery red. Blue sky quickly dissolved the water elements in his body, turning him into a sandman. Seeing that the Black Sickle had already caught up, he stretched out his right hand to grab Xianxia's back. The tip of his finger had even touched Xianxia's clothes. At this moment, there was only a thunderclap in the clear sky. Boom! Xianxia instantly increased his speed to 600,000 miles per second, advancing at full speed. Nothing. Xianxia disappeared in front of Black Sickle just like that. Black Sickle's heart sank and he took a deep breath. Damn it! How could this be? I can't even see his back. Impossible. This is impossible. Wind Ghost, Lightning Trace. The Black Sickle's body also shook, and his entire body was wrapped in a layer of dense lightning. In an instant, his speed reached 300,000 miles per second. This was already at the standard half-speed of light. However, he discovered that he was still unable to catch up with Xianxia, and the gap between them was actually so great that he couldn't even sense Xianxia's aura. 600,000 li per second was only twice as fast as 300,000 li per second. But in reality, by comparison, it was equivalent to Black Sickle standing motionless, while Xianxia was moving away from him at a speed of 300,000 miles per second. What kind of concept was this? I lost. Black Sickle suddenly stopped and sighed. No matter what, he couldn't catch up. The Wind Ghost Lightning Trace was already the Black Sickle's limit, and it required an extremely high price. However, compared to Xianxia's speed, it wasn't worth mentioning. It's already pretty good. In the distance, Xianxia's voice drifted over. You actually learned a lightning vein movement technique. It's very enviable. Even I have never learned this kind of movement technique. Xianxia's tone was indeed filled with envy. From beginning to end, Xianxia, who possessed a divine-grade lightning vein, had never found a single movement technique of a lightning vein. In the end, the Black Sickle of the Wind Vein actually learned it. However, the Wind Ghost only relied on the Lightning Meridian's movement technique. No matter how fast it was, it could only reach half the speed of light. It was still much weaker than Xianxia. The Wind Ghost flew away. Under a tree he saw Xianxia. This was the outskirts of the main city of Gale Fortress. It was located on a huge floating island in the air of the hurricane belt. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the ground, distributing candy to a group of poor children around him. Strong Wind Fort was an extremely ferocious place, and it was also a heavily affected area for the poor people in the sacred domain. How many martial artists came to the sacred domain with dreams in their hearts, only to discover that this place was not heaven, but the most terrifying hell? How many martial artists had died here? However, once they died, their descendants would be helpless and become lonely. None of the main cities could accept such people, so they fled to the Gale Fortress. They were unable to enter the main city and survive in such a cruel world. They could only live on the floating islands outside the main city, unable to communicate with the world, and the world ignored their marginal people. Black Sickle was very clear about the origins of these poor people. 8 4- or 5-year-old children stared at Xianxia with their naive eyes as they licked the candy. They were licking the candy, not swallowing it. Perhaps they were still hoping that Xianxia would give them another piece of candy after eating it. The clothes they wore were very simple. They could even be said to be tattered. Usually, they were the clothes left behind by their older brothers and sisters. They didn't have a place to stay in the sacred domain, nor did they have the ability to crush space and return to their hometown. Xianxia smiled and stroked the hair of a child, bringing out some delicious dishes for them to eat and drink. The Black Sickle stared at Xianxia and said, "I know what you're planning. You want to use these children as shields." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the children, saying, "Although the parents of these children are martial artists, they have not yet entered the martial arts world. They are no different from ordinary children. As long as you kill me, even the slightest fluctuation of astral chi will be enough to completely destroy them in an instant." The Black Sickle sneered, "Do you think I care about their lives?" Xianxia said, "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" The Black Sickle laughed loudly. "You are really a shameful little person. You actually used your child as a shield for yourself. Do you think I'll fall for such a childish and absurd scheme now that I've seen through it?" Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and didn't continue to speak. "That meant that if you wanted to kill me, you could come. I didn't stop you." A child turned his head and looked at the Black Sickle with his big bright eyes. He also extended his right hand towards the Black Sickle. They did not dare to ask for candy from the ferocious and cruel Kanyang, nor did they dare to ask for candy from the dark-skinned and frightening-looking Blue Sky. However, it seemed that Black Sickle, a gentle and handsome person, was even more harmless. Black Sickle looked at the child who asked for candy and smiled sinisterly. "Little brat, it was this brat who pulled you over. If you die, blame him." With that, the Black Sickle flipped his hands, both of them holding 2 black daggers. Then he turned into a shadow and shot towards Xianxia. Kanyang's eyes turned cold. He was almost unable to control himself, wanting to attack Black Sickle at any time. To Kanyang, killing children was a crime that would be punished with 5 thunderstrikes. Blue Sky's expression also changed drastically, his hands condensing the Dipper Chi. However, neither of them dared to act rashly. Just as Xianxia said, as long as one person attacked, and as long as one person resisted, the collision between the 2 sides would be completely impossible for these children to resist. But even so, even Xianxia himself did not resist, even if the Black Sickle's dagger accurately cut Xianxia's neck. However, Xianxia's physical body was also very strong. After his neck was sliced by the dagger, there would definitely be an air wave. This fragile air wave could still crush these children into powder. Xianxia remained motionless, still smiling as he handed out sweets to the children. At this moment, the black dagger had arrived, but in the end, the blade hung half an inch in front of Xianxia's throat. The Black Sickle stopped moving and stared fixedly at Xianxia's face. He gritted his teeth and his hands that were holding the dagger turned pale with strength. "Shameless!" Black Sickle gritted his teeth. Xianxia still lowered his head and smiled as he helped the children with their dishes. He didn't even raise his head and said, "Why? Can't I do it? You're a killer. Killers should kill people without blinking an eye. In your eyes, human lives should not be considered as life at all. Human lives are just goods." The Black Sickle said nothing. Xianxia picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth. "I know you can't do it, so why don't I help you?" he said. As he spoke, Xianxia smiled faintly. His right hand condensed astral chi and slapped down on a child's head. The Black Sickle's eyes moved, and his right hand quickly grabbed onto Xiangnan's wrist. Xiangnan raised his head to look at Black Sickle and said, "What? If I don't let you do it yourself, you won't even have the heart to help you deal with them?" The Black Sickle stared into Xiangnan's eyes, and his eyes were about to spit out flames. He said in a deep voice, "You're provoking my bottom line." Xiangnan laughed and said, "Killers usually kill for two purposes. One is for money, and the other is for fame. I don't think you're the first. You're not here for money. I told Golden Phoenix Flower that if someone comes to ask her about the 500 low-grade Saint Spirit stones, she must immediately reject them. But you still came to kill me. That means you didn't ask Golden Phoenix Flower at all. But I'm your employer. If you kill me, you won't get a commission." Black Sickle remained silent. Xiangnan said, "But I don't think you're the second type. You're not a name. Some killers clearly know that they may not be able to complete the mission, but he still tries his best to complete the mission. Perhaps after completing the mission, he will die. Even if he dies, he will not receive a commission. However, he will still do so. Because they want to be famous, they can't allow their reputation to be blackened. They want their names to be respected as supreme beings by all killers. But in your eyes, I didn't see this kind of persistence, so you didn't do it for fame." The Black Sickle remained silent. Xiangnan nodded and muttered, "Then I'm curious. If you don't want fame and gain, then why did you become an assassin? You know, I noticed a detail. When you were in the clock tower, there was a scene that caught my attention during the assassination of those killers I hired. Raise your head and face the sun. Greedily take a few breaths. Perhaps this scene isn't unusual in the eyes of others, but I've seen a lot of people. I know that a normal killer wouldn't do such a thing." Xiangnan stared into Black Sickle's eyes and said seriously, "You long for sunshine. Or rather, you like the warmth hidden beneath the smell of slaughter and blood. I also noticed." Xiangnan looked at Black Sickle's sleeves and said, "You look after yourself very decently and neatly. At first, I thought that it was just because you were obsessed with cleanliness and loved cleanliness. But then I realized that you weren't. You weren't a cleanliness freak. You hated everything except you. You didn't want to have any contact with these things, including the people from the Gale Fortress, including me. You live among them, but you don't want to join them." Xiangnan said thoughtfully, "What kind of person is a person who likes sunshine but at the same time loathes all mundane things? When I think about it, I can only think of one result. To put it in a very vulgar way, it's called breaking a can and abandoning oneself." Xiangnan looked at Black Sickle's eyes seriously and said seriously, "You hate this world." Black Sickle loosened his grip. Xiangnan said, "I really want to know why. If you are willing to answer my question, I can take the initiative to hand over my life to you. Let's leave this place and leave these children. If we want to kill or cut them, I will definitely not resist." From the beginning to the end, the Black Sickle did not interrupt Xiangnan's analysis. He just looked at Xiangnan quietly, as if he was examining this young man. At this moment, Black Sickle finally sat down and said, "Give me a jar of wine." Xiangnan carried the wine jar and handed it over to the Black Sickle. Black Sickle took 2 big sips and wiped his mouth. Blue Sky and Kanyang were shocked to discover that this time, Black Sickle did not wipe the wine jar in advance and drank it directly. Black Sickle thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I don't have the confidence to kill you. If I ignore the realm, you may be the strongest martial artist I've ever seen. There isn't a single one. Although you rarely make a move, I believe in your keen sense of smell. I can discover that you are a very dangerous person. When I stood in front of you, it was as if all my actions and plans were clearly seen by you. I was unable to escape your gaze." Xiangnan smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." Black Sickle drank another 2 mouthfuls of wine. He looked at the hurricane around him and suddenly laughed. He said, "Look, this damned world is so cruel." He pointed to the sky and said, "Look, this damned heavens is so cold and heartless. Everyone says that the heavens have eyes, but in my opinion, the heavens are blind. Right under its nose, there are so many cruel killings happening all the time. What did you say? Who did the heavens spare? But in my opinion, it should be called Who the Heavens Have Cared About. The heavens are dead. Human lives are like grass. Xianxia took out a bowl of wine, poured a bowl for Black Sickle, and also poured a bowl for himself. Xianxia drank the strong liquor in his bowl and said, I don't know if the heavens are dead or not, but I know one thing very well. The heavens can't care about it. I care about it. I will save those who are not saved by the heavens. I will kill those who are not killed by the heavens. The Black Sickle looked at Xianxia in surprise, and then fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, I was born in a wealthy family. My family doesn't dare to say that they are the rulers and hegemons of our plane, but they are at least some of the best. As for me, I am the direct descendant of the clan chief. Furthermore, I am the one with the strongest talent and the best potential. It can be said that I want wind and rain. Xianxia nodded and said, I can roughly tell from the way you dress and behave. Black Sickle said, I thought that my status and reputation should be the ultimate dream that everyone in the world is chasing. For me, life is too beautiful. Everything is too cute. Until one day, I happened to meet a girl from a poor family. I fell in love with her, and she fell in love with me. But guess what's the result? Xianxia said, Your clansman killed her? Black Sickle shook his head with a smile and said, No, my father married her. Xianxia fell silent. The Black Sickle smiled and said, I went to find my father. He patted me on the shoulder and said, I gave you everything. What is a woman? Without this woman, I will give you 100 more beautiful women. At this point, Black Sickle's smile had already turned somewhat bleak. He said, I went to look for that girl again. I asked her, Isn't the person you love the most me? You are the purest and most beautiful girl in my heart. You should not eat the fireworks in the world. You should be willing to do anything for love. If you want, I can give up all of my glory and wealth. I'll take you far away. Do you know how she answered me? Black Sickle laughed self-deprecatingly. Xianxia shook his head. Black Sickle said, I'm afraid she can't go back. People in Jianghu are like fish in the water. So what if Jianghu is like that water? If the water is dirty, the fish will be clean and will still be dirty. She can't come with me. She can't help it anymore. Xianxia nodded. Black Sickle took out a small porcelain bottle and said, This is a kind of pill that allows people to tell the truth. Of course, it is not very effective against people with firm willpower. I know that she is only using a set of seemingly gorgeous words to justify herself. I want to see her sincerity beneath that pure exterior. You secretly gave it to her, Xianxia said. Black Sickle nodded and said, After taking the pill, she spat out the truth. She said that she has fallen in love with this kind of wealth and honor, and she can't go back to those poor lives. It's that simple. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization and said, So it's like this. Your heart is already dead. Xianxia understood this feeling very well. To a certain extent, Black Sickle's encounter was similar to Xianxia's. Both of them used to stand at the top of the world, in the most shining position. Everyone they saw was smiling and bowed. Their lives were perfect and enviable. But just at this moment, Black Sickle encountered a turning point in his life. He was taught by that innocent and beautiful girl. It was like a child who had lived in an ivory tower from childhood to adulthood, living the best life in the world and dreaming of the beautiful love in fairy tales. But suddenly, one day, someone cruelly took away the fairy tale in his hand and put the most filthy erotic book in front of him. This kind of impact was a direct blow to the soul, destroying all one's fantasies and dreams of beauty. This kind of thing was even more desperate than seeing a cruel world and a cruel slaughter. The result of that was not that he began to fear this world, but that he began to hate this world and was filled with despair towards humanity. Black Sickle looked at Xianxia and said earnestly, You know, people are dogs. No matter how benevolent and grand he looks, no matter how pure and inviolable he looks, this is just a hypocrisy he uses to disguise himself. People are dogs, lowly bastards, lowly dogs. Whoever gives it benefits, it will wave its tail at him. Xianxia was silent as he thought to himself, If Black Sickle had only met an ordinary woman, perhaps it might not have resulted in such a result in the end. But what he encountered was the purest, and kindest beautiful girl he thought he was. And it was the sudden betrayal of such a girl that could cause the most serious harm to a man. Xianxia and Black Sickle touched the bowl and drank together. Black Sickle smiled mockingly and said, "I can clearly see that human nature is such a thing. Human beings are just such a thing. Morality and love are all lies they made up. Humans are nothing more than that. Everyone is like this. Everyone is wearing a mask. Take off the mask on his face. What you see is greed, dirt, lust, and beastliness. So you only believe in yourself," Xianxia said. Precursors and consequences had created this Black Sickle. He hated this world, but he believed that his own feelings were real. He was the cleanest person, so he did everything meticulously. He took care of himself neatly and respectfully, but at the same time he did not want to choose to be corrupt. He did not want to become like those dirty people. He lived like a lotus blooming on the bank of a silt river. However, in his eyes, the rest of them were not humans. They were all dogs and bastards. That was why he killed those people. It was those people who caused his inner world to collapse. He hated human nature, but there were still traces of fantasy left in his heart. Therefore, he killed people, painfully killing people, using this kind of method that was close to self-mutilation to vent the resentment in his heart. Xianxia knew that there were two kinds of troublesome people in this world. One is a bloodthirsty person. They are really accustomed to slaughter and enjoy it. It's hard for you to convince them to change their ways, but at least there is still a small chance for them to do so. There is another kind of person. They may not have the cruel environment that the former kind of person passed through. They may have experienced, in your opinion, a trivial matter. However, this kind of person had lost hope for the whole world and for everyone. This kind of person was the hardest to pull over. You can't make him change his ways, because he's not heartless. He's desperate for humanity itself. In the eyes of Kanyang and Lan Tian, what Black Sickle had experienced was nothing. They thought that this Black Sickle had gone through some kind of bitter enmity before it became like this. In the end, wasn't he just dumped by a woman? However, Xianxia was well aware of Black Sickle's psychological fluctuations. He knew that for a person like Black Sickle, you had killed his entire family in front of him. How about his father patted his shoulder and said, "Woman, I want this, and I'll give you another 100. This kind of injury is even greater. Killing your family brings hatred, but being hurt by your beloved father and beloved woman brings not hatred and anger, but total disappointment." Most importantly, Black Sickle's inner structure of this world had been destroyed by the two of them. Just like one of your favorite foods from childhood to adulthood. Someone suddenly told you the truth one day that it was made of shit. Just like your loved ones, one day you overheard them whispering that they would cook you up and eat you when you were an adult. Just like your favorite fairy tale, the prince and the princess live happily together. But at the end of the sentence, that's not all. The whole situation is that when the handsome prince and the beautiful princess come together, they will turn the clouds upside down. What they needed to do next was to forcefully attack the dirtiest parts of their bodies together. The Black Sickle was like a fairy tale in his hands, but the scene depicted the prince and the princess living together. He was like a child holding a fairy tale, sitting there crying while covering his face. He went to beg his parents to tell him that it was not true, but his parents were also entangled naked. The world of the Black Sickle was like a mirror, shattering the ground with a bang, unable to end. The reason why he acted more extreme and hysterical than the others when facing these things was precisely because he had once been more innocent and yearned for beauty than the others. The Black Sickle drank a bowl of wine and said, "This is my story. It's very simple and it's nothing special. In front of you people who are used to seeing life and death leave, my story is not worth mentioning, so I have never told anyone. It's not because I want to hide it, but because the story itself is nothing." Xianxia nodded. He let out a long breath and stood up. He smiled and said, "Children, it's time to go home. Bring back these delicious food for your other siblings to try. I'll come here often in the future. I'll bring you a lot of delicious food every time. Okay?" As the children laughed happily, Xianxia sent them away one by one. After returning, Xianxia pulled open his clothes, revealing his neck. He said to Black Sickle, "Your story, in exchange for my life. Now my life is yours. You can take it away." Fuck. Such a joke. Kanyang rushed forward to protect Xianxia, but was stopped by Blue Sky. "Why are you pulling me? Let go. You want to see Xianxia die with your own eyes," Kanyang said angrily. Blue Sky said expressionlessly, "This is Xianxia's own choice. No matter how painful the man's promise is, he must grind his teeth and complete it. We can pursue the life we want, but at the very least we can't get it by humiliating ourselves. If you save Xianxia now, not only will you insult Xianxia, you will also insult yourself." Kanyang was stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. From childhood until now, he had encountered bastards and butchers. As for Lan Tian's words and Xianxia's actions, Kanyang suddenly felt that there was something growing in his body, and a type of blood was burning. Kanyang shook his head and retreated. Black Sickle walked over to Xianxia with the dagger in his hand and placed it on his neck. "Do you think I'll suddenly show mercy?" he said. Xianxia looked at Black Sickle's eyes seriously and said, "Look at my eyes." Black Sickle looked at Xianxia. He didn't see any luck in Xianxia's eyes. He only saw calmness and calmness. He had seen many pairs of eyes, but he could be sure that Xianxia did not use a trap of bitterness. Xianxia was determined to die. Black Sickle frowned and said, "Why? You can exchange a story for your life? Are you joking, or have you long lost hope in life?" Xianxia looked at Black Sickle seriously and said, "I believe that people like you can be saved. Not everyone can be saved by force. That's all I can do for you. If I can't save you, then the confidence I've built in this world will also collapse. Black Sickle, I am your redemption, and you are also my redemption. I'm not trading a story for a life, but a life to believe in the person I firmly believe in. I'm not mistaken about him. Is it worth it?" "Black Sickle, why don't you tell me?" The Black Sickle clenched the dagger tightly, causing its joints to turn white and its hands to tremble. The Black Sickle said, "Before I die, I have a question for you." Xianxia said, "I'll try my best to answer truthfully." Black Sickle said, "If I hadn't cared about the lives of those children, what would you have done if I had really attacked? Whether you are indifferent or resist, those children will die. Is this what you want? Use the lives of some children to test me as a person." Xianxia smiled and said, "Let me tell you the truth. I can pause the time for 5 seconds. Even if you die and I die, I won't let those children die. The looks in those children's eyes are the bottom line that I will stick to." Black Sickle said, "I don't believe it. Show me." Xianxia took 2 steps back and suddenly reached the speed of super light, smashing into space. Everything stopped. 5 seconds later, everything returned to normal. The Black Sickle nodded. "This letter. The last 2 questions. What exactly are you looking for me for?" "I want you," Xianxia said. "I want you to follow me." Black Sickle said, "What can you give me?" Xianxia waved his hand and a ray of sunlight shone down from the sky. Xianxia smiled and said, "Look, I can give you sunlight." The Black Sickle smiled back and forth. On the contrary, Xianxia was very serious and said, "Sunshine, I can fight for it myself. I can get it myself. As you said, the heavens are dead. Then follow me and replace the Dog's Day heavens. If it doesn't dare to do it, I'll do it. If it doesn't want to do it, I'll do it." The Black Sickle put away the dagger and said, "No one else can give it to you. It's interesting for you to fight for it yourself." "The world is dirty," Xianxia nodded. "I won't be alone like you. The world can't give it to me. I'll take it myself. If the world can't give me the cleanliness I want, I'll wash it clean." Xianxia put his face close to Black Sickle's eyes and said, "Look at my face. I am heaven." The Black Sickle nodded and said, "My name is Shall We. From now on, my life is yours." Xianxia patted Black Sickle on the shoulder and said, "Let's go back to Moon City." Along the way, Kenyang asked Black Sickle, What realm are you at? Black Sickle said. Martial Sage Level 1. Damn it. I thought you were at least a Martial Saint 4th or 5th layer expert, Kenyang said in surprise. Then do you think you can defeat Xianxia? Black Sickle said. Let's see what to say. If I just fight him, I don't have a 10% chance of winning. I'm afraid I'll lose, and I'll lose miserably. Could there be another situation? Kenyang asked curiously. Black Sickle said. I can't beat him, but I can kill him. If I want to kill him, I have about a 30% chance. Is this different? Kenyang couldn't figure it out anymore and said, Doesn't it take a while to fight and kill? Anyway, it's going to be a battle. Black Sickle smiled and said, It's different. It's very different.